What's up, everybody? Welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable for yet another epic debate after show. Hopefully, it'll be epic anyway, and we will get a whole bunch of people sharing their thoughts, saying who they thought win, lost, best lines, greatest points, and if there was anything novel or dynamic about the debate tonight between Standing for Truth and Dr. Ron Garret over on Modern Day Debate. And before we get into the debate at all, I want to give a major shout out to the one and only James Kuntz, the founder and mastermind behind Modern Day Debate. He today and his channel and the community reached 30,000 subscribers, everybody. So hats off to James for pulling off this epic community creation and building a medium and a channel for us to all engage in our diversity, our disagreements, our agreements, and give opportunity for argumentation that needs to be brought back to modern society. So without further ado, we're going to dive into thoughts on the debate. We're joined by the one and only Nicholas, proclaimer of the Messiah. Nicholas, what's up, man? He's here to show off his beard for a minute and then go off camera. What's up, man? How are you doing? And what did you think about the debate tonight?
I'm doing really good. I might have missed a lot of the debate, like debating with people in side chat. But I noticed Ron discussing like sociopolitics a lot and stuff regarding like why creationists believe or don't believe things and that kind of thing. And just kind of stating that scientists have a consensus. But he didn't really present any science. So I think that's what the audience wanted, was to like actually have science really like addressed a little bit more directly.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, to me, it seemed like there was a lot of, oh, well, I'm not an expert in this, therefore, whatever you're talking about must be, creationists just refusing to accept the norm, I guess, and whatever the status quo is. Hey, I don't know how to pronounce your name, Tishchik 1986. It's not giving me the option to let you in. You got to connect with, at a minimum, your microphone. Right now, it's giving me the device is not a connected error. So if you can at least turn on your microphone, I'll be able to let you into the in for the backstage. Anybody who wants to come in the stream, link is in the description, and I'm also pasting it in chat again right now. I believe SFT is going to be joining us here in a little bit. But everybody, come on in, share your thoughts. Yeah, Nick, I agree with you, man. I mean, literally, like in the first paragraph of his opening was, I'm not a biologist. I don't know why we're having this conversation. I mean, it's like, okay, well, then why did you join the debate if one of the fundamental components of creation has to do with biology? And yeah, further on.
Because Ron Garret, he's a little bit more willing to address the actual biology than, I mean, do you remember the name of the gentleman that SFT debated a couple weeks back on Modern Day Debate? And he made it all about politics, even though the topic was evolution.
Let's see, who did SFT debate? This was
a new guy.
It was on MDD.
Yeah, it's a new guy. He's a black guy.
Oh yeah. That was, he went by Gary, maybe. I'm trying to remember. It was his real name. Like the name he went by was different than his actual name that he originally had on there, I think, as I recall.
Yeah, I think we'll see him in some political debates. I think James was like checking him out before he lets him debate controversial topics.
Yeah,
that was the feeling I got.
Gotcha. I'm trying to remember who that was.
And kind of the point I'm getting at is it sort of represents all the a lot of the evolutionists who they claim they know better, but if we actually talk to them, they don't know. Okay, Derek.
That was the guy's name.
Yeah, so both of these where it becomes like a political discussion because they don't really know the science. You know, that kind of represents a lot of the evolutionist community.
Yeah, I mean, there's the whole aspect of, well, let's hang on. Let me respond to this guy. Hey, man, I know I see your question in the private chat and the backstage. I can't let you in unless you have your microphone on. Like, StreamYard will not let me allow you into the live stream. You have to turn your microphone. Well, I mean, it's you have to. The only way I'm going to even remotely consider any of your arguments is if you have a overarching argument that explains every aspects of physics, geology, astronomy, biology, and chemistry all in one. Like, I'm sorry. I don't think that any of the things in biology claim to be answering all of those questions, so why would mine need to? That's all I'd say about that. But Michael, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, is my internet being crappy like usual?
Right now you are coming through, my friend.
Yay! Once in a lifetime, you know.
By the way, my everybody who's listening, you should go over to Michael's channel. He's got a great video where he went through pretty current biology textbooks on the question of, is the genetic code actually a code? And even though I know Michael and I don't agree on a lot of different points, we do agree on the fact that it is a code, and that it's rather ludicrous that so many of these activists seem to run around in like absolute utter states of denial about this reality. Is that I hope I'm not putting words in your mouth, Michael. Would you agree with the my little brief summation there?
Oh yeah, that pretty well sums up my view. Is, you know, at least we can get to the debate once we get past like what everybody accepts. You know.
Yeah, it is an ongoing. And Daniel, what's going on, man? How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Hanging in there. What did you? I saw you in. You were in rare form in the live chat earlier. What'd you think about the debate and the side chat madness?
Well, the debate, Ron, it's typically just was, you know, evolution is true, like science and stuff. It never provides any evidence ever, so it's boring. Is my microphone doing that?
So there seems to be a lot of evidence in papers that have been published. So you don't think that's evidence at all?
Well, if you present the actual argument, maybe, but just saying there's papers and stuff doesn't really tell us anything, does it?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not a biologist, and this is the first time I've been in here, so I apologize for any kind of confusion on my part.
No one here are biologists. So.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, really, I'm basing it upon what's the best way for us to get to the truth and fact, as we all
It was clear for internet. I expect to be in it safe.
Yeah, well, in my experience, that science is the best methodology for finding what is true and what is not, and it's used in every facet of our lives, from medicine to, computer tech to networking to everything that we do. But this one particular subject, you've said, okay, well, that methodology isn't right in these papers that are produced, and there are literally thousands upon thousands of papers produced that support evolution, that they're wrong in some way or don't have any kind of basis. And I'm wondering why what other methodology do you have for determining why this is true or why this is untrue? So my question would be, if the scientific method and the papers that are produced through the scientific method aren't what you're using to find out what is true and what is not, then what methodology are you using?
You would have to present the actual paper and the actual what's being said for me to even try to argue.
Well, that's where, I was going to disagree from the start. It's actually a group of methodologies that have different levels of levels of assurance. So to even answer that, you'd have to know exactly what methodology, according to what paper, and the confidence of that. before you
Yeah,
could
sure.
even answer such a question.
No, I agree with that. But I mean, would you agree that the scientific methodologies in general are the best way to determine something that's factual?
Mark, one of the
Yeah.
obvious assumptions that you're making, along with Ron Garret, and to be honest, a very large percentage of the atheists / evolutionary activists which engage in these types of conversations, you seem to be operating from the assumption that we are dismissing the scientific method, and that is categorically false. What is being questioned is whether or not the assumptions which in this context evolutionary theory is founded upon are actually qualify as to the high credit the criterion of high evidence standards, and are not just very broad assumptions. So in the context of a lot of things that are questioned in papers, it is things like cool, what we're referencing is, okay, here is what they discovered. And then in the paper, the only thing that has any reference to evolution is in the conclusion of, oh, well, this must have evolved.
Well,
but the
conclusion is important.
Hang on. The first 10 pages of the paper is all about the actual function and the capacity, right? And then if your conclusion is it must have evolved, you have zero.
Do you mean the abstract?
No, I'm talking about in the conclusions. No, I mean sometimes.
The first 10 in the lines in the conclusion. Okay.
No, I said the first 10 pages of the paper are all about what was discovered and like the functions, and here's what it does, and here's this new capacity we've discovered, et cetera, et cetera. And then the only time that evolution might be mentioned is in the conclusion, and it's, oh well, this must have evolved over millions of years, XYZ. There's zero observation of that. It is based on assumption. And that's the point that's being made, is at least from my perspective, oftentimes when you're reading about this new component, right, that they've discovered, it's like, wait a minute, you're arguing that this somehow just evolved, when you actually look at the underlying variables that would have to have occurred without error in order for X to be reached. But then when we look at what happens when errors do occur in the in-between stages, or theoretical in-between stages, what has to be avoided to avoid fatality, it doesn't seem logical to just assume that, hey, this must have evolved. It's entirely different dynamic. It's not that, hey, this function doesn't exist. It's the argument of how did it come to be is the point.
Okay, so first off, the high evidence standard. Usually papers do have a very high evidence standard. You would agree. They're peer reviewed. There's a process there for determining the evidence.
Well,
now
hang on.
Hold on. You've said a few points here, and I've got to address them, or else you're just going to pass them by. No.
Do you want to talk, or I'm going to address one of your points, and I'm going to let you talk?
But you've made
and then I need to talk to the dude.
Okay, so the one qualification we're going to make in terms of the point you're trying to reference here of like, oh, they're peer reviewed. There are many papers that have been written relatively recently, and opinions and reviews done by editors of different journals about how the peer review process is starting to collapse and has been becoming subject to question over the last 20 years. So now go ahead. So I'm not going to let anybody come in here and operate from the assumption just because something is published in a journal, therefore it has been highly peer reviewed, because the peers are admitting that that's not happening. Now go ahead.
Always had flaws. There's always, like for instance, the Andrew Wakefield paper that made it through on autism. That was a flawed paper, and it made it through the peer. Like, we've always known that the peer review process has flaws, but the most important part of a paper is not the conclusion. It's not. The most important part is the methodology, how you actually did the experimentation and observation to come up with the conclusion is the most important part of a scientific paper. And that's why I've sort of said, well, if your methodology is not the scientific methods in this circumstance, what is the methodology?
Hello?
Because we don't. Hello? We don't seem to have one. Now,
Okay, Mark,
sort
did
of
you
said
listen to
errors.
Mark? Did you listen to a word that came out of my mouth?
Yeah,
Hello.
Yeah, sure.
people
Did
I
you
think
work-
agreed with you.
Did you listen to a word that I said?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, then why are you even bringing up the importance of the methodologies and the observations and stuff when I literally stated that that was exactly what I view and as the valuable portion of these papers? The only what I was calling into question was when you read many of these papers, throughout that whole the entire paper, other than at the very end, there will be zero reference to evolution. And then, however, when folks like myself actually reference what was derived from the methodology and the observations throughout their research,
Yeah, 'cause the end is the
atheists and
conclusion.
evolutionists say, "Oh, well, they said it must have evolved in the
Hey,
conclusion. Therefore, your interpretation of what they discovered or what they're referencing does not apply."
No, because papers are they're in a certain way they are formulaic. They basically have. I mean, you've said in the conclusion they said it's yeah. That's where the conclusion goes. The methodology isn't going to have the conclusion in it. It's going to have the methodology, which is the
Right.
process
Dude,
that you've used to
Dude,
find
are you
these
actually
things. I don't.
listening to a word that I'm saying?
Yeah, how about
Oh,
we
yeah.
give an example?
Okay, then what
He
the
did
hell
the
are you
same
bringing
thing in
this
the
up? Why
chat,
do you keep repeating yourself? I've literally stated twice now.
You said that
That's
they
the-
only mention evolution in the last section of the paper,
Yeah.
which is the conclusion. Why would they be mentioning the conclusion in the methodology or the abstract? I mean, they might mention the abstract because the abstract is a breakdown
in terms
of
of what
all
they've
of
been
the paper.
in terms of what they're observing, is any evolution happening, or is the conclusion of evolution must have been the cause? Is that nothing but assumption and inference?
Well, they do use inference, as all scientific papers do.
Is it
It is about inference.
When it comes to evolution, is it 100% assumption and inference?
Well, they don't use.
Is it observed?
100%.
Yes or no?
No, they don't. No.
Okay, so it's not observed at all. So it's all 100% inference, correct?
Well, I think you're talking about the theory of evolution versus evolution actually happening, because things change over time. They do change.
No, when we're talking about evolution from the macro level, which is what is being called into question here,
Sure.
it is 100% inference. There is zero observation. So,
speciation occurs. We've observed speciation.
Okay. So, Mark, again, in the context of the interpretation and the arguments that are made, people like myself, when I'm making arguments about, okay, cool, so they have discovered X, Y, and Z, and which is in direct contradiction to the evolutionary model, i.e., in the context of
I'm sorry, what's your methodology?
Okay, so anyway, in the context of if you are looking at a new function discovery, such as dynamic rewriting of ALUs in the brain that had been up until relatively recently, i.e. the last decade, especially the last 7-8 years, were viewed as complete and utter evidence of evolutionary process. It's junk, has zero function. Now they're realizing that, holy crap, this is seriously important for cognitive function, both storage, rewriting of information. It happens on the fly. And what we thought was just completely random repeats of junk code actually has dramatic utilization. So my point is,
sure, it's a hypothetical. Sure.
No, this is not hypothetical. This is literal.
Okay, sure.
So my point is that even today, we have the evolutionary biology community, which a decade ago was arguing that this was non-functional and evidence, hardcore evidence in favor of modern synthesis, right? They're now having to do a complete 180 as they're realizing that these ALUs are actually required for cognitive function.
How does that in any way have any impact on evolution?
Okay, if you don't comprehend that, then I'm not really sure what you've been studying.
Like I said when I got in here, I'm not a biologist, and I've told nobody's a biologist. Are you a biologist?
I read a hell of a lot about it.
Okay, well,
and I
you're
literally
still
read the
not a
papers.
biologist.
So what? I read the papers that literally state this.
Okay.
Like, I'm
So-
not sure. I mean,
Those
like,
papers?
you said
So my point is,
Can you give one of these? I presume it's a peer-reviewed paper.
it is a peer-reviewed paper. Baby.
Okay, can you give it to me? And I presume that it will basically say that evolution is not true. It refutes it.
That's what Ron did the whole time.
So the point is, and we're talking about the point is, we're talking from a macro level, is that in the context of the arguments for and against evolution, is that when somebody such as myself, SFT, and others, we go and read these exact same papers, and it's like, well, that's fascinating. This function is obviously essential. It's now admitted to be essential. Not that long ago, it was considered to be completely non-functional and evidence in favor of evolution. Now it's in a literal 180.
So you've made a different conclusion.
Correct. And that's my entire point in relation to who cares what the interpretation of certain individuals was when I can make an interpretation of it based on my conclusion. You can make an interpretation based on your conclusion. That's the entire point. I mean, how often do people completely
I wouldn't make an interpretation based upon what I believe, because that's a terrible methodology.
No,
it's terrible.
No.
Because if I want to believe that, say, for instance, there was a
hang on.
ephemeral fairy that's created something.
So
if I believed that and then said, okay, well, I read this paper and it supports my belief, I could do that. I could just do that. It's a terrible methodology. Terrible.
Okay, so you don't think that conclusions are made by evolutionary biologists based on their belief in their theory?
Sorry?
You don't think that the conclusions and the interpretations that are being reached, i.e., this must have evolved, are directly dependent upon the worldview of the evolutionary biologists?
I think that it then goes to peer review, and experts who have, spent most of their lives, if not all of their lives,
inside of that worldview,
the methodology most of all,
inside of that
see
worldview,
whether the experiments that's performed and the methodology that they used supports the conclusions that they made. And that peer review process,
did we not already
not just
establish
one person?
So, Mark, did we not already establish that they don't have observation of any of this? That it's purely inference?
It's not inference. They've got DNA evidence. They've got fossil evidence. They've got a whole bunch of evidence.
Dude, you literally stated a little while ago that the evolutionary component of this must have evolved was not observed. It is all inference. All inference. Anyway, okay. This guy's been running his mouth for a while. What's up? Who else wants to connect?
Can I say something real quick? Can I before he leaves? Please, and I promise I'll be brief.
There's really no mechanism for evolution. That's what the problem is. They don't have a mechanism for evolution.
Are you still there, Mark?
So go ahead,
John. Did you mute him, Mark? You mute him, LPP? Did you leave him on
hang on, guys. Everybody's trying to talk to each other. Okay.
Go ahead, George.
Chris, go ahead.
John, Mark made a...
George,
I can't.
It's Chris's turn. Go ahead, Chris.
No, I don't mind the wait. I think what's happening with some is a delay, so I apologize. I think we all I don't mind the wait, but I'm just going to...
Yeah, sorry, I just can't make one person out. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm just going to be real quick. This is Mark, correct?
Sure. Yeah, that's correct.
Oh,
yep.
Okay, and just to be clear, man, I apologize for calling you more on the chat, but that wasn't my argument. So
no, it's okay. It's just an ad hominem fallacy.
You said no. I wasn't doing ad hom because I had made an argument. You just was at the end of it. You just
it's
ignorant to it.
Like,
okay,
let's be clear about this. When you do like when you attack some person.
Wait a minute. No, that was at the very end of the chat, man. After we have been over it 20 times, I explained something to you. But let's go. Let's just go to there. Let's just forget all that, please. And I apologize.
Yeah,
I just put myself on the wrong foot.
Sure.
Now, in the debate, Ron said mutations are, mutations are not mistakes, and you said you agreed, correct?
That's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so is it or is it not the intention, the goal of transcription to not make mistakes?
natural processes have function. They don't have intention. There's no intent behind
can I ask
it.
you something? Is the goal of transcription to make RNA copy a gene's DNA sequence? Is that true or not? Is the goal of transcription to make RNA's copy of a gene's
I
DNA
really
sequence?
dislike the word goal because it suggests that it's trying to
Well,
achieve
I don't know.
something.
I don't care if you like.
As I was explaining in the chat,
in the
if you said, okay, the intention of the sun is to get beams down to the Earth, there's no intention there. There's no goal there. It's just
I understand. I think where we might have been talking past each other.
Fusion.
Okay, I apologize. I thought there's a little bit of delay. I think where we might have been talking past each other is you're going on the whole theory of evolution. I'm talking about for you to be alive in the morning. Is it not the goal of DNA transcription to make exact copies right?
No, it's the function of it.
It's not. There's no intent. DNA does not. So that
there's no goal. Like for instance, if you look at a mutation that comes up that causes really detrimental stuff, like it absolutely causes cancer or something, right? A mutation that causes something incredibly detrimental. It's not its goal to do anything. It just is a product, a natural process, or it's not its. There's no goal there. It's just that if that mutation happens, that particular organism will die and not reproduce, and therefore that mutation
originally that was not when the process of transcription. That is not the intended function of it. Using your word.
Yeah, I don't really like intended. I mean, I suppose you could say intended, like that's the function.
Can I just
I mean, I like function because natural processes have functions. You know, like it's your function of your liver to, cleanse your blood and things like that.
I know what you're saying, but even if you've got if it's a beneficial mutation and it happens to work, that wasn't the intention. Or that wasn't the. I mean, I have to use the word intention. What other word do you want to use? The function.
Well, no, it's not the intention. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. If there is a beneficial mutation, like just say hypothetically, there's a beneficial mutation which allows you to, like keeping with the kidney thing, allows you to process your blood a lot better. It's not the intention of evolution to create that situation. It's just it just happens. Mutation just happens.
Yeah, but that's when we're having a problem.
You do a lot better than everybody else around you, and that's passed on.
Yeah, you're taking when he said DNA, when you have an error, in the copy or in the transcription, that is an error, is it not? Or you don't like that word error?
Yeah, I mean it's okay, I guess. Error.
Okay. Error is a synonym for mistake, right? If you look it up in the dictionary. Correct?
Yeah, but I mean it's not. It's an error, as in it hasn't the function hasn't copied it exactly. But mutations are not errors, and it's they're not supposed to happen. That the process is that they do happen, and that's what causes.
The problem is they're not. If you being alive right now, I mean, I know it happens, but you being alive to right now depends on yesterday. That your cells, trillions of times, copied themselves correctly.
Yeah, but I mean, mine didn't. I've got a prenatal condition that it's a mutation. It just is. That's what it is.
Yeah, but
and it hasn't affected me in such a detrimental way that I'm dead right now. But it still is a thing.
My whole objection was the fact that the reason we got back and forth. That's why I said I think we might be talking past each other. We may be in agreement, but was when he said mutations aren't mistakes, and you're saying that they're not mistakes because there is no intention to evolution. It just does.
And the same with the word
but
goal.
They are technically,
okay, guys, hang on. We're not going to operate from the perspective that there is no correct sequence. That if that's the case, then why in the hell is there error correction proteins?
Yes.
And
I'm going down that route, but I'm trying to get.
Okay, you guys have been talking for quite a while now. Let's folks get in here. Immutable.
I'm done.
I did kind of want to ask a question because this conversation is going really well.
Although I think that kind of like the point that needs to be conveyed, like for people that might not be as familiar with this topic, is you're saying it's an error, which I could agree with, but it's an error with respect to what precisely?
Who are you talking?
Is that for me?
It has less integrity of information than what was preceding it. I mean, clearly there's a breakdown in the integrity of the original form of the information.
Well, sure. I mean, the thing is that I've heard him say like error, and I don't disagree with him. I'm just wondering what particular, like, do you mean error with respect to like the daughter strand, like, or the other strand like that hasn't been replicated yet, or what exactly? Like an error assumes like that there's an idealized form that could be copied perfectly. Right. Like what deviation is being performed? Like what thing are you claiming? What type of deviation are you saying has occurred?
Well, in I believe in the creationist model and the creationist paradigm, the idea is that there was basically a highest integrity of code structure at the very beginning of the organism's creation or manifestation. Since then has been a basically genetic entropy, a downgrading. The errors and transcriptions over time are constantly being a lesser form of the original integrity of the information.
Okay, but would you say that the integrity or the fidelity of the DNA that's being talked about is dependent upon the environment?
Be more specific. Like, try to elaborate that a little bit.
So, for instance, there might be DNA regions that aren't expressed because the environment for which their proteins serve function doesn't occur. Like, you could live in a tropical climate, and proteins that are responsible for modulating heat temperature might not need to be able to function because of the fact that there's plenty of heat. And so you don't modulate carefully.
Are you saying there's an organism that doesn't regulate heat temperature? What are you saying?
No, I'm saying that is it not possible that certain genes which are responsible for heat regulation, like if that environment changes, would no longer need to be as active as they were for an organism that lives in cold environments?
No, necessarily, maybe might not need to. Would that necessarily follow? I don't know. I mean, it could. Well, yeah, I believe that environmental changes can instigate, organism changes, because that's part of the whole model of adaptation. I don't think we really refute that.
Well, sure, but so I'm wondering in that case, like, what exactly do you mean, like, by a perfect genome?
Well, I mean, the integrity of the genome information at its very beginning was at its highest, its most pristine form. It hadn't had any transcription or copying errors done on it yet, because it was created in its most, highest peak form.
All possible functions exist in the genome from the beginning.
Right.
Well, sure. I don't know what that means, though. I mean, there's like examples.
Well, it means like this. Like when you're copying DNA and you have a mutation. Well, what's happening when you have a section of DNA that's been copied, like extra, or added in? It's not like it's created like a brand new, a brand new section of code, more so than it's maybe even copied. It's been an error. It's an error in transcription. It's an error in copying. It's basically just taken information that's already there and done an error with it, copied it, part of it or all of it. And that's what we're talking about when we say error. It's a breakdown of the original integrity of the information. Whether that ends up being beneficial or negative has to do with whether or not that error fits in the language of the organism.
Well, do you have any evidence of this perfect genome?
Well, okay, but something that's being, I think something that might be like not being factored in is the fact that whether or not genes accumulate mutations or non-coding regions accumulate mutations.
Well, they do, don't they?
Well, they do. But at least the way I'm seeing it, it's only relevant in the context of how it pertains to the fidelity of an organism. So if you have genes that never activate in an organism because those proteins just have no function to the environment, and they're accumulating mutations, the organism isn't suffering at all.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Okay, so
if we get mutations in the here's the problem with your statement there, Immutable, is if we get mutations in the non-coding sections, which we're only now starting to actually learn about, is that you get a whole bunch of very bad genetic disorders from cancer to autism. So we haven't been looking at a lot of the various, mutations that could have been tallying up because we haven't really looked into non-coding regions so much. So I don't know. I feel like you're just kind of basing your argumentation and evidence based upon that, 2% of the coding region?
Well, okay, I would ask, in what cases are, like the actual statistics of it, when non-coding regions of DNA are modified, be it methylation or whatever modification is made to them, how often does that convey a negative phenotypic effect to the organism?
Well, I don't think all that.
Well, I mean, an easy answer to that question is we don't know yet, but we're discovering things on a borderline daily basis of different negative outcomes in medical research. And Immutable, you know this, so you're asking a really dumb question because you know.
No, I'm asking.
You know that these discoveries are accelerating, and you're trying to catch Smokey out on, well, what's the point of all this? And moreover, your entire point about, these genes aren't activated in this scenario and such. I mean, literally, I think it was the end of last month, the paper came out showing that, holy crap, it turns out different portions of the genome actually activate based on your age. Not just in embryo development, but also like as you get older, like there's different stages that activate. We just didn't know this because we didn't have the technology to be able to actually look at things in real time versus in vitro. So
I wouldn't deny that.
So my point is, what is the point of the argument you're making if you're agreeing with everything I'm saying? Why are you even trying to act like the relevance of the point Smokey was making isn't relevant?
Yeah, that was my question. What's the point?
So I'm not saying his point isn't relevant. I'm not sure. My point is that, yes, there are examples where modifications to non-coding regions do convey a deleterious phenotype. However, it's one thing.
So if that's the case, then would you say that portion? Hang on. I'm going to clarify something. If that is the case, and we are knowing that beyond doubt, and we're learning more and more of that beyond doubt, would that not directly indicate that gigantic portions of the genome, other than just the coding regions, are vital to both to phenotype?
Not necessarily, and I can justify that statement.
Okay, go for it.
So the reason I say not necessarily is that, for instance, hypothetically, if all the mutations that are conveyed to have a deleterious effect, say, occur on chromosome number 5, okay, then it might be that these epigenetic modifications to just chromosome 5 happen to be deleterious for whatever reason. Be that how heterochromatin is changed and the expression of proteins is allowed in those cell types. But the point of all this is to say that, okay, why is it justified to make this statement that that mutations in non-coding regions seem to convey a universally deleterious effect, when in fact the data that we have doesn't seem to, like the data that we have doesn't seem to really give that as a conclusion that we could reach yet.
Wait, do we have data of positive non-coding region mutations? Because we do have data on negative non-coding mutations. So do we have any data on positive ones?
I would need to look into that. That's a great question.
No, we don't.
Evolution depends on it. Evolution depends on it. You just don't have the mechanism.
Hey, let's let George jump in. He's been waiting for a while.
Yeah, thanks, John. I was having a lively chat with Mark during the debate, and he cited Darwin's finches and Brazilians born with 6 fingers as evidence for evolution. And he said that the Brazilians with 6 fingers. Sorry, I'm just walking. That's why I'm breathing a bit hard.
No worries.
They make good basketball players. Well, if the entire population on Earth had 6 fingers, what we have is a lot of people that are good to play in basketball. So I don't know why he would use that as evidence when Darwin's finches. I mean, that's like 18th century stuff, and no one really goes there anyway. So, I mean, I can touch on papers as well. I'm not sure if Mark is always.
that evidence just doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's not like that evidence is just out there and that's all we've got. We've also got DNA evidence backing it up and other forms of evidence like fossil record backing it up. It's not like that's just, in a vacuum with nothing else supporting it.
Well, Mark, I can show you quotes from experienced paleontologists. These guys were head of natural museums, and they clearly and they've written this in books and stuff, so you can quote them. They themselves have said that they're additional fossils. So if you want to disregard what the experts are saying, then that's fine. But all you're doing is equivocating. You're just equivocating.
Equivocating what?
You're equivocating that 6 fingers on a equivocating that 6 fingers on a human is somehow going to get him to a higher being of some sort.
Well, that isn't what I claimed. You asked for an example of a mutation that's beneficial, and I said, hey, these people have 6 fingers and it makes them good at basketball. It's beneficial to them. I don't know what it... Then you said, but how does that... No, hang on. Let me finish, George. Let me finish. Then you asked how it changes them from... George, let me finish. Then you asked how it changes them from a human. And I said, look, it's shifting the goalpost. All you really wanted was a beneficial mutation, and that was it. That was the first thing that sprung to my mind.
Well, my point was, your beneficial mutations have to get you from an amoeba to a biologist. That was my point about beneficial mutations. And there is no mechanism that anyone can point to towards anatomical changes that will change an amoeba to a biologist. You can give me a lot of imaginary stuff, but you can't give me any observable evidence on any of that.
Well, we can observe speciation. They did in the fruit fly experiments that was still fruit flies, but they couldn't breed among themselves anymore. So when you sort of have mutations that arise, and it's not like, because I think the problem here is you're looking for one mutation that's going to change an amoeba into a biologist, and it just doesn't work like that, George. It has to pile up.
Yeah, okay. You've cited the fruit fly. What do you know about the fruit fly? I mean, they've had legs growing in its head. They've had 4 wings where they usually had 2, and they can't fly. So how can you use the fruit fly as an example of beneficial mutations?
Oh, I'm not. I'm saying that's an example
and
of
still
speciation.
Fruit flies, by the way.
I didn't say that was an example of beneficial mutations. I said it was an example of speciation. 2 groups that only bred among themselves, eventually they couldn't breed among themselves.
Information didn't
change. Mark, no creationist has ever denied that speciation has occurred. What we deny is the macro level. And I think John and Smoking touched on that. That's what we deny, the macro level, because there is no observational evidence, apart from your imagination equivocation, to say that a fruit fly will somehow evolve into something different.
Can I give an
There's
example?
DNA evidence as well. And fossil evidence as well. So there are a few different things that have backed that up.
Can I give
the DNA evidence alone?
You didn't hear me. There are expert paleontologists that have categorically said there is no evidence for
and I said I'd love to read it, because paleontologists, and evolutionary biologists generally tend to disagree with what you've said.
Can I?
Well, okay. Go ahead, Smokey.
I just wanted to give an example real quick, because I think it's kind of a pretty good streamline of how some of the assumptions inside the naturalistic macroevolutionary paradigm really kind of fail. Is that and I've used this before even in one of my debates, which was the ratites, which are the flightless birds. Mark, and I don't know if you know anything about them, but all the flightless birds, they all look the same. They have the same type of structure. They have the same non-aerodynamic feathers. They have the same, basic physiological and morphological structures. And for the longest time, we always believed that they came from a single hereditary, that they all came from a single common ancestor, because that's
I'm sorry, I might have to disagree with you on that. I think penguins are way different than,
Oh
an
no,
emu,
not
for instance.
penguins. Sorry, no. This is more the family of like the elephant birds, the emus, the ostriches. Those.
Okay,
types.
all right, yeah,
Not
sure.
the penguins. Yeah, the penguins are different. No, this is the rat type family, specifically this family. So, so there's all these different types of species. They're flightless birds, and so inside the evolutionary paradigm, originally the assumption through morphology was that these all had a common ancestor. This was the assumption, the prediction inside the evolutionary paradigm. Once we tested their genomes, we found out they actually supposedly evolved, quote unquote, evolved from 3 different hereditaries, so from 3 different lines that are not interconnected to each other, which means they developed these very, very similar, almost identical, morphological features with absolutely no phylogenetic connection to each other whatsoever. So one of the problems that we have an issue with in the evolutionary community is that when we dig up all these fossils and we see that they have similar morphological features, and then they say, well, they're related by common ancestry, we find that one massive assumption, because we have all these instances of what we call evolutionary convergence, which is where you have these very, very similar features occurring in groups with absolutely no actual hereditary connection to each other whatsoever, yet they have similar features. So when the evolutionists dig up all these fossils and say, well, this looks like this, therefore they must be related, we see that as one massive, gigantic, nonsensical conjecture. So that's one of the things we have an issue with.
But you agree that genetically they are very different.
Oh yeah, genetically, but we can't test the genetics of fossils. So we only judge it based upon morphology, which means it's just filling the gaps with assumptions, and we don't like that. That's not science. That's assumption.
I think that similar pressures may create similar morphology. If there's a advantage to being long-legged, for instance, on the African savanna and on the deserts of Australia, you may get the same morphology occur because it is advantageous for that creature.
Well, but evolutionary paradigms are extremely utilitarian. There's no reason to recycle the same design components. No reason whatsoever.
And you made a giant assumption there, Mark. You said may. That's the thing. Sure. May is an assumption.
And by the way, Mark, it kind of sidesteps the whole point of this, which is that the whole point, the argument is, and from this, and this is what needs to be refuted or addressed, is the fact that the evolutionary paradigm, particularly phylogeny, is chock full of assumptions, because there's no way to actually fill in the gaps with the knowledge of the genetic code of these animals to know if they actually have common ancestry. So if you're assuming they do, you're begging the question naturalistic mechanisms that you can't possibly prove. And that's one of the things we have an issue with, because that's not
raises the question of why are their DNA so similar? Why do we have 99-point-something% of DNA with chimpanzees? And apart from evolution, which has been tested again and again and again, there's been no model that's been put forward with any kind of explanatory power that shows why they are so similar.
I don't think
I can't let him slap and run on the chimp human similarity in DNA.
I yield to SFT.
Okay.
Well, no,
so you disagree with the chimp human similarity in DNA. You disagree with that completely.
Well, I don't disagree, because even the authors of the original chimp human DNA similarity paper, they point out that instead of dealing with some, and I mentioned this to Dr. Garret in tonight's debate, but instead of dealing with some difficult questions regarding major portions of both chimp and human genomes, the researchers, what they did, and you can see this in the supplemental material too, they excluded all the large mismatch sections, which is actually over 1 billion letters. Oops. And so if you do a letter by letter comparison on the remaining, 2 billion letters, that did reveal 98% similarity like you're talking about. Oh. Therefore, well, I'm not done yet. Therefore, we share 98 to 99% of our genetics with chimps, only if you ignore 18% and 25% of ours.
Wow.
So I kind of want to steelman your position here, but do you think that phylogeny can always be inferred by whole genome, nucleotide by nucleotide similarity?
So ask that again.
Do you think that phylogeny should always be inferred by whole genome, nucleotide to nucletide similarity?
Well, it's kind of ironic you're asking that question, given the fact that that's what evolution does, like evolutionary biologists do. So
not in the case of phylogenies always.
Are you serious? in the context of how they're analyzing sequence similarities to determine heredity, you're telling me that that is not based on differences in nucleotides?
It's not
like for example,
typically.
Like for example, with the chimp and humans, what they're doing is they're comparing roughly 2.2 billion letters. They acknowledge this of our actual total letters. And then the total amount of letters in the human and chimp genomes, as you know, is 3 billion. We get 3 billion from our mothers, 3 billion from our fathers. So they're looking at, in these genomic comparisons, what they're looking at, the particular type of DNA change they're looking at is single nucleotide polymorphism. And the fact is, and they admit this, there are entire chunks of DNA that are not found in either species. I talked about today in my opening that even the homology, even the shared sequences, they're expressed totally different between humans and chimps, which is exactly what we expect. So, okay, so to break it down, if you include the single letter differences, the chunk differences, the big chunks that are missing in either case with the chimp and the human, you only get like 88, maybe 89% similarity. So yeah, what Mark there was saying, in that 88 or 89% similarity, you can find roughly 95 to 98% identity. But that's if you ignore.
Right. So the question I wanted to hit at, and it doesn't seem that it was conveyed properly, was if there is a reason that people can doing these phylogenetic analyses of genomes between chimps and humans are not including certain regions of the DNA. Number one, what is their justification? Because there are certain genome that are known to be.
I know what their justification. It's because they'll say, since the human and chimp split, say 6 million years ago, maybe 10 million years ago, depending on who you ask, obviously there's going to be independent changes. Therefore, there could be gene duplications. So where they find what appears to be a gene duplication, then they're just going to ignore that. So that's their justification.
Well, not just that. I was thinking more in the case of like short tandem repeats, where if you measure, if I'm recalling right, if you measure like the variance between like individuals, the variability between like one person to another is extremely high, actually, in the structure of those short tandem repeats.
Well, if we were to do the same type of comparison that you do with chimps and humans, every single human is 99.9% similar. That's including everything, you know. But if you, with the chimp and the humans, then if you want to just ignore so much of the data, then my whole point is you can just get you can get your 98 to 99% identity.
Isn't the chimp like genome so much like larger than ours or something too?
Yeah,
12%.
10% larger as well.
Yeah.
And the Y chromosome is very different from ours.
Let's talk about the differences as well.
The big one that I brought up against Dr. Are you familiar with that one, Immutable Destiny, the Y chromosome being less than 70% similar between?
I would need to see the source for it, but it sounds familiar.
Well, and genetically, isn't it true that like genetically we're closer to like gorillas than we are chimps? Yet morphology, like gorillas are closer to chimps.
That's how you compare it. Yeah.
Well, I want to make the point that when it comes to nested hierarchical patterns, we are a lot more similar to the chimpanzee than we would be to the old world monkeys, to the new world monkeys, to fish. So there still is a nested hierarchical pattern. We still share more in terms of genetics with the chimp than any other form of life. I'm just pointing out the fact that when somebody says, you know, humans and chimps are 98 to 99% similar, I just like to point out that that's only based on the 2.2 billion letters, because they're ignoring a lot because they're assuming that there's been changes since the split. So if evolution is true, well, yeah, there would be some changes. So, but the point in question is human evolution. So we acknowledge those differences because we have the starting point that humans and chimps aren't related. Therefore, we can look at various lines of evidence like the Y chromosome. I can screen share it too, because the evolutionists themselves in this paper, they were very surprised.
If they're not related, then why are they so similar at all? And why is it that the closer you get to someone being your relative to, you know, being related to you, have a more and more similar gene sequence? Why is that, apart from this model that we've got in science? What is the model that explains that?
Mark, are you aware that they say that dogs and humans share 95% similarity? Are you going to tell me that because of that DNA similarity, we're a bit like dogs?
I don't think that's
the
what's being made, although that's what you got away from it. That's fine.
Well, let me. I
I
just want to point out. I want to point out a question that the fact is that humans and chimps, like other mammals, have similar cell physiologies. We have plenty of morphological similarities. Therefore, logically, whether creation or evolution is true, we're going to have a large number of genes that share high levels of similarity in their DNA sequence. That's why we have to look to what I call differentiating lines of evidence. That's why the Y chromosome and the mitochondrial DNA, those are what are called non-recombining DNA. Therefore, they should be the most stable. So when they sequenced the chimpanzee Y chromosome, they were shocked. They admitted that this is what we would expect between humans and chickens. Yet this is what we've seen in humans and chimpanzees. So the Y chromosome, if it's 99.9% similar in every single human being on the planet, can you guys answer why is the chimpanzee, who is supposedly our closest cousin, why is it less than 70%?
Well, it's because that humans are all much closely related than a chimpanzee. Just because it's the closest related in the animal kingdom to humans doesn't mean it should be equivalent to the relationship that humans have towards one another. It's like asking why you'd be more genetically similar to your twin or your brother or sister than you are to some person over the other side of the world.
Well, no, my point is the Y chromosome being the most stable, the Y chromosome should be the most similar to humans with the chimpanzee. Chimpanzee and human should share the most with the Y chromosome. Therefore, when they sequenced it, and I'm screen sharing, I'm not sure who has to approve of it. This is the paper. Chimpanzee and human Y chromosomes are remarkably divergent in structure. I'll send you. Oh, like the actual. Yeah, I can send you the paper.
Yeah. Just send me the DOI. I can look it up. That's not a problem.
Because even here's a section from it. More than 30% of the chimp Y chromosome lacks a alignable counterpart on the human Y chromosome, and vice versa. And this is a secular paper, and vice versa. Whereas this is true for less than 2% of the remainder of the genome. So the point is, the bigger question would be then, how can you account for such large differences if humans and chimps only separated from their common ancestor, let's say 6 million years ago? Because if the Y chromosome is so stable, is the point.
Yeah, I don't know that. I'd have to look at the paper to find out.
I'll send it to you. It's definitely an interesting question that I brought up to Ron.
And as I said when I came in here, I think Immutable knows way more about biology than I do. I'm not a biologist, so I might not be the best person to answer that question at all.
Well, even Immutable can answer it if he wants. There's the paper, Immutable, if you want to copy it down and read it later.
The DOI, so I didn't really, unfortunately, I didn't really have a chance to.
That's okay. We can reconvene, no problem. You guys go ahead. I don't want to dominate.
I'd love to read it. Hang on, guys. So Andrew has been on for a long time and hasn't said anything. Andrew, you have anything you want to say, man?
Just quite interesting. It's eye-opening, most of this, which is why I'm generally trying to stay silent. But I thought I'd point out that he tried to say from Deuteronomy, and I can't recall the scriptures, but in one breath he tried to say that it was basically, we see the scientific episode, and I believe Deuteronomy this says it is. And then in the next couple of breaths down the line, he said, actually, no, it doesn't. And he had another scripture to prove that one. So I just thought that was an interesting point. And I don't know if that can turn into a question, but it's just an observation.
So are you talking about the debate between SFT and Dr. Ron? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he did.
So basically, he said Deuteronomy, and he quoted it, and then he quoted the other scriptures. So I can't remember which quoted. I only call it Deuteronomy.
Yeah, he bounced back and forth on.
By the way, scanning. Is the paper you're referencing from 2010? Let's see. From 2010, Hughes, Skaletsky, et al. I believe.
Yes. Yep. Okay. 2010.
I'll look into that. Immediately, I'd kind of wonder, because I'm skimming through part of the paper, and honestly, Christopher knows more about this shit than I do. I'd be interested in seeing with this paper, because they mentioned certain genes that are used as a kind of as a baseline for what they're doing in terms of analysis. I'd kind of be curious to see like out of what basis they chose these genes and things like that, and also see if there's any other consequence studies that have been followed up and tried to see if they get the same type of the same kind of numbers in terms of like similarity.
Right. No, I think that's a good idea. I think the biggest point too when you're reading it is just to, and I know you understand the fact that the human Y chromosome, like the nuclear DNA, we inherit 2 copies, of course. That's biparentally inherited DNA. The Y chromosome, right? But the Y chromosome is uniparentally inherited DNA. We get it from our father, so it should be more stable. It doesn't undergo any recombination, and if I've heard explanations that because the Y chromosome mutates faster, one of the lineages might have mutated to the point where there is such extreme dissimilarity. But if that occurred in the human line, then we should see some divergent Y chromosomes in some subpopulations within humans. But it just turns out that no matter what group of humans you look at around the world, we all have extremely low variation in our Y chromosome. The uniparentally inherited DNA should be the most stable, would be the point. But yet it's so dissimilar between chimpanzee and human Y chromosomes. In that paper, you'll see them say that they were surprised by this, and this is what they expected between humans and chickens, but yet this is what we found in humans and chimps. But when you read the paper, you'll see that in there.
Yeah, I guess to look into it. I mean, I can imagine that Y chromosome is probably susceptible to like larger mutations that can occur, such as like indels or things like that, which might explain like some of the discrepancies there.
Yeah, it definitely, through high sequencing genomic tests, they now have discovered that the Y chromosome does mutate faster. That's where Dr. Jensen, I screen shared that paper tonight, where he's looked at the high quality sequences and he's determined that there's only been about 4,500 years worth of mutation accumulation. So there is an argument to be had that, it does mutate quicker, but the amount that it has to actually mutate to account for the 70% dissimilarity between humans and chimps, that's where the problem arises, because then we would expect, like I said, some subpopulations on this planet when it comes to humans to have divergent Y chromosomes, but yet they're all incredibly similar would be the point.
So I'll have to look into the paper, but I would want to also kind of wonder about, are there any particular, like any peculiarities in terms of like how the Y chromosome is influenced by epigenetics particularly? Like if there are mechanisms which prevent or favor like hypermutation in the Y chromosome? And because one of the assumptions that you're going to point out is that evolution can assume linear mutation rates, but that may not necessarily be true. It might well be the case that there are certain epigenetic mechanisms which, when those markers are present on the Y chromosome, prevent it from mutating as quickly as if those markers were not there.
Well, I think the point was made that the Y chromosome among humans hasn't changed very much.
If I was understanding his point correctly, I think it said that it did diverge quite a bit, like that it's more divergent than they thought it was. But I could be misunderstanding.
Well, but among humans, that it's very, very similar.
Yeah, JJ, you're right, brother. Yeah, so the human and chimp, their Y chromosomes are incredibly divergent, less than 70, and plus there's size differences. So when you actually consider all of these factors, it's probably more like 60% dissimilar. But we can just, play it safe and say 70% dissimilar. I'm saying that if the explanation for faster rates of mutation, and by faster rates of mutation, I mean the levels of mutation rate for the Y chromosome to account for the 70% dissimilarity, then we should, like JJ said, we should find divergence within the human species is my point. Yeah, humans and chimps are divergent in Y chromosome, but we should find divergence within humans as well. But yet, no matter what 2 humans you pick out on this planet, you're going to find low levels of variation, and you're going to find that they're all 99.9% similar when it comes to the Y chromosome and just in DNA in general, low genetic diversity.
Yeah, I've compared my Y chromosome with other people, with the African races and the Asian races, and they're really quite similar. They're different numbers of copies of the same information.
Well, thanks for the link. I'll have to look into it, but obviously at this point I'm not able to fully address that point since I'm not well read on it.
Where is CRISPR? I got a couple words for him.
Sidebar before we continue. So immutable.
What's going on?
Literally in the stream tonight, have conversations and say open mic for an after show debate. However, I am going to give you this opportunity to publicly apologize for calling me a fucking Nazi.
That you look like a Nazi?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of curious why you didn't wear a hat, but sure, I'll apologize for that.
So you apologize for what specifically?
That I said you look like a Nazi.
Interesting.
That sounds really sincere, Immutable.
Yeah, really.
You know, if you're going to try and force it, it's not going to go well, but I apologize.
Hang on, Smokey, hang on. So are you suggesting that there's something about my actions that is indicative of me deserving to be compared to a Nazi?
Not at all, Maddox.
Okay, so then would you not think that calling somebody a Nazi is pretty beyond a reasonable move to make?
Yes, and that's why I'm apologizing for it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think that's an add-on too. Got nothing to do with his
That's fine with me either way.
Would you do me a favor too, Immutable? Would you
Sure.
back up the fact that maybe Speed should apologize for some of the really, really off-color stuff he said that probably inspired you to do it? Because here's the thing, I know that you guys kind of follow his lead, and he did that little 6 or 7 minute video talking about, you know, John being a skinhead and stuff like that, and then you kind of just seem to like get on the next stream and follow suit, you know, as you guys tend to do, you know, the three of you. So would you maybe like to point out whether or not you think Speed, you know, was maybe inspiring you, if you thought that was really great flavor on all of your parts, or maybe if you could, if possible, since you've had the fortitude to show up in the room, do you think it was appropriate how you guys went to review? You know, you spent 2 freaking hours reviewing Maddox's opening and skipped over the parts where he showed what a moron, godless, brainless engineer is. Do you think that was appropriate or actually honest in your review of Maddox? What do you think? Would you like to answer for some of that?
But just before you do, I'm going to jump in here. Sorry, Immutable. This sounds like all stuff between you guys.
Hold on, Mark. I'll handle this in a minute. So, yeah, if you want us to do part 2 of that debate, Smokey, sure. I was getting personally very tired, like, listening to that conversation, because I had listened to it before it had occurred. Sure, it's possible that people viewing that video could view that as disingenuous, of stopping after Maddox actually started to try and tear apart Garret's engineer. So sure. As towards your second point, I take accountability for my own actions. Me and Speed have very different senses of humors, and I operate with a very dark sense of humor. I don't take any influence from Speed in terms of my humor and in terms of how I joke with people. So no, I wasn't influenced by him. That was all me.
So you find it humorous to call people Nazis?
No, I have very dark humor, and sometimes it oversteps its bounds.
Do you know, Immutable? I called someone a Nazi. Do you know that?
You did?
Yeah. You know who it was?
Do
you know who it was?
No, not a clue.
It was raging racist Ronnie. You know why I'm called him that?
Not a clue.
Because he was being a racist bigot towards a bunch of people and cultures that he didn't understand. So I had a real substantive reason, because he was acting like a freaking Nazi. So what do you think's really being accomplished when you just throw out things because you think you're being cute? By the way, I'm not trying to really throw it at you, but here's the problem, Immutable. This is like the theme of that dumpster fire stooge show you participate over there on Speed of Meth Pudding's channel. And frankly, you guys can do whatever you want. Frankly, it's ultimately irrelevant to me in the long run. We get to point and make fun of your sheer disgusting desperation to basically skip over clips that have the things that you guys tend to not have answers for. And we look at it and we point at it, we make fun of it, and we say, okay, if this is what modern atheism is, we have nothing to worry about. So I would just like to maybe implore upon you for a sense of personal actualization of character, realizing if you really want to swim in the same cesspool as the rest of these intellectual degenerates, or if you'd like to actually show some semblance of independent character, just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I don't think my statement about John being a Nazi was an intellectual statement.
Appreciate it. That's all I had to say. I yield.
Well, now that we've got that,
You got that squared away, or
well, I mean, I'll let it go for now.
okay. I mean, I don't know what exactly you want. If you want me to leave, I will.
I'm going to let it go. I'm done. I've said everything I needed to say on the matter, so I'm done with it.
Let's
Okay,
address
cool.
the faults of evolution now.
Well, I mean, I think in our community, occasionally we overstep each other's bounds. I mean, some of the things Smokey has said about speed, I find a little bit overreaching. But it doesn't been making equally vigorous and nasty with each other. So the important thing is that we all learn from it.
Hi, Nick. Bye, Nick.
Hello.
How about them Yankees?
Showing that beard off.
Well, he's always doing that stuff. So I mean, CRISPR. You've been talking a lot of trash in chat as usual.
Is he in the chat now?
Yeah, let's bring CRISPR in here.
He's in chat. Somebody will have to drop out if it's for me to let CRISPR in.
He knows some stuff. You know, we could talk to him.
I can drop out.
Who's dropping out? Oh,
I think we can both drop out.
So CRISPR, there is we've got another slot available if somebody wants to come in. Actually, we have 2 slots now. If people want to come in, I'm putting the.
Yeah, I think Daniel left, or Mark. Excuse me, Mark left.
Yeah, Mark left.
Well, I replaced Mark.
That's right. All right, CRISPR. Come on in, bro. Oh, so everybody, just FYI. So tomorrow morning, I am interviewing. We'll be off. Won't be live, but I'll be interviewing Dr. Rob Stadler. We're gonna have about an hour and a half conversation, which I'm gonna premiere probably on Friday. But he and I are gonna be discussing his book, what they didn't teach you in biology class, and in relation to evolution. And it's a pretty fascinating book. Actually, I read it. He did a very detailed analysis of applying the criterion of high evidence to evolutionary theory and the evidence that is used in favor of it, and basically how it falls massively short. It's quite interesting. We're going to be discussing that, and then hopefully we're going to do a follow-up live interview about his book, The Stairway to Life, which is on abiogenesis, which I think everybody find very interesting because, it's interesting. One of the things that we argue about very often is the genetic code, and the irony of ironies is in the abiogenesis structure. That's actually, they have that delineated as step 6 of 12, and the researchers haven't even made it up step 1 yet. So I found that rather interesting in the context of like, wait a minute, so they haven't even made it past step 1 yet, and they want to claim that they can. And I'm talking about the evolutionary activists and atheists that we oftentimes engage in. They want to claim that they're explaining the genetic code and there's explanations for it when they haven't even explained the first step, and the code is step 6. Fascinating. So you guys won't want to miss that stuff.
Cool.
Awesome.
Quick little moment of acknowledgement just to finish it off. And Maddox, maybe consider this as I say it. Maybe let's give Immutable a little semblance of a recognition of character that he actually came in here and did face up to it, answer to it, and that's something that none of his other idiot peers over there in that moron pudding group have done yet. So, I think the fact that he had a semblance of recognition of the fact that, yeah, maybe across the line, Speed's done no such thing. He's had no such development or recognition of character. So let's give Immutable maybe a little bit of a hand and some recognition for that, I think. And maybe let's try to, if we have it against that group, let's leave Immutable out of it until he gives us another reason. Right now, I think he's fessed up to it. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm fine with letting it go for now.
All right.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
And LPP, the 12 steps, that's for abiogenesis, essentially. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Because my understanding is they haven't even begun to do the first step, and they've been trying for 68 years and have made zero progress. Meanwhile, like, we've done all this stuff with rocketry, wireless communication, and microchips and everything, and there has been not even one tiny iota of progress in
But according to
abiogenesis.
Christopher, it's possible. That was his argument with me. It's possible. I can't prove it logically impossible, so therefore he has an argument. And I wish
we know enough about sorry, Daniel. It's just we know enough about chemicals that we know it's not possible. Once the system of life exists, it's possible for a system to perpetuate it, but it's not possible for the system to form. And we know enough about chemicals that we know that.
That's what I told him. I told him,
really?
Life we know is irreducibly complex. It requires multiple parts being in existence at once for it to be alive.
And information is top down.
Immutable. As much as I know enough about gravity to know that I'm not gonna like float away. We know chemicals don't do anything remotely like that. Yep.
I'd be curious to see what articles you're using to make that point.
But hey, so we have the man who was, hang on, folks. So the man who was operating and producing the debate from earlier tonight, the one and only Praise that I am that I am, has entered the arena. Praise, what's up, buddy? How are you doing? And what did you think about the debate
fellas? Tonight? Shalom. Good evening. Good to see y'all. Good discussion tonight. It's been lively. Good stuff.
Praise. What up, Praise? How you doing?
Nice fart noise, Praise.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Okay, so Praise, were those farts on purpose or accidental?
Absolutely on purpose. That's to trigger James. That's to get him. Praise, why are you making noises on my show? I just wanted to see him get triggered, you know.
Praise, I could not believe, brother, that you were doing those on MDD. I'd be talking, and then all of a sudden you do your little noises. And I personally would lose my train of thought. So,
and there was a little fun in there. And there was not one. There was no less than two. There may have been more than, but there was no less than two significant flatulence releases in the middle of the debate. And I'm like, okay, this is interesting. I mean, I would have thought Erica could have held herself together a little bit better. But
yeah, exactly. Some uninformed person is going to be watching that and think it was either the moderator, myself, or Ron that just couldn't hold it back or forgot to mute.
Now, Praise. You do know that today was the 30,000th subscriber. And the debate tonight was the first debate with 30,000 subscribers, and you forever christened it the fart debate. So congratulations! You have forever branded MDB's 30,000 marker as the fart debate.
Could you imagine?
I'm just working my territory, man. I'm working
commemoration.
Could you imagine James wakes up tomorrow and he's back down to 20,000 subscribers? All because of Praise's little early Christmas present, his soundboard that he's loving. I love it.
Okay, so Lori is now triggered because she cannot get over the fact that we're talking about farts.
I had said in chat that Praise getting a soundboard was the worst thing to happen to YouTube since Onision.
Yeah. A lot of people have been saying that. Maybe I should uninstall it.
And we also have been joined by the one and only C Brown. What's up, buddy? How you been, man? Sorry, I wasn't able to let you in earlier when we were trying to get SFT to be able to hop in.
What's up, brother?
Hey,
no, that's all good. I mean, that was definitely understandable.
It's been a while, man. I missed you.
Yeah. Standing's a man right now. I tell you, he's taking them on for real.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, a little bit later where I am, so I'm going to drop out. You guys take care. By the way, happy 30,000 to James. You guys take care. God bless.
Appreciate
it. Good evening, buddy.
For being here.
Okay.
Brother C Brown, good to see you, brother. I love when you're in here. Your input is just the best, man. We love you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
And
I was going to ask, is all atheists?
I just want to tell Immutable that a lipid bubble with junk injected into it is not a protocell. I just wanted Immutable to know that.
FYI.
Okay.
Go ahead, C. Brown.
No, I was. Is there any atheists still in the room right now? Atheist evolutionists, or
Not
they
any
all gone?
longer. They've all left.
Unfortunately, we lost our two. I guess after they couldn't answer the question on Y chromosome, they realized that evolution is a story now. So they're going to have to convert or just keep blindly believing in the pseudoscience.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
we're waiting for CRISPR.
Yeah, CRISPR doesn't have the CO Jones to get in here. So.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna get in here. But I wanted to ask a question, maybe to you guys for real. What is this? I mean, this thing about all these testable predictions that evolution is making? Because I don't really see it. I see it more like all the false predictions they made based on what modern science has revealed. So do
Well,
you
they don't
guys?
exist. Yeah, they don't exist. That's why every single debate, even with good old Dr. Cardinal, and then with Dr. Garret tonight, I bring forth. I'm not the only one, but testable prediction after testable prediction. And by testable prediction, I mean a prediction made today that only future observations can tell us whether it's true or not. For example, Dr. Jensen, he looked at the Khoisan peoples. We don't know their mutation rate. He pointed to them and he said, I predict they will mutate this fast, this many generations. He put it on paper. This can be falsified. But the evolutionists, all they ever have is retrodictions. They're retrofitting the data to their story because they don't want to admit that their story is wrong. Dr. Dan Stern Cardinal was brought in for damage control, and he finally gave us what he said was a prediction. And then Ron, Matt, and myself dissected that so-called paper that was supposedly a prediction. We made a 2-hour video showing that it was not even close to a prediction. Once again, it was a retrodiction. So they don't have any future testable predictions.
Right. I mean, are they claiming the fossil records is a prediction?
Oh, their fossil record predictions are just the worst. They're constantly getting them wrong. Look at their prediction on Tiktaalik. And then all of a sudden, years later, they found tetrapod foot tracks in Poland that predate Tiktaalik by like 40 or 30 or 40 million years or something like that. This is constantly happening. But when you have billions and billions of dead organisms found in the ground, found as fossils, yeah, you'll get a lucky, prediction here and there just by lining bones up. But for the most part, it's nothing but retrodictions, which isn't a testable prediction, and just kind of retrofitting it like they do with the fossil records. So good question.
Right. Yeah, you know what? I agree with you 100%. But I tell you what, Sandy, I think you was way too nice with T Jump because he interrupted the hell out you that last debate. It was making me sick. And
yeah, he's frustrating.
That's all he talked about was testable predictions, and I don't see any predictions they're making. That's all he talked about, and he framed the conversation based on something that he don't even have.
Oh yeah, you know what? You're right, brother. So I had a debate with him almost 2 years ago now. I think that's the one you're referring to, where you're right. It was all about testable predictions.
No. This was just in the last couple of months. You debated T Jump on your own channel.
Yeah, T Jump on my own channel.
Yeah. It was
Plausible Probable did, or John.
Oh, you know what? That must have been an old one. Okay, I saw one recently that aggravated me.
I took on T Jump.
It was John. Never mind. I got him mixed up.
Yeah, I took on SFT I took on T Jump on SFT's channel, and then I did another debate with T Jump on MDD a couple days ago.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the one when Santa for Truth was debating him. All he did was kept interrupting him, kept framing the conversation that if you can't make any testable predictions right now, that means I automatically win. And he wasn't accepting any predictions. He wasn't accepting anything, but yet he didn't make any himself.
He didn't make any himself. Yeah, and I remember that one. It was aggravating. I was giving him testable predictions. What's funny is after that debate, we had a second one on Modern Day Debate more recently. I'm not sure if you watched it. And we titled it, Do Creationists Make Testable Predictions? And in my opening, I gave him 5 or 6 maybe future testable predictions, and the entire debate, his only argument was, well, was the methodology confirmed by atheists? Oh yeah, okay. So we got to go take these predictions that are being made and make sure that the atheists give it the A-OK.
Right.
He's a very frustrating to debate because it's all denialism. He'll say whatever he wants in the debate, no matter how wrong it is, no matter how erroneous it is, just to give the appearance that he has an argument. So you're right. He's very frustrating.
But the other thing is, where is Dan? Where is the garbage man at? Seriously.
Chat tonight.
Yeah, he was in chat tonight for sure.
He was in this chat?
Yeah, I saw him.
Hold on. Just to chat. Because really, honestly, I don't even consider him the blue collar type garbage man. Okay. He's the type of garbage man that pushes around an old rusty ass cart. Basically. He's that type of garbage man. I mean,
he's over on Erica's after show right now. When I was there, he jumped in and he's doing these usual we've all given him every opportunity. He's been in here many times.
But not recently.
I challenged him to a debate just on human origins. He said he would do it if we do his silly little challenge that we.
Oh man, that's just stupid, man. I mean, really, seriously, you can't trust him with that. You can't even give good enough answers. Whatever answers you give, he's gonna always add something different to it. If you start answering correctly, he gonna ask you some questions that are not even important. It's not even important to know these things about evolution because the core basis behind evolution has truly been debunked. I mean, the things that they're trying to do, they're trying to basically get these systems into play. Okay, like the guy was talking about chemical reactions. Do chemical reactions build molecular machineries? Do chemical reactions make decisions based on what exons to include and not to include? I mean, do chemical reactions have anything to do with transitional pausing? Come on now. I mean, it's crazy. Do chemical reactions even can even read a transcript and then send that transcript to another machine? Come on.
Well, he's almost a waste of time because if you look at my last community post, you just click community check. He literally disputed the fact that ERVs are a subclass of retrotransposons. He literally will argue whether or not the sky is blue, let alone getting to the bigger picture. He can't even agree on some of the basics. And I had a private chat with an evolutionary biologist. His YouTube name is Molecular Alchemy. We had a really, really good chat. And he's an evolutionary biologist, and he even agreed. He said, yeah, all the data suggests that ERVs are, of course, a separate class of retrotransposons. And there's one paper that talks about, I showed it in tonight's debate, that talks about how retrotransposons help with brain activity and they're functional in the brain. And Dr. Dan was trying to say that, Dr. Robert Carter and, myself, I got it from Robert Carter, that we were wrong, we were misinterpreting it. This evolutionary biologist had a private chat, admitted that our interpretation is accurate. Of course, he still thinks it's consistent with evolutionary biology. I don't want to put words in his mouth. But he is an evolutionary biologist who's pretty well, he's not as stubborn. He doesn't play the semantics like Dan does. Dan is the king of semantics, and I'm sure, John, you've noticed it.
Dan's just a post hole digger.
I mean, we really got to force his hand. He needs to quit hiding like that for real. You can't talk that big kind of game and then sit up there and run and hide like that. That's crazy. I mean, seriously, he's trying to set us up to where we come into the room, answer all his questions that he can just make up as he go along. That's Smokey did it. That was a good move for Smokey to do that because Smokey hit him with the philosophical side. You know what I'm saying? So that was a good move how he did that. But that's insane to do that. He needs to put up, seriously.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Hey, SFT, we're getting some sort of flag over here from Creation Myths. Wanted to know if you'd be willing to come over to Guts at Gibbons show and I guess answer some thoughts on your opening.
I've got nothing to prove. I think that debate speaks for itself. And I understand Creation Myths probably wants to do damage control, but I've got evolutionary biologists who are disagreeing with what he's saying. Dan literally thinks that hypermutation and inbreeding cannot go hand in hand. The mitochondrial genome, and I asked this to David, is only 16,000 letters long. It's uniparentally inherited. Hypermutation would have the biggest impact on the mitochondrial genome. Inbreeding would reduce levels of heterozygosity in the nuclear genome. Therefore, it is entirely plausible to have inbreeding and hypermutation at the same time. But yet he wants to play semantics, disagree with it. He wants to disagree that ERVs are clearly a subclass of retrotransposons. At that point, it's like, let's wait until Dr. Dan responds to our latest videos, and I'm having more fun here. I don't have anything to prove regarding that debate.
Well, you know what?
Hey, everybody,
real quick.
Hey, folks, everybody. Creation myths and his stuff is irrelevant now. At long last, we have the one and only CRISPR has joined the stream. And SFT, I believe he has a question directly for you, sir.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, now this is the rule for this interaction right now. Literally, no one else except me, Maddox, and SFT say anything. Everyone.
I'm not going to say anything. Smokey's going to mod and let the two of them talk, and we got to keep this short because SFT.
Well, he could ask my question, but I've literally I'm not debating anymore tonight because I've already had a 2-hour debate. And my pizza's ready, and I'm going to eat. So if CRISPR has a question, that's fine. But I'm not sitting here for an extra hour debating. CRISPR, it's good. I got nothing but respect for CRISPR. And I think his question has to do with the mitochondrial DNA comment he left.
Yeah, that was going to be it. Yeah.
We can barely hear you, bro. We can barely hear you.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was going to be the question. I got about
volume.
Well, you're gonna have to give me a second. I've not been doing this.
He said he's basic. I can hear him. He's saying yes. That is the question.
Yeah, no, I can make it out. And CRISPR, it's good to see you. Good to talk to you again.
Sure. I'm just trying to find the mic settings. I've not been doing this.
I will say one thing. Your Y chromosome comments. I did talk to Dr. Jensen about it, and I wonder if I can find the response and see what your thoughts on that one. Raw Matt and I haven't gotten to your latest lengthy comment on mtDNA. If you'd like, we can examine it and do another full video. But I did get some responses regarding the Y chromosome that you made against Jensen. I can talk to you about that one if you want.
Yeah, sure. I mean, mostly though, I've got what I've got is for the mtDNA. So, I've got the mitochondrial stuff that I've really gone through. My comments on the Y chromosome are really not what not the reference that I pulled up here. And just to make the point that what I said in the side chat was that I'm not a big fan of jumping into rooms with lots of people in it without
I don't blame you.
Without a clearly defined topic to go over. And what I said was, well, if I'm given free reign to pick a topic, I'd like to go over this mtDNA stuff with SFT. And because I've gotten burned in the past about, it's like, oh, we'll talk about this. And then I get in there and suddenly we don't want to talk about that anymore. And Smokey asked, well, isn't that kind of prejudiced of you to do that? Well, maybe it is, but I almost feel like I'm right again. So hard to say.
Well, I understand if. Oh, sorry, Smokey. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking. Right about what? What do you write about?
Well, so again, SFT is saying that he wants to talk about the Y chromosome stuff, not the mtDNA. So that's my point.
Okay, you know what, CRISPR, you are right, because anytime I've gone into streams with it where it's just kind of dominated by, say, atheists, you're right. It is better if it's just focused on one topic. It's narrow, not just a million different things. So no, I agree with you on that. So if you have free.
Well, not just that. It's also that if I'm coming in to talk about anything really, right? I want to have my facts at hand, and so
Right.
I said that I wanted to talk about these things that I said because I've got the information pulled up in front of me, right? And so I don't have my Y chromosome stuff pulled up in front
Okay,
of me.
and that's
We can talk
understandable.
I guess we could talk about that if you want, but I just I'm saying right now, again, that's not what I had pulled up when I came into the room. It's not what I came in here to talk about. So it's sort of an odd thing, and this is not necessarily the best way to go about things, I think. But you're right. I'm not saying that won't happen.
I guess we're coming in here to like act like we're trying to do an end run on you. I literally said, "Why don't you come in and ask him?" I didn't state that was what it was going to be about. I didn't know. I'm not telepathic. Didn't know what SFT's response was going to be. What I stated to you was that we would let you come in. I would make sure everybody shut up and let you talk to SFT. So don't. I mean, I'm not really sure why you're coming in trying to act like we're doing an end run, bro.
John, respectfully, there's an internal chat on this, right? Yeah. Like it's right there. I'm looking at it right now, right? And so I guess I assumed that you having access to that and SFT being in the room with you, you might have used that internal chat to say, "Hey, SFT, you want to talk about this thing?"
Well, I don't know if that was addressed.
Okay, so you hang on. So CRISPR, now you're obviously trying to do a dance because I let you in to the chat. I didn't even know to the stream. We had been talking back and forth. I didn't know you were actually going to come in. Then I look over into the backstage and you're here. So I let you in. And now you're going to whine that I hadn't asked SFT yet when you came to the backstage and I let you in and then I announced you and told everybody to shut up and let you talk to him. I'm not really following. Like,
well, if I could just reference the chat,
that makes no sense, bro.
If I could just reference the chat, because Christopher said, and he says, LPP, if we are doing anything, I'd be curious if SFT ever read my response to his response to my response to his video on mtDNA. I'm like, okay, so come on in and ask that. I don't understand what the problem is. Like where's the disconnect?
Okay, I'll answer. Yeah, I've briefly examined it, but I'm still mostly examining, like I said, the Y chromosome one. And luckily, Dr. Jensen did get back to us on it with some lengthy responses. When it comes to the mtDNA portion of it, just because Matt and I just got finished examining the previous comments where we did the next video, and then I was preparing for Dr. Garret all week. So I haven't gone into detail on the comment in order to probably give you a satisfactory answer to it. But I respect you. So if you want, you can say it here if you want. I might not have a direct answer at this point, though. Christopher, go ahead.
Well, so I can do that, but first, let me say this. If you can remind me of where it was that I posted the comments about Y chromosome, so I can go back, find them, have them on the side to reference, then we can talk about that instead. That's fine. I just want to have my facts at hand. Because you know, I write these things out so that I don't have to redo all my work again. So if you know,
I understand. Yeah, no, I think that's
where that comment is
understandable.
to it, then that. Well, fine. I'll just open it up and we can go from there.
Well, especially a topic as technical as molecular clocks, Y chromosome, mtDNA. I agree with CRISPR. It is good to have your facts, have your papers. That's why typically with debates, I mean, tonight with Ron, I must have had 50 papers there ready to talk about. Nothing's worse than discussing something and you don't have your information there, your technical papers. So I have no problem with what CRISPR is saying. And at the same time, it's an after show, so I'm not particularly interested in like a full-on debate since I'm sitting here waiting to finally eat this pizza because I'm already debating for 3 hours. But I have no issue giving CRISPR the opportunity to, you know, we believe in free speech, to express his opinions and arguments on mtDNA. I have no problem with that, but I'm not also going to do an hour debate is what I would what I'm getting at.
I think I've always been fairly clear on my stance on doing debates anyway. So yeah, I will do discussions. I'm pretty easy to find if people want to talk to me. Talk to me about a topic. You can usually find me to talk to me about a topic. If it's something that I talk about, you want to talk to me about sports, that's probably a bad choice. I don't talk about that. But if it's something that I talk about, you want to talk to me about it, I'm easy to find. I don't know why there's a difficulty there, but.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, CRISPR and I, we've had probably over 10 hours of discussion. So, CRISPR, you're always invited on my channel. I'm sure you're always invited here. You know, we've definitely had a lot of discussions that I think was pretty fruitful. I definitely do prefer discussion, cordial discussion. But I don't know. However you guys want to proceed. Like, it's an after show, so I don't know if CRISPR doesn't want the floor to make his point. I got no problem with that.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I'm just going to go through what I said, basically the issue here is that you have a tendency to really overly cite Parsons et al., right? And there are a number of issues with that. Parsons is a massive outlier in terms of the rate that he derived. Sorry, I think I almost feel like I just heard something in the background there. I'm not sure what that sound was.
Somebody's got something playing in the background. We need mute.
And so the Parsons numbers are, I think, what is it? Two thirds higher than the original study, the original study by Howell, and then and then about twice as high as the next closest, and then all of the ones after that are it's 3 to 6 to even 10 or more times higher. And so Parsons is just a massive outlier. And even Parsons, by the way, if you actually simulate the mutation rate that Parsons derived on the basis of pedigree, if you actually do a simulation, reproduction simulation, most generous possible parameters, you still see that over a number of generations, the pedigree rate diverges from the raw mutational rate. This is not a topic that is like open to debate. This is just a mathematical necessity caused by the nature of reproduction. So yeah, I mean that's the main thrust of the point.
Are you saying there's no other pedigree-based mutation rate studies that would agree with the results, or that have corroborated the results of Parsons?
So if we ignore the biological and mathematical realities of the divergence between pedigree rates and raw mutational rates, because again,
well, raw mutation rates, you're saying
let's establish
saying the substance. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so you have a raw mutational rate. So from generation 1 to generation 2, you have some number of mutations on average, right? And then through some number of generations, right, you have an accumulation of mutations, right? That's a pedigree rate. And so if I have a pedigree of 5 generations, right? Because you can find a family of 5 generations all living, right? It's not unheard of, and you could get that rate. It's hard to find enough of those that you can get enough generational events, but still, in principle, you understand what I'm saying, though, right?
Right. Yeah.
And then if you run that forward through not just 10 or 20 or 50, but thousands of generations, the pedigree rate diverges from the raw mutational rate to the phylogenetic rate.
Right.
And the reason for this comes down to certain facts about the nature of reproduction, the nature of inheritance, and just mathematical realities.
Right.
So if we ignore that and we just do the straight math of taking the single generation, the raw mutation rate, and then multiplying it over, right? Even if you do that, which is again horribly inaccurate, and you say that Parsons gets 6,500 years for that, the next closest, the original Howell study, is over 10,000 years, and then the next closest to that is 18,000 years. And then the next closest to that is like 30,000 years. And they all tend to cluster around like 30 to 60,000 years. And this is, again, for the pedigree rates of the studies that you cite. And now, yes, these are all faster than the phylogenetic rates, but we expect them to be.
You expect them to be because of the basic assumption of the geological column and that which you need to calibrate with. Well, I want to make one point about Parsons' paper, though, is the sample size regarding the Parsons paper, from my understanding, was a lot more extensive than the other ones you would be. Oftentimes, the sample size is what's most important. Therefore, we can get mitochondrial DNA samples from people across the globe and not just like a small little family where we're getting such trivial sample sizes. Would you at least agree that the Parsons paper was sample size was quite extensive compared to a lot of the other pedigree-based mutation rate studies?
It wasn't terrible. So my suspicion is that there are certain methodological reasons why Parsons is an outlier. The type of data that he is working with, the type of samples that he is working with, are actually fairly different from most of the other studies.
Well, because it's a higher sample size. I mean, we're getting way more samples from across the globe, which is what we want.
It's not because of the numbers. It's because Parsons is working with forensic data.
Well, forensic data, the empirical data. I mean, that's exactly what we.
No, I mean literally, he is working with forensic samples, right? He works for a forensic lab.
Yeah, and that's why the FBI has adopted the faster mutation rate.
Well, specifically, what the FBI adopted was that the
methodology,
that the odds of a single mutation within a certain number of within a single generation is actually higher than they previously expected. They did not specifically adopt any of his other methodologies. They basically just said a single change from one generation to another should be marked as inconclusive rather than a necessary invalidation.
I believe it was in the, let me see here, the 1997, I think the authors of the paper, the Parsons paper, they said, okay, so they acknowledged the date, and I understand you're saying it's an outlier. So they rejected the 6,500 year date for the origin of humanity right off the bat, and they said it remains implausible to explain the known geographic distribution of mtDNA sequence variation by human migration that occurred only in the last 6,500 years. And to support their conclusion, though, the authors cited two studies based on mainstream evolutionary archaeology. So right off the bat, since the beginning of these pedigree-based studies that were getting younger dates, they right off the bat sought other equations to reconcile those results with what? Like they said here, evolutionary archaeology. They said, what could account for the disparity between the observed substitution rate and those derived from phylogenetic analyses? And right in the paper, they explored corrections because they rejected that date that was derived from just straightforward pedigree-based human mitochondrial DNA rates. I mean, would you agree that the mitochondrial DNA mutates fast?
Hold on, Christopher. Hold on. And by the way, I think, I'm going to have to pull into mod mode here because, SFT has been being super generous here, Christopher. And this, I think, was really him kind of putting his heart out there. He's had a long night of debates and he's been sitting here really trying to be diligent about answering your question. So I'm going to cut it off here. Go ahead and make your final statement of what it is. We're going to let SFT have his final statement. Then we're done. Okay. Because I think if you've had any type of bias against the room or your treatment or getting your questions answered, you should have no justification for it anymore now. So let's let SFT be able to have his evening. He's had a long day. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, is that go ahead for me or Christopher?
It's go ahead for him. It's his last word in the SFT. You get the final word altogether. Go ahead, Christopher.
Okay, well, if this is going to be the last word, I'll have to knock through it quickly. So as far as the sample sizes, Parsons was 300, about 300. Celia, their daughter, is 705. They got a 1/6 of Parsons rate. Higher et al. Is 500. They got 1/6 of Parsons rate. Cavalier et al. Is about 300 as well, and they got 0 mutations, right? So they got 0 mutations when Parsons got 10 with about approximately the same numbers. So yeah, it is not an issue of sample size. It is an issue of the type of data he's working with. To the second thing about the reasoning, the reason that they reject it is because they know that if you have human populations that are of a certain age as validated by archaeology, then obviously it's not the 6,500. He's not a population geneticist, so I think it's probably reasonable that he may not offhand know all, and he's also not publishing in a population genetics type journal. So it's reasonable that he may not know offhand specifically about coalescent theory and all of these other things that definitely get into mathematically why you would not expect these numbers to align. But also what he then goes into are a number of things that make it even worse. Okay, because what I am saying is just one factor. That's what I was saying that I simulated. It's one factor that causes it to diverge. Selection causes it to diverge more. Rate heterogeneity causes it to diverge more. There are a number of other factors that will cause it to diverge even more. There is nothing that makes it diverge less. And I think that about covers it.
Right. So I agree with what you're saying about how the pedigree-based study, you're saying that if you go, let's say we went 1,000 years into the future, then the pedigree-based mutation rate would equal out to a phylogenetic rate. Is that correct? I'll let you answer that.
I mean, I don't.
Well, I thought that's what you said. Isn't that what you just said?
I don't have the math in front of me to say exactly how many generations it takes.
Right. No. Yeah. But you did say 1,000 generations pedigree is going to equal out a phylogenetic.
At some number of generations, the two equalize. I don't know exactly how many generations that is.
And that's fine. So my point is, based on what you were saying, the raw mutation rate, which will at some point, given X number of generations, the pedigree-based mutation rate will equal out the phylogenetic rate. So a lot of this has to do with like the substitution rates, for example, and we've talked about this in chats that substitution rates are the rates at which genes in the population spread to fixation. And word for word, I've studied Dr. Herman Mays on this because he's written about it, and he's had a written, well, he didn't have a written debate with it, but he had a debate with Jensen on it, and then Jensen did a written response. And Mays points out that the mutation rates you get from pedigrees, okay, and Mays and Dr. Cardinal and I guess yourself, I understand there's been a study that got 0 mutations. We're going to have to look at the sample size, see how much diversity it is. But from everybody I've talked to, including the PhDs, they admit that the mutation rate in mitochondrial DNA, regardless, is fast. I'll let you answer that. Would you also agree it is fast?
Yeah, the raw mutation rate is pretty fast.
Okay. So my point is that, like Dr. Herman Mays, he'll agree. He's even said it. You can see it in his debate with Jensen. He said that the mutation rates always start out really high. And the reason for this is that you get a lot of mutations. You measure a lot of things that are going to get selected or weeded out over time. I know you and I talked in chat, and I use the word weeded out, but you preferred a different way of looking at it. I'll let you answer that too.
So selection might weed things out, but
right.
A lot of this is not because of selection. It's because of drift and the nature of coalescence and reproduction.
Right. Right. So it ultimately comes down to the substitution rates, the fact that those are the rates at which genes in the population actually spread to fixation versus some of the mutations that are inherited through the germ cell lines in the mitochondrial DNA that are detected in these pedigree-based studies. Those are ones that will be weeded out, or those are ones that'll drift. And at some point, given X number of generations, now we have a phylogenetic number.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna cut it off here. Chris.
Well, no, Smokey. It's just because everything he's saying is technical. It's impossible to do a discussion like this without clarifying questions. But let me just finish here because it looks like CRISPR and I are now on the same page. But I hate going on like a 5-minute rebuttal.
I just don't want you to have to put extra energy into it or to feel obligated. That's
right.
all.
Right. No, and I am feeling tired, but I think CRISPR at least deserves the answer because nothing is worse in a technical debate than saying something within 2 minutes that the interlocutor would disagree with or feels as a straw man, and then all of a sudden I go for another 3 minutes and it's like it's pointless.
I understand.
At this point, CRISPR, would you say we're in agreement with the phylogenetic method, the nature of substitution rates, drift, for example?
So I take a slight issue, and I think I said this to you before in some message somewhere. But so substitution rate is slightly different from accumulation rate. They do convert. That does converge as well, but it gets into some really technical and complicated issues because the raw mutation rate will converge to the phylogenetic rate before it converges to the substitution rate. And the reasons for that are somewhat technical, but it basically has to do with the fact that the substitution rate is the entire population.
Right, the entire population. No, I understand that. But I do want to point out that I have Dr. Herman Mays's response to Jensen transcribed, and word for word, he said that what we need to use in order to get an accurate mutation rate, because he admitted that it's fast at first, word for word. So just tell me if you agree with him. In order to get an accurate mutation rate, we have to look to substitution rates. This is what we use for phylogenetics. And when we measure mutation rates in pedigree-based studies, word for word, Mays said the rate is very high, okay? But many of these mutations will be weeded out over time, which in turn, Mays said, will even it out in the long scale time of evolution and will eventually equal a substitution rate. And therefore, creationists like Jensen are overestimating mutation rates by what? Not measuring it accurately with substitutions.
I sorry, I just have to interject real quick. Just something funny. I triggered the other after show by calling them the 4 soy men.
Smokey, it's what you do best, brother.
There was a reaction over there. It was hilarious. I'm sorry. Continue.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's okay.
So I think
so this is the way I understand it, but this is also the way that I've understood it through studying Dr. Herman Mays and his approach to it. So would you agree with Dr.
To the extent that I might disagree with Mays, I suspect it is due to differences in the way we happen to use terminology.
Right, exactly.
If I hear that right, I think I know what he means, and I think I agree with him. But I'd want to talk to him and just make sure that we're actually saying the same thing with different words, and not two different things entirely.
Well, that's why these discussions are almost impossible. Like on molecular clocks, I've talked to Dr. Dan about it. You and I have talked about it in comment sections. I've talked about it with Erica, and it seems like everybody just has a different way of explaining things. Everybody has different terminology. So then it just turns into this game of semantics when it seems like everybody, but you're an Evo grad too, but you're right. I think you and Herman Mays and me and you and me and Dan and me and Evo grad and all of us would probably agree on what's being said here. But the thing is, like you said, there's little terminology differences but for the most part, like I think it seems like it gets into a game of semantics at some point when some people, you know what I mean? But as long as you would agree with that, but I understand terminology can sometimes play, or even just trying to simplify things within a minute response too. That could kind of, right? Would you agree with that?
I would put the odds at over 99% that I agree with Mays. I'm pretty sure.
Right. Well, and I'm just saying this because this is the way that I've conveyed it too, in the fact that your pedigree-based studies, the rate you get starts off very high. Now, here's the thing. Yeah, I understand if we're looking at substitution rates and we're calibrating the data, the mutation rates at some point of deep time evolutionary history is true, and humans are related to chimpanzees, and we got to take that basic assumption when looking at the data, of course. Then the pedigree based rate has to equal out to a substitution rate or a phylogenetic rate, of course. But that's the whole point. That's what Jensen says, is that point, the geological column, the deep time evolutionary assumptions, that's the point in question. And that's why it should come down to, at this point, since Dr. Jensen clearly points out, and you can see it in his written response, very lengthy to Mays, where he is well aware of natural selection's role. He's well aware of substitution rates. He's well aware of all the different sets of mitochondrial DNA mutation rate studies, pedigree studies. But he's so confident with his rate that he is making testable predictions on, as you know, people groups in Africa where we don't know their mutation rate. He has an active research program on the history of civilization in the mitochondrial DNA. That is essentially a substitution rate study. He tells this to Mays directly in their debates. Therefore, I just bring it right back to, hey, listen, these are the predictions that are being made. It turns out that what Jensen was criticized about the most in replacing Darwin by Evolgrad was the Y chromosome. It turns out that genetic signatures were more easily detected in the Y chromosome. And that's why one day we should talk about the Y chromosome, because I have talked to Jensen about that. Therefore, if this is so wrong, everything we're saying about mitochondrial DNA rates, the fast rates, the number of mitochondrial DNA differences that separate any two people, then why are the predictions working so well? And why is the active research program, which I said is essentially a substitution rate-based study, working so well as well? It should come down to the testable predictions is always what I harp on. And the only testable prediction, so-called testable prediction that I've received was from Dan. It was a study that directly in the study, it talks about assumption after assumption, assuming population histories, assuming population sizes, assuming chimp-human relationship. It says it right in the paper, assuming it's all based on archaeology. And you can see in the paper that it was still retrofitted. So it wasn't anything future and novel. But you know what? I'm just going to say CRISPR, since he was polite enough to come in here and discuss this. I'll give him the last word on it then instead of myself.
Beautiful. There you go, CRISPR. And generosity shows. There you go, sir. You have the last word.
I think I'll just take advantage of just to make a fun observation. If you actually look at the original Parsons paper, lower sample size, higher error bars, and but approximately the same number anyway. And if you actually work out the error bars that he got, the low end, like the closest it could be, if you just do the math, is the most recent common ancestor of all humans, mitochondrial Eve, was from 1977. I don't think that's right.
In the Parsons paper?
Yeah, the 1997 Parsons.
I'd have to look at that. I don't know. 1977.
The error bar.
If you consider the error bar
massive.
Now
the error bar is just it's just huge.
I'm still going to give you the last word, but I do want to just say
maybe that is something for you guys.
I don't need the last. That was just it was a funny observation. I thought.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's even one thing for you guys to look into and then rediscuss or something like that.
And Brother Smokey, if you don't mind, just before we even end this, because I also asked this to Dr. Dan Stern Credit and he agreed with it. It sounds like you've already agreed that the empirical rate is fast anyways, disregarding all the details about every single pedigree-based mutation rate study we can get into and talk hours and hours over. Sounds like you agree the rate is fast. And another question I didn't ask you yet, but I asked Dan, any two people in our mitochondrial DNA, any two people you pick on the earth, we are only separated by very few mitochondrial DNA differences. I mean, do you know offhand what the maximum, let's do the maximum. So probably somebody like myself and maybe someone in Africa. What's the maximum amount of mitochondrial DNA differences that separate any two people?
It's like 100 and something.
Boom. So you're looking at a fast mutation rate plus very little mitochondrial DNA differences that separate any two people. That takes us right back to a young date for a mitochondrial Eve. So that alone, the fact that we have such little variation in not only the mitochondrial DNA, but the Y chromosome is evidence in and of itself. And the fact that testable predictions, as I've said, are flowing from this, then of course you have to look to the, what you're saying, the substitution rates, drift, and the pedigree-based studies, hopefully.
Sorry, but SFT,
go ahead. You have the last word. Go ahead.
If you take Parsons' rate of about 1 every 33 generations, and multiply that by 50 mutations per lineage to get you to about 100, right? And multiply that by about 25 years per generation, that's 40,000 years.
The date that you get from Parsons based on the substitution rate?
Parsons' rate is too fast.
Parsons' rate you're saying is too fast, but you'd agree that the mitochondrial DNA is fast, just not as fast as Parsons would
Right,
suggest.
but I'm just saying that you say that it's fast because you only have to account for 50 generations in a lineage, right, to get to 100 total from 2 lineages, right? But even only that, 33 times 50 times 25 is 40,000 years. So I don't know that you want to go down that road. I don't think that's going to be helpful for you.
Okay, and like I said, I want to respect that you have the last word. Few things to consider, and of course, anybody else can weigh in too. But I think that was a good discussion, and I still think it comes back to what I say, and I feel like is ignored, and it just comes back to the testable predictions. Why are the predictions working so well if everything we're saying, everything Jensen is saying is wrong? And why is his active research program, which is essentially a substitution rate study, why is it working so well? And also in the Y chromosome, I mean, these are questions that I feel like are never answered. And maybe you do feel like you've answered it, CRISPR, but it just seems like you're just kind of questioning the details instead of the bigger picture of it all.
Yeah, and I get where you're going with that, SFT, and that's kind of what I gathered from your debate tonight too, which I thought you were a rock star at tonight. Congrats to that. You did wonderfully. But yeah, that whole point of like where I do hear from the atheist side that, you know, evolution is so great because it gives us all this testable, you know, repeatable information, and here we're providing information of testable predictions that seem to be coming true, and there doesn't seem to really be a desire to address that. And I think that's kind of where your bedrock point even was in the debate, and even kind of in this discussion too, going along those lines. But I want to excuse you, SFT, and thank you so much for your incredible service to the brotherhood, your incredible debate tonight, and also coming over here and giving your time. You really didn't have to do that. I know you were tired, so God bless you for doing that.
Well, I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate your kind words. All the glory to God, of course. I appreciate everything you said. I appreciate CRISPR having the discussion. But yeah, and one other thing, I wouldn't even want to dominate this after show anyway. So at this point, I'll just eat this pizza. Anybody wants to join me, let me know. I'll give you my address. And
there you go. You know, you gave me a hankering for pizza. I am thinking about ordering one. I'm giving that an idea. Yeah,
I'm about to go on webcam just to show you how good it looks.
Smokey's currently debating on whether or not it's pizza or burrito run.
Yeah, no, it's the victory burritos. I didn't debate tonight though, so no victory burrito for me. Awesome. Thank you so much, brother. CRISPR, I don't know if you want to now move or transition to engaging with people in the room. That's going to be up to you. But I hope maybe you kind of at least got your engagement with SFT you were kind of looking to get.
Well, I mean, I certainly appreciate the Standing's time on that. That he did actually want to engage with it, especially because it is pretty late and he apparently is only just eating. But I think that he's probably. Hopefully Standing is on the West Coast. So.
I gotta say, it's a victory dinner. So I've already had dinner, and I told my wife,
it's a snack.
I'm making that pizza that's been sitting in the freezer for a week. And she said,
he is on the East Coast, so it is very late for him too.
A well-deserved victory dinner.
I've had.
Might I add?
I know what you're talking about.
Well, I have to say, while you guys were talking, I may have done a little bit of observation
research
over on Erica's after show, and let's just say people are definitely doing damage control for Dr. Ron.
Oh, Dan was mad at me. Dan says I need to come on his channel and have a debate about toxic masculinity. Oh boy, I'm excited for that one.
Oh man,
that's
a guaranteed dumpster fire right there.
Oh, guaranteed. Yeah. No, we'd need a moderator. I think for certain. Actually,
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I think he would have to. Define that.
So for the people who are unaware, in universities across America, there are literally classes on white male toxic masculinity, and I know, like at Vanderbilt University, for example, here in Nashville, it's like a male freshman, like borderline mandatory course. And it's like, in what universe do you think it is a remotely rational undertaking to tell 18-year-old boys that they are toxic?
Where they inject them with soy?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's only two logical outcomes. Either
Dad
one
says he
either
drinks
one
almond milk.
Well, you have to think about this. Okay, if you got an immature kid and you tell him that regardless of what you actually think, who you are, and what you want to be, by default, this is what you are just because you are a male. There's only two outcomes. Either one, they actively do everything in their power to turn into a sissy boy, or they embrace what they're told they are at their core, even if they don't actually think they are at that point.
That explains skinny jeans.
Yep. So you base in man buns. So I mean, you have two outcomes that are very easy to predict and are happening before our very eyes, and then we have all these idiots running around not being able to explain. Like, I just don't understand what's going on. It's like, well, you're literally teaching people this stuff, and you think there's going to be a different alternative outcome. It's mind bending to me.
Well, I just want to say hi to Christopher and say that I'm not afraid that anybody will ever disprove known human history. We have a human history that goes back to the flood and before the flood, and that's basically the truth.
I remember the what was it, 4-hour conversation that we had. Actually, you know what? I want to say, was that actually, that may have been the only time I did something that was organized as a debate. Was that officially organized as a debate?
It was a discussion that I had with you. I don't know if it was.
I couldn't remember. I remember that I made some slides for it, and I feel like I wouldn't have done that otherwise.
Yeah, but it was a good discussion. I thought, but I don't know if we got anywhere. But
But
it was
Chris,
good.
bro, I think you got to be honest. You got to be fair, man. Come on, man. You know the evolutionary camp has been taking some serious beatings in these debates lately. Come on, you got to be honest, man. This creation camp is powerful. I mean, it incorporates so many different elements, from the philosophy to the different types of science, and then just the ability to really to make the point. You got to be honest, man. Who do you have? Who do you have on the evolutionary camp that's actually putting in good work right now against the creationists? Who do you have?
Well, so clearly I've done it. I think that Dan does it. I think that that Rational Mind and Immutable do their own efforts. I could probably name some other people, but
right, and that's a decent group, except for Dan. But I don't see them
I don't
coming
know
to.
Dan well enough, so I can't.
Well,
really
I can tell you right now. I can tell you right now. Dan is super flaky. Dan really do not have a spine. Okay, Dan come out here like the first maybe 3 times or whatever, and he's been a missing in action. He will not come into these rooms. Okay, and his discussions are so limited. Okay, just recently he had a debate with Standing for Truth, and he basically said that I am not going to use the fossil record. I'm only going to use DNA information to prove that the Neanderthals were a sister species versus the same species. I mean, versus being human. Okay, and I'm not going to use the fossil records because the fossil
modern
records it don't help him. Okay, so basically he wanted to use DNA markers to prove his point, but not knowing when these markers were created, during what span. So he tried to limit the information and to make a point, and then he hasn't been nowhere around since then. Dan is a weak man. Okay.
Yeah, so Bayesian inference is actually pretty good at giving you reasonable estimates as far as what the credible intervals are in terms of the derivation of those markers. So I mean, I don't really want to get into the math of
but you can really guess the times when those markers, when you're looking at long scale evolution, you can really guess the time when those markers were created. You can really do that scientifically, or are you totally guessing?
Well, you can make an estimation that is reasonably accurate, given
Based
the
on
data.
what data are you looking at? Because you don't have data that you can actually look at. You got speculation based on fossil records.
You have a stack of sequences, right? This is it is all agnostic to anything else. I mean, there are methods that do incorporate fossil calibration, for instance, right? So you can actually do that, but you don't have to do that. So you can leave out the fossil calibrations, and you can just run it with just the sequences, and it will give you an interval based on that. And
with no assumptions.
Which
Which
matrix do you usually use when you're doing that kind of stuff, Christopher?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said, which matrix do you usually use when you're doing those kinds of sequences?
Substitution matrix.
Yeah, when you're doing a gene sequence, like which matrix are you usually using?
Maddox, I'm gonna bow out here for a few minutes. I'll be back in a little bit if you guys are still going.
Okay, man. Appreciate you.
So different programs will use a different matrix. Generally speaking, when you talk about something like Blossom or something, you're really talking about doing multiple alignments. You're really talking about alignments and not so much the phylogeny, right? And we could get into that a bit if you really wanted.
Well, the reason I'm asking that question is these comparisons that are made ultimately rely on a matrix, correct?
So when you're doing your initial sequence alignments, you use a substitution matrix to inform the alignment.
Okay, and then from there you're basing everything on the assumption that's derived from the similarity, correct?
I don't. There's something about the way you're saying that I'm not sure if you're using the words wrong or if you're just talking about something you don't mean to.
Well, I have done. Let's just say I have watched a variety of the lectures directly on this in quite deep, and it's pretty high level detail, and which is why I'm just wanting to clarify like what you specifically are doing when you're looking at this sort of information. Like, what is the process which you're doing, and what assumptions are you operating?
So again, you have to understand that there's a separate process between aligning two sequences, right, and then analyzing them in a phylogeny.
I get that.
Does that make sense?
No, I understand that. What I'm asking you is, after you have done, when you're doing, okay, why don't you, for the audience, explain to everybody what is being processed in the context of alignment?
So when you produce these sequences, right, if there is a deletion or an insertion, they're going to be different lengths. So the easiest example of an alignment would be, let's say you have two humans would be too easy, but let's say you have two closely related species, right? Two species of bluefin tuna, let's say. I don't know, there's like 7 or 8 species of bluefin tuna, but they're pretty close to each other. And so you take two sequences from them and you align them. They're probably going to be the same length. They're probably going to be almost identical all the way across, right? So you don't need to do much to align them. They align pretty clear. You could do it by hand, right? You wouldn't even need a matrix. You could just look at it and tell, here is how this aligns. If there's an insertion or a deletion, you can tell visually just looking at it, because if I put a space here, then all of these colored bands line up. So once you have that, then you do the phylogeny, right? And so that is a separate issue from. So what you're talking about comes before the actual phylogenetic comparisons, because first you have to align them.
Okay, but you can determine when.
Where I'm going with all this is you just used a alignment between two species of bluefin tuna. In the context of phylogeny, when you're trying to derive phylogenetic trees, what processes are being used in terms of the end conclusion of the phylogeny?
So if you've got two aligned sequences, right, you're basically counting differences. The math on this is not particularly difficult. It's just there's a lot of characters you got to work through.
Right. So what I'm saying is, in terms of the comparisons, what percentage of similarity of sequence is required to constitute evidence for phylogeny?
That would depend on who you're asking.
Okay, so what are the different general standards? I mean, there's predetermined matrices, right?
Yeah, but again, that predetermined matrix is not being used to determine phylogeny. It's being used to do alignments.
So are you saying that there is zero phylogeny that is derived from this?
To the extent that you do your phylogenetic analysis after you do your alignments, right? You could say that you're deriving your phylogenetics from it, but that's a really weird thing to say, and it has nothing to do with, like, that level of similarity has nothing to do with the phylogeny, because again, when you start talking about that sequence similarity, that's basically how you start a seed, right? It's how you start a seed. I'm sorry. This is I'm maybe I'm using somewhat too technical a term here, but starting a seed is actually what we refer to, right? It's you got to find a bit to start from, right? A short sequence, some a chimer of some length, right? That you're trying to find, where can I start growing this thing from to do a full length alignment. But again, this is actually really only relevant when you're talking about like next gen data. You don't generally do that type of thing for Sanger sequencing. Sanger sequencing would just feed straight in.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. We'll have to look into that in a little more detail, because the rather detailed lectures that were being given by
just if you shoot me a link with a timestamp
were rather. I mean, he was pointing out that the vast majority of researchers were not using the analysis correctly, and were not applying the appropriate processes as they were doing their alignments and.
Well, let me ask you this:
other things, but I'll have to look at it in more detail. And,
feel free to shoot me a link with the timestamp. But the thing is I think I've heard you talk about this before, something about a 30% number, right? And if we talk about the bluefin tuna, if you have a final alignment of 1,000 base pairs where you're getting like a 30% alignment on a gene, that would be odd, right? Like I've done this kind of work. I don't see that. I do not see that outside of if I'm I don't know if I'm comparing some fairly well conserved genes between like frogs and plants or something, right? That then you'll see some really low percent similarity numbers. But again, the thing is that you can get much higher percent similarity numbers linking the two if you go species by species by species by species, right? It's only when you take the two ends of the string and compare them that then you get a really low number. I hope I said that in a way that was understandable.
So you're saying that there's comparisons between species, but if you compared like a starting point and an end point, then you'd have major differences. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. If you compare two things that are really, really far apart, then you'll get a low number. But if you go one by one from the start to the end, you'll get fairly high numbers all the way down the line. Or certainly nothing like a 30%.
So, okay, so the string that you're following, I mean, that's assumption based, right? But there actually is a strand to follow.
Well, okay, so let me ask you this: if we were to take,
no, I'm asking, like, is that based on assumption?
So everything in science is based on a set of assumptions, and that's why I want to set this up for you, because it's a question of are the assumptions valid? It's not a question of whether it's based on
the point I'm making is the comparison that's being made from starting point A, and then if you look at point B, how much of a difference is there between point A and the end point Z?
I'm not sure if I got that. Can you try that again?
Well, I mean, one, are we saying that the end protein is the same, or is it a completely different functional protein?
So generally we would say that it is performing the same function, or at least the ones that I'm thinking of would be.
Okay, so the folding is the same, and the end outcome is the same, or it has a completely different fold but has a similar functional outcome.
It's in the middle, but towards the it's more similar than you would expect, right? So one thing that I think a lot of people
no we have to clarify here: the sequence is similar, or the end function. The folding
the
is
folding
very
and the function, which, by the way, those are effectively the same thing.
Well, I mean, I know where I'm going with all this is it's been well documented that there's all sorts of proteins that have very similar end functions but dramatically different sequences to reach that end outcome. Is the point I'm making?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with the idea that you can have two different things have the same result, right? But you can also have
right. So what I'm trying to derive here is
I said that really badly, right? You can have two completely different things, completely different shapes, because remember that function in biochemistry comes down to shape, right? That is what's controlling, because this is all electrosteric interactions,
right?
So you can have completely different shapes that happen to have the same function, right? But also you can have two things that have different slightly different sequences, but still effectively the same shape, right?
Right, but what I'm trying to clarify here is, in terms of the line that you guys are following, are you deriving your similarity directly from the sequence, or from the shape, or both?
So
what I'm saying is supposed starting point, it has shape X and sequence X. End point that supposedly you've been able to connect all these dots along the way for. Is it what are you now comparing that says that this is what came from point A? Are you directly comparing the sequence outcome or the shape outcome?
So I think I can answer this. It might take a bit. And this is actually conveniently what I was gonna do anyway. So let's say you take samples from not necessarily every species on Earth, but a huge variety, right? You're not being picky, right? You're just whatever it is, you're going to grab it, and you look and you see here's a protein doing some particular function. We find it in everything. Okay. You look at it and you see it's got about the same shape in all of them. You sequence it and you see that here's this list of sequences, and there is And if you take the most extreme difference, it's maybe, I don't know, it's 50%. 50% of the amino acids are not the same, right? But it's still got about the same shape, very close to the same shape, and it's still performing the same. It's still catalyzing the same reaction. Okay. So you do that. Now you have all of these sequences spread across life, and you line them up. You pick one arbitrarily, just throw a dart on the wall and pick one, and you line them up from most similar to that you picked arbitrarily to most different. And then you ask, okay, well, I call the first one A and call the last one Z, and things get complicated in the middle because we have more than 26, but you get the idea. How similar is A to B? Maybe there are no differences between A and B, right? You're going to have a stack that are all the same. And the same thing at Z. But at some point you got a difference, and then another difference, and so forth. And you see that at no point are you getting like I think you said a 30% similarity, so a 70% difference. You just don't see that for these things. And now, another thing that is important to point out here is that,
right. Hang on. You're missing the point of where I'm going with this. Is that in context of determining which one came from which? How are you defining?
None of them came from any of the others, because again, we're talking about sequences that are all from extant species, right? These are all living samples that we took these from, so none of them came from any of the others.
Okay, so this is my whole point. Now, going back from a phylogenetic perspective, how are you then, if everything you're looking at is extant, right? And literally every piece of DNA, other than the few fossilized components you guys have to analyze, is all from extant species, correct?
Yeah, I don't think that we've got anything reliable that's more recent than, maybe tens of thousands of years, and even that, I find some of the paleogenetic stuff I find to be really suspect. Okay, I guess maybe if you're really good, you can do it, but
right. So I agree with you, and that's the point I'm making. Is so to how is what method and what formulas are being utilized to then determine the phylogenetic tree from an evolutionary perspective?
So this is actually, that's kind of an odd question, because you understand that when you do that with no other assumptions, right, they form a tree, because you'll have the two that are the most similar to each other. Let's say that we started with all of the species, but then we pare it down so that we only have unique sequences, right? And then we'll have cluster A, cluster B, so forth, that are all the identical sequence, okay? Just for simplicity. So you have a pair of species that only have one difference, okay? And then another species that has one difference from the two of those. And then one species that has a difference from the two of those, or however the tree might take shape. But in any event, when you group these by the degree of similarity, no assumptions at all, right? It's just how similar are they? How many changes does it take to get from A to B, right? It forms a tree. That's just the shape the math makes.
I have a quick.
That does not mean that they are related. It's just that that's the shape it makes. That's how node analysis works. I mean, you could draw it differently if you wanted, but that's just the way. That's just how you show that these sequences are more similar to each other than they are to this third sequence.
Okay, so I'm not talking about the similarity. I am talking about.
You ask how you make a tree. You ask how you.
No. I'm asking how you are being able. I mean, I get what you're saying on making sure. I'm talking about like what is the process by which we're not talking about just in terms of similarities, right? We're talking about this is the one that came first.
Well,
That's
but
what I'm asking.
so what I'm saying is that forget about which came first, right?
No. We can't forget about which one comes first because it's the whole point.
Well, but I just want to get to the point where
if we're no, because ultimately we have to go back to Luca.
So I just want to make sure. I just want to clarify that before we do that, that we agree that even if you're only looking at extant species, right, and you're making no assumptions at all, it forms a tree.
I just have a quick question. If you throw your dart and it hits another spot, does the tree come out the same every time?
Yeah, that's called rerouting. It looks a little different, but it is actually the same. It has what is called the same topology, right? And so topology is kind of an odd word because it basically means that it's the same shape from some point of view, right? Kind of like how if you look at a cube, right, from one angle, it looks one way. If you look at it from another angle, it looks a different way, but it's actually the same shape. So it's the same with these trees. If you reroute it, it'll look to your eye. It will look different, but it will actually be the same.
Okay, but the order could change in similarity, correct?
No, because the tree is drawn on the basis of similarity. So the way that you root it doesn't change the similarity.
Okay, so anyway, in the context of what I'm more intrigued by is the
But first, I just want to make sure because I'm not sure I heard you say, we do agree that it does form a tree on the basis of the math, right? Like that's just the form it takes. It takes the shape of a tree.
I mean, I can accept that portion of it. What I'm saying is that
We'll talk about what it means now. Now we'll move on to what it means.
And so the assumption that is being operated under is that that tree is derived from mutations, correct?
Did we lose him?
No, we may have. Let's see.
Yeah, he disappeared.
He's coming back. Yeah.
That's interesting.
I think what happened is
I just want to say good night. That's all.
Have a good one, man.
I think that it may be because I clicked the camera, the start cam, and I do not have a camera on this machine, and then Streamlabs got confused and it moved me backstage.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so the real question is the building of the tree from the evolutionary model is that it is derived from mutations, correct?
So I think you mean the meaning of the tree from the evolutionary model, because again, the building of the tree is just based on differences.
No. I'm talking about the actualization of this tree that you're now being able to analyze, right? How does it exist in terms of the data? How does the data exist that you're being able to analyze? Is my point. It requires the extant species, which from your worldview is the end result of evolution, correct?
So, well, I mean, the data exists because I found a bunch of species and I stabbed them and then I took DNA back.
I literally just said that. The point I'm making is now we have to look at the.
Yeah, you want to talk about what it means.
What is the origin of the data? Not in terms of how did you go scan it. I'm talking about how did the extant species come into existence for you to analyze, is the point. So what I'm saying is, from your worldview, did all these species and the genomes you were able to sequence and analyze, did this tree ultimately, from your worldview, build itself up through mutations and natural selection?
Yeah, that seems to be the most consistent with the data from what I've seen. But the thing is that I don't need that assumption to make the tree. I make the same tree either way.
I understand that, and you can make the exact same logic in any type of hierarchical programming language. I mean, the exact same logic would apply into basically anything. So I mean, that's I don't really care about your tree. Is the point, is where I'm going with this. I understand you have a tree, and I understand you're pulling it from a mathematical perspective. I get all that whole piece. What I'm now arriving at is how, from your worldview, did the data that you're now being able to analyze, how did it come into existence and ultimately form itself into this tree that you're being able to analyze from your worldview?
So it seems as though if we look at a small group of organisms, right, we can actually see these trees form, and we can tell empirically that they're forming because there's an accumulation of mutations in the different lineages, right? And so we do tend to think that we know that this process occurs. We know that the result that it creates matches what we see in the full tree of life, which again, when I say the full tree of life, I just mean the thing that is formed mathematically from all of the sequences, right? That the process that we know occurs produces the data, can produce the data that we see, right? And so it does sort of make sense that, well, if you work that back, where does it end you up? It ends you up at a single population, right? That works, and it seems as though that assumption ends up being consistent with all of the data. That doesn't make it true, but if you make that assumption, it leads you to make predictions, and those predictions end up also being correct. And that further supports the idea that maybe this is probably right. But again, my point is simply that you don't need it to make the tree, and the tree is the thing that matters.
Okay, so all the different trees that show up don't negate the 100% accuracy that you're referring to?
So the first thing is, I don't recall saying 100% accuracy.
Okay, well, you were implying that it's reasonable to conclude based on credible assumptions. Let's put it that way, since you're obviously going to play the semantic game.
Yeah, so I don't think that you get 100%. I don't think you get 100% certainty for anything, right? Especially not in the sciences, right? So that's just
that's obvious. So I mean, I'm not really. I wasn't making that assertion.
Right.
I wasn't suggesting you were, so I'm not really sure why you're trying to play that game.
Because you said 100%. So
okay, it's euphemistic. But the point I was making is there's been a variety of the more analysis. Okay, the point where I'm going with this is the more analysis we do, the more various potential trees are being derived, correct? Mathematically.
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to with this. If you're referring to the very base of the tree of life, things get really complicated because evidently, well, first, there's just a lot of horizontal gene transfer that occurs with simpler organisms. They tend to have a lot of horizontal gene transfer. Just seems to be the way things work. And again, we can see that empirically now. That
how
organisms.
How do you know that?
Hang on. But we also recognize pretty emphatically that the horizontal gene transfer doesn't really happen outside of the prokaryotes, right? Or in very simple life forms, right?
Sure. So if you want to start the tree at eukaryotes, right? If that's where you want to start, let's ignore everything more basal than that. Okay, let's just look at some protists, fungus, plants, and animals. Right? You get pretty clean trees. You get branches moved around here and there, especially as you get towards the tips. And then also there are a couple of short branch lengths that tend to be kind of hard to resolve, especially when they're not many surviving lineages, right? So if you got the single surviving lineage that's like way out there, what is it, the Tatara, for instance, that's what it's called. It's kind of hard to place for a while, but we figured it out. But it was kind of hard to place because it's the only one, and that does make it difficult. But like the big branches, they don't move around much.
Okay.
I think that's your question.
I don't think so. But anyway, we've been discussing about this stuff for quite some time. Well, it's getting late anyway.
I just want to ask. Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, basically, so do you feel that the tree of life we're talking about? Do you feel that there's been a lot of problems with the congruency between protein sequences and DNA sequences not really telling the same story? Because there have been papers written where basically it's been saying that the tree of life basically doesn't exist. Matter of fact, I believe you know about Craig Venter basically telling everyone that the tree of life is an artifact of something that just haven't really panned out. Not only that, even evolutionists is referring to the tree of life as a bush of life. So they're having to change the philosophy, okay, and downgrade it and backpedal back to a bush of life. Okay.
So you know that a bush, like a bush starts from a single. It still does start from a single point, though. There is like a unifying point in a bush.
Okay, but hold on.
You can't see it from a distance like you can with a tree.
Okay, hold on. But the thing about it is, the whole point is, you couldn't get the tree to work. Okay, the tree. Actually... Hold on 1 second, please. You couldn't get the tree to work. Now it's been downgraded to a bush. That's the rescue. Okay, so now we got to find a way to make this bush work because the tree failed. Okay,
shrubbery.
So I think that the firstly, I think that the bush analogy is actually pretty poor, because the issue that Venter was actually referring to is actually exactly what John and I were talking about a second ago with the issue of horizontal gene transfer. And you cannot capture the issues associated with horizontal gene transfer with any kind of plant-based metaphor, okay? Because a bush is still, right? A bush is still growing from a single point. It's just hard to tell kind of where this is. But the point of horizontal gene transfer is that, actually, like, these things are kind of like growing into each other. Like you get like A moves to B, moves to C, moves back to A, and like because that's
but that only happens. But the horizontal gene transfer only happen on the really simple or extinct. Exactly. Okay, so hold on for a second.
No, let me just. I got a point. You got to let me.
Okay, go ahead.
Because if you ignore everything that is on the other side of basal eukaryotes from us, right? The tree's pretty clean. It's only when you try to incorporate all of prokaryotes with eukaryotes with archaea that it gets really, to use the phrase I don't like, that it gets really bushy.
Okay, but here's a problem with that. Just the mere fact that they're similar, meaning they're going to have similar genes and they're going to have similar structures. So that really doesn't make your case, because you got to start from. Hold on for a second. You got to start from bacteria or one cell creatures or whatever you want to do. Okay. See, the whole thing is I'm hearing a lot of backpedaling. Okay, starting with Richard Dawkins. Okay, this backpedaling. Basically, hold on for a second. I'm sorry. So now this didn't work. So now you're repositioning yourself and you're trying to make sense of it. You're gonna keep the theory going. So if one avenue don't work, you're gonna go down another avenue. That don't work, you're gonna go down another one. The whole thing with the horizontal gene transfers, you can't prove that.
Okay,
Because
so
in fact,
I'm sorry. I gotta say, if you're saying that it didn't work, you're just wrong. Okay, it worked to the point of eukaryotes. Now, if you want to accept evolution with common descent all the way to the point of eukaryotes, fine. Okay, like I'm not gonna. And that's actually, so I think that this might be something that that Smokey had wanted to talk to me about, which is like what actually motivates me in these conversations. And the thing is there's only a fairly narrow range, and so if people, like I don't mind people who think that, people who think that there's intelligent design, that like you had to have a guiding hand of God to make all this happen. I don't believe that, but like if that's your deal, then I'll let you be. Right? It doesn't bother me at all. Again, it's not my position, but it's fine. And honestly, even if you want to argue that it's like it's impossible for abiogenesis to happen, I take issue with the word impossible. If you say it's improbable for abiogenesis to happen, okay, it's fine, whatever. I'm not going to argue with you about that either. I mean, I might if you really want to, but it's not. It doesn't motivate me, right? It's when people say it's like here's this clear evidence of the shared ancestry of not, let's not even say all life, but of broad swaths of life. Really? That's what you're denying? And then people always seem to they go to, well, but you can't explain how you bring prokaryotes into it. Well, if that's where you're drawing the line.
but we don't have to hold on. We don't have to deny that. We don't have to deny that, because the thing about it is we just got a different starting point. We're starting with a creator, okay? But we don't feel that you have.
Sorry.
Hold on. But wait a minute. No. But hold on. You talk for a long time. I listened to you. Let me finish. What I'm saying to you is, we start from a creator, which makes more sense because you don't really have a true way to get to where you want to go from the beginning. This is reason why we got this whole narrative now. Okay, fine. For the sake of argument, let's just say you got a designer. That's backpedaling. That's because you can't speak to how it came into existence, how it maintained itself, and how everything came together.
No,
so therefore,
I actually can.
Hold on. Okay. Just give me one more second.
I just don't care that much about it. Right. The thing is.
But you don't.
Silly.
But
so let me. I think you missed my point. You missed my point. I'm sorry, but I think you missed my point, because my point is that if I'm looking at a bunch of people who say, like, if everybody else in this room, and I think it's true that everybody else in this room would say that the Earth is only 6,000 years and God created some thousands of different kinds of species that are not related to one another beyond that. Some species are related to one another, but that's within these thousands or several thousands of kinds, right?
Sure.
Okay, but then you say that's what you think, and I want to say, well, that's clearly wrong, because look, you can connect all of these things, at least down to eukaryotes, and then you want to turn it around on me and say, well, but if you can't get yourself from eukaryotes, from all life to eukaryotes, then it must be only 6,000 years old, and that's insane.
Okay, the whole thing is okay. So hold on.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
So hang on a second.
Okay. Well, hey, John, let me just say one thing real quick. My whole point is you're not saying the whole thing about God, but you have to admit that the evolutionists are backpedaling. They got to keep repositioning themselves, and they're giving us the whole God scenario. But yet, they hold on. Let me just finish. Yes, they are.
No.
Obviously, so you ain't been listening to what they've been saying. They do not want to speak to anything that has anything to do with anything near the beginning.
No,
Okay, period. Okay, so hold on 1 second. So that's backpedaling. They're giving you that. They don't want to talk about it. Okay.
No, because I want you to admit the rest of it, right?
Okay, so
like this. It's like I'm sorry. It's like this. If it's like I've got somebody who's arguing that 1 + 1 = 3, right? And I want to try and explain to them that 1 + 1 = 2, and they start talking to me about calculus, right? It's like, well, can you explain this this complex differential equation? Like, I might be able to, but let's go over 1 + 1 first.
But see, that's that Dan. See, that's that Dan talking. Now you sounding like Dan.
Look, maybe it's impossible to explain this
But
this
I got a
complex
serious
equation. Maybe only God can explain this complex differential equation. I don't know.
Okay, I'm glad you believe in him.
Let's get through 1 + 1. Let's do 1 + 1.
Okay.
Let's do 1 + 1. And then if we got 1 + 1, let's talk about 2 times 3. Okay.
Okay.
If we do 2 times 3.
Okay, hang on.
Let's keep working our way up.
Hang on, Christopher. Hang on. So do you actually think that there is reasonable proof of prokaryote to eukaryote evolution?
Proof?
Yeah, that's 1 + 1.
So I got to tell you, I tell
everybody, be quiet. Everybody, be quiet. Christopher, I want to know from you, as a supposed expert, what is the fundamental, reasonable, beyond all doubt, very probable and plausible explanation for prokaryote to eukaryote?
So,
we're talking about 1 + We're talking about 1 + 1. So let's go back to 1.1. 1 + 1. You said we are talking about it. I know 1 + 1 is actually abiogenesis.
This is calculus. This is like Calc 2. We're not at differential equations, but we're
okay. So actually, okay. So if we're going to use stupid math analogies, let's say we're doing
human evolution is 1 + 1. Right?
Let's say human evolution that comes after prokaryote to eukaryote is 1 + 1.
Yeah, because it's
pre-carriot. Dude, talk about trying to dodge, bro. Come on now.
You do the simple things first, and then you do the harder stuff later.
So you think humans is simpler than prokaryote?
You do the first things first.
No, I'm sorry, you missed. What did I say? I didn't say humans. I said human evolution. Right? The evolution of humans from the evolution of great apes from a common ancestor is a simpler thing to demonstrate than the evolution of all life, because the evolution of all life includes the evolution of humans.
Okay, hang on.
Same problem.
No. Everything that you're talking about is fruit of the poison tree if you don't even have prokaryote to eukaryote, because per the evolutionary model is prokaryote to eukaryote a 100% required variable.
The thing is, I agree with you on that, but
I want you to clearly state: is it a no ifs, ands, or buts required variable prokaryote to eukaryote evolution?
No, because prokaryotes are modern organisms, right? And eukaryotes are modern organisms. Eukaryotes did not evolve from. Eukaryotes did not evolve because the word evolve refers to a set of processes.
So you're trying to play semantic games now. How did eukaryotes form? Okay, let's remove evolution from the equation. How did eukaryotes form? And what did they form from?
I may have
per the current standard paradigm, where did eukaryotes come from?
Endosymbiosis.
Okay. And how did that occur?
So you had
what are the components involved in endosymbiosis?
Right. So you had a single cell organism, right?
Which was what?
Hard to say. Horizontal gene transfer.
So was it probably a prokaryote?
Hard to say. Probably not.
So if it wasn't a prokaryote, what was it? What's the other option?
So it seems as though there was a lineage. There was a lineage between modern prokaryotes, right, and the rest of life that diverged from the lineage that includes archaea and eukaryotes, right? And that diverged to be archaea and other stuff, right, that includes modern eukaryotes. And it seems as though best evidence that you had a single cell that was not a eukaryote, but also was not a prokaryote, and also was not a archaea. It was one of these other things that was sister to archaea that had
So is this other thing that was none of the above, but might have been a sister to? Is that a 100% assumption?
Let me do this.
Is that a purely hypothetical assumption?
No, let me do it this way because this might make the language easier. The clade including archaea and eukaryotes, right? I don't know if that's got an official name. Let's call it Jim, right?
And is it a 100% hypothetical?
Yes. Jim ate a prokaryote and then did not digest it. That's what happened.
Right. So endosymbiosis, supposedly two pre-existing organisms somehow merged together, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then somehow that turned into eukaryote, correct?
So eukaryote by definition is what you get when you have one of these cells having a mitochondria effectively inside of it.
Well, there's a hell of a lot more to a eukaryote, and in terms of differentiation between eukaryote and prokaryote, than hey, it's got a mitochondria.
Yes, there is, but it's hard to say how much of that happened before endosymbiosis, how much of it happened after endosymbiosis, and also how much of what happened after endosymbiosis was a consequence of the endosymbiosis in the new environment.
And endosymbiosis, that's also a hypothetical, right?
I did not quite hear that.
I said endosymbiosis is also a hypothetical assumption, correct?
Hypothetical.
Yeah, don't they have different languages?
The evidence is extremely strong.
Really?
But it's bacteria, though. It's bacteria.
What is the evidence for it?
So the layered membranes, for one, the genetic similarity of mitochondria to some modern prokaryotes, for another.
Okay, so actually, let's touch on that for a second, because how many base pairs is the mitochondria DNA?
16-ish kilobase.
Right. And what is the how big is the genome of the smallest known bacteria?
What is it, like 500 kilobase?
Yeah, and that's a symbiote, right? That's a symbiotic one, right? I think the smallest free living is like 1.2 megabases.
Yeah, I mean.
So you're saying that 16,000 or 16,000-ish bases is equivalent to a full bacteria?
So I want to make a minor point here, right? Which is that if you take that obligate endosymbiote, right? Which, funny story, the fact that you have obligate endosymbiotes is supportive of the concept of endosymbiosis as an explanation for eukaryotes, but let's not do that yet. If you take that and you put it into some culture, right, that has the various nutrients that it can't make for itself.
Okay, so again, are you going to answer my question?
So your question was what specifically?
My question is that you have a hyper-specific 16,000 and some change base pair genome that is like, where are you actually deriving your, this must be a bacteria as a result of from a bacteria as a result of endosymbiosis. Where the heck did, so number one, where did the rest of the genome of this bacteria go? If we know that the smallest one that has symbiotic relationship is 500,000, we know if we delete any of the genes that we've gotten down to that point it's fatal. And then the smallest free living one is 1.2 million. I'm just not really understanding, like, where the hell did the rest of the genome go?
Yeah, sure. So I'm gonna answer this in a what you might find a slightly odd way, but I just want to make sure I got an example that is good enough to work. So if I take this, I bet this will work. Did Google drop their? Oh, it's because I got a partial word.
Not only is evolution stupid, so is
There
the
it is.
Big
Okay,
Bang.
so I just dropped a bit of text that I pulled out of a paper I'd been reading. It's only like 6 words. How many words is this?
You've been brainwashed by pseudoscience.
It's like 10 words long. It's a phrase. It's about 10 words long. First result off Google. Exactly the paper I was reading. Okay, so my point is that you don't need much to get a single result. Because, fun story, Google got 2 results for this, and actually one of them is quoting the other. So it only found the one thing.
Hang on. Are you applying a intelligently designed search algorithm that you just utilized as somehow being an explanation for what the question is?
No, I'm not. I'm not sure you understood the point of the analogy. So the point of the analogy is that we use
No.
search
I get what you're saying. You're trying to say that you can do a search query and see if there's a match in.
100% do not get what I'm saying, because we use, as humans studying this stuff, we check using our brains. We make algorithms to check if sequence A matches sequence B.
Dude, I was literally stating that. I was literally stating that as you told me I didn't know what I was talking about. I was literally stating that's what you did.
You don't need much. You don't need much of sequence A to match it to sequence B. You need very little, in fact, because
1 + 1 = 2.
It turns out that as the sequence gets longer. I'm sorry,
Evolution
was the middle of my sentence
I
interrupting
gotta
the
run,
beginning of
y'all.
yours?
Thanks for having me, Matt. Chris, you put on a great show. And but evolution is a lie, so is the Big Bang, another Illuminati lie, or synagogue of Satan lie. You could call it. It's in the Bible at least a couple of times. But yeah, the Earth is only about 6,000 years old. Written history is only 5,000 years old. You don't come from no fish or a snail or whatever you think you come from. And I'll come back some other time. God bless y'all. Jesus loves you. And we're being brainwashed by scientism. That's why there's so much debate whether you're wearing a mask or not, or is the virus just a flu or a cold, are the tests accurate? There's so much scientism going on right now. It's out of control. I've never seen it this bad in my whole entire life before. I miss just talking about evolution, the Big Bang, but there's so many other issues going on right now. Is the microchip going to be the mark of the beast? All right, sorry. Thank you for letting me go on my rant. God bless y'all. Jesus loves you, and I'll catch y'all next time.
All right, have a good night.
All right, I go.
I'm sorry. There's a lot of tinfoil hat spontaneously appeared on my head after listening to that. I don't know where it came from.
Go ahead, bud. I appreciate you, sharing your view. We're trying to give you some time, man. So bear aware that some people have different views, so it's kind of hard. But we appreciate you, though, taking your time.
Oh yeah, sure. There's no problem. Like I said, I'm easy to find. I don't know why people think I'm hard to get. It's just you gotta tell me.
May I ask what your background is, sir? Sir, may I ask what your background is?
Questions.
And I'll shut up.
I didn't catch that.
I just wanted to ask what your background was. What do you do? I mean, as far as just in the study of
I think you gotta understand that I'm not entirely comfortable giving too much information.
Yeah, I understand. That's why I was just saying, just in general as you can.
I've been in academia for a reasonable number of years, as in more than 10, not professionally for all of those, but and my field of study has been largely genetics.
Okay, that's good enough. Go ahead, sir.
I worked in the airlines, and I didn't want to tell anybody I worked for the airlines.
Yeah, I understand anonymity, man, because these days, like that is no tinfoil hat stuff. People can.
Yeah. So look, if I told you specifically what I was studying right now, you could find out who I was in 30 seconds.
Right. So I respect that.
There's not many people doing specifically that.
That's fine.
Right.
But I'll let you and LPP go back because you were doing pretty good there. You two. Go ahead. Sorry.
And I'm going to throw this out right now. I got to put a hard cap at 3 a.m. So.
What time zone are you
It's what, like 223, right? 224 just ticked over.
Okay, so you're in
probably
Eastern time. Yeah, that's fine. I gotta get up in the morning myself, so we're gonna call it a wrap at that time anyway.
But if you wanted to finish the line that we were on just then, that's certainly okay.
I forget what were we discussing. It's been a long day for me.
You guys were on the 1+1, and then he went into
Oh yeah, that's right. You were insulting my intelligence on understanding search query and being able to do a minuscule portion of it to find
that's what I was doing.
Find a. You literally stated I didn't understand what you were talking about when I was literally stating what you were trying to explain. I understand.
You know what I was referring to.
You were stating that you can take a chunk of the sequence and do a macro comparison to others and then find similarities.
Find identity.
Is that the term you're going to use? Okay, fine. Identity.
No. Yeah, similarity and identity are not the same thing.
Okay.
Which you should know. If you're talking about these search algorithms, you should know that there's a difference between similarity and identity.
Oh, God. Okay. All right, continue.
So, anyway, because it does not take much of a sequence identity to confirm that, hey, these two things are the same. That's how we place it. And so, yes, it is a lot smaller. It's certainly a lot smaller. It's honestly not surprising that it's a lot smaller because it doesn't need to do much anymore.
Okay. So what does the sequence do in the things that it's getting compared to?
What does it do in what?
What is the sequence doing in the organisms from which it's derived?
So the sequences that are identical are also involved in energy production.
Okay. So
not shocking.
Right. So you basically have a function that is operating in two different organisms.
You have a function caused by proteins with strong identity.
I get all that. I'm talking about in terms of the sequence that's being compared, right? And the identity that's being derived. The end outcome is, for all intents and purposes, the same in terms of energy being used for energy production.
Yes, that is right.
Okay, so the either because I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but mitochondria is pretty much used for energy production in basically every form of life, right?
It's used in eukaryotes.
Okay.
But bacteria do not have mitochondria.
As I said, okay. What have we been discussing? We've been discussing eukaryotes?
Yes, all eukaryotes have mitochondria.
Okay, that was my point. That's what I was saying. Basically, every form of life, in the context of what we're discussing, they all have this, right?
Yes, that's part of the definition of what it means to be a eukaryote. But yeah,
right. Okay, that's okay.
I think there are a couple of instances of secondary loss, but that gets extremely complicated, and I think there's like 2 of them. And it's weird, and I may be misremembering something. So,
okay. Honestly, I'm honestly getting extraordinarily bored with this, dude. Like, you're trying to play semantic games on this left and right, and not actually.
So where I'm trying to go with this is,
the overarching concepts. You're trying to play with minutia here.
So where I'm trying to go with this is that if we start with eukaryotes, we have an extremely strong case for common ancestry for everything from eukaryotes to humans. Okay. When I hear people say, I don't want to talk about the extremely strong evidence of common ancestry from everything from eukaryotes to humans, because you cannot explain how you got from before eukaryotes, from Luca to eukaryotes, or because you can't explain abiogenesis, and therefore I'm going to go ahead and think that the Earth is 6,000 years old. That I think.
Well, see,
is
I haven't
weird.
talked about 6,000-year-old Earth a single time.
I
You made
know,
that
but
you made that assumption. Now, in the
I didn't
context,
assume that you
hang on,
thought that.
in the you literally stated that I did, but in the context,
no,
hang on,
I did not say that. I did not say that about you.
Whisper.
We can go back.
Said,
we can
you
go
said
back.
literally everybody in this room. You said literally everybody in this room. That was your words. But
I said
that's
that's
neither here nor there. We're playing semantic games again, bro. I give no rat's asses about the 6,000 arguments in this context. In the context of evolution, I could care less whether it's a billion years old.
It's where the information comes from.
Or 15 billion years old. I could care less. Now, in the context of the supposed proof of common ancestry is everything that you rely upon 100%, well, let's say 99.99, since we're not going to deal with absolutes, dependent on coding genes.
No. You have sequence identity in non-coding regions. You actually have extremely strong sequence identity in non-coding regions.
Okay, in the context, the foundation of evolutionary. Okay, let's get real, man. You guys weren't even comparing the non-coding regions until relatively recently in the macro view.
Yeah, that's true. But also, even before we were comparing any genes, right? We had an extremely strong case on the basis of just straight morphology.
Okay. So in the context of let's, as an example, the overall genome similarities are the more data we're deriving, are we actually finding they're much less similar than we thought?
Much less.
I mean, from your perspective, how similar are humans and mice?
They're not particularly close in the context of like all mammals. Well, actually, in the context of all mammals, they're not bad. But mice, I assume when you say mice, you mean specifically mus, right? Not like all of the little furry things that people call mice if they don't know any.
What do you, from a genetic similarity perspective, I'm assuming with chimps you're putting the 98, whatever it is, what do you say it is for mice? For mus?
A lot lower.
Okay.
I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head.
Okay, and then in terms of that comparison, would you say it is, you need to compare the overall? Hey, whoever is making a shitload of noise, please put it on mute. The coding sequences or the genome at large? Like what should actually be being compared?
Oh, so if you're only looking at the coding sequences, then humans and mice, and again by mice I mean mus, are pretty close. If you're using everything, the thing about mus and
let's put some numbers on
muroids more generally is that they got really poor control of like chromosomal architecture. It gets chopped up a lot. And so even if you compare like the genomes of mus and ratus, which are pretty close genetically, if you do the full sequence analysis, like it's strangely different.
Okay, so what is it between humans and mus?
Between humans and mus?
Mm-hmm.
Coding regions, it's pretty high. Non-coding regions, it's a lot lower because there's a lot of chromosomal weirdness.
Okay, so the data I've seen is that coding is give or take around 85% similar. Overall genome is 9%.
Yeah, so the 9% is silly.
That's overall genome.
The overall what?
That's the genome at large is 9%.
Yeah. So that's kind of silly.
Silly in what context?
Certainly higher than 9. 85%. 85% hearing it sounds a little low for coding regions. I would have thought it'd be more in the range of 90-ish, but
Well, you'll have to take it up with, let me see, who was that? What's the book I derived that from? Author was John Parrington.
You just like toss it in the side.
I'm trying to find the. I'm Googling right now. I'm trying to pull up the sources for that book. But it was very specifically stated that the yes, we run around thinking that just comparing the coding regions in mice, it was 85%.
Yeah, so
but
so
when
just
you
a
actually did a comparison to the overall genome, it was 9%. And the point that was being made is that as we are deriving dramatically more and more understanding of the functionality of the non-coding regions, suddenly if we're looking at this level of disparity, then suddenly the supposed similarities from an evolutionary perspective, or he wasn't saying this, is the point I'm making, is that suddenly these supposed similarities and step-by-step processes to follow the bouncing ball to derive common ancestry, I mean, that suddenly starts to collapse unless you are willing to argue that a billion base pair differences that have function, just as an example purpose, all derive themselves through evolution.
Yeah, so as I do a quick search, the number that I'm getting as far as non-coding region similarity is 50%, but you got to ask yourself what the masking is on that, because if we're looking at like repeat regions, then these numbers get really weird. So to explain what I mean by that.
What type of repeats?
Well,
I mean, what type of repeats are you trying to like discount? Because I'm sure you are well aware that the things that were being dismissed as repeats were starting to derive function for.
It depends on what you mean by that, and we don't have the time in what is now the morning to go through that.
Okay. Well, we don't have to go through it, but I would like to get a clear statement from you. Are you stating are you a PhD?
No.
Okay, master's. I'm assuming though, if you're working in, you're a researcher. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm
a professional researcher in okay. So is it your official position as a researcher in a doctoral program in genetics that we are not deriving essential functions for repeats, ALU, whether it be ALUs, short tandem repeats, etc.?
You find a couple here and there. It's kind of a weird thing, and especially when you say essential.
Well, I mean, point mutations and different short tandem repeats have been directly tied to a variety of diseases.
Yes, that's true, especially when you start talking about tandem repeats that are plaque forming, which gets to be a big. So, like if you look at Huntington's chorea, for instance, when you have these short tandem repeats, what's happening basically is if you get one of those in a where you can get a duplication of these repeats, because that's how you get more of them, is you get basically a slipping of the replication machinery. That's when you get problems. But again, that's a fairly specific and fairly well understood thing. I'm not saying that you can't get functionality out of repeat regions. The point that I'm trying to make is if I have a short sequence, right, and I have one copy of it here and in species A, and then in species B, I have 1,000 copies in a row of, let's say it's a 10 base pair long sequence, right? So how similar are these two regions? That's a difficult question to answer, because is it very, very dissimilar? because there's a huge difference in the number of copies of the repeat? Or is it very, very similar because it's the same sequence repeated many, many times?
No, the point I'm making is that if you're going in terms of doing the actual determining what is the actual similarity of the overall genomes, that if you are discounting, and just use this as one example, if you're discounting along with many other portions of the genome that supposedly are not relevant, things such as short tandem repeats, which we are now discovering do have direct function, not necessarily from being transcribed, but in terms of folding and a variety of other things. No. My point is that you are attempting to discount the relevance in terms of the
not discounting the relevance.
So you just did a few minutes ago in terms of the overall comparison to the genome. You immediately brought up, it's very difficult to compare these because we all lose repeats and we can't really count them. My point is that we're now discovering. Hang on, let me finish. Well, my point is that we are now discovering, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, because I will happily show that you're incorrect, that the specific positioning of short tandem repeats, they're discovering all sorts of functions for that, correct?
So the thing is if you want to say that a thing can
are you saying that what I just said is incorrect or correct?
Yeah, it's not the way you mean it.
Sounds like a lot of excuses.
Really? Are you suggesting?
Let me make this point. If I say that a human can swim from England to France, and then therefore I, as a human, can swim from England to France, I have said something stupid. Okay, you would agree with that, right?
No, yeah, okay. I'm not really sure.
That's true.
What does
it's
it do with
true.
the point I'm making?
Well, no, it is the point you're making, because you're trying to imply that because people have found these functions in these regions, that therefore these regions all must do something functional.
That is not the point that I was making.
But also, what your point
is not even remotely the point that I was making. The point I was making is that in the context of the overall gene sequence genome comparisons, and specifically in relation to how freaking similar are they at all? Outside, cool, we have we have gene commonalities.
That's the thing.
And then you
almost got it. You're almost there.
I'm almost.
Here's the issue.
Okay.
Here's the issue. My point is that it's really difficult to say how similar heavily repeated regions are to regions with less repeats. I'm not saying that they're completely non-functional in every instance. I'm saying that it's hard to compare the degree of similarity in these regions because it's hard to compare the similarity of repeats. That's it. That was my point. Also,
because of your assumptions,
you're misinterpreting the data, but that wasn't my point originally.
What portion of the data am I misinterpreting?
So again, you are implying you are massively overconfident in the degree of functionality found in these regions. Yes, there is some. No, it is not much. But that was not my original point.
Okay, so are you suggesting that they are not discovering?
That is exactly what I did not say.
After disease that are caused directly by point mutations in things such as short tandem repeats.
So it's amazing that you heard me say.
This is a very direct question. Are you going to answer the question directly? Answer the question directly.
I answered it before you asked it. That's how good I am.
I guess I'm not just here understanding you.
No, it's amazing. I already answered your question before you even asked it.
Answer it clearly. Answer it clearly.
What I said was, because what I said was,
you just tried to downplay what's being discovered in functionality.
And you're not, and let me tell you
why. And again, I want you to answer my question directly. Are you suggesting that we are not discovering?
I did not say that, nor did I ever say that. What I said was,
I'm asking you to clarify. This is called a clarifying question. You do understand how that works, right?
Okay, but then try to not ask it in a loaded way.
I'm not asking it. I'm asking it in a very direct way. Yeah, are point mutations in tandem in repeats being directly correlated with disease?
So the way you ask
That's a freaking yes or no question, bro.
It is not a yes or no question. That's the point. Because the way you asked it, it implies that all point mutations in all repeat regions are associated with these things.
That is not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if they are directly discovering that...
Sometimes, not often.
Okay. So but then you go into things like I mean ALUs are just
sometimes, not often.
Now, have ALUs been, up until relatively recently, been considered just, not all, but most, just repeats that don't have any function?
It is true that most are just repeats that don't have any function.
Well, but they have. Well, no. Is it true that we're discovering more and more that do have function that we didn't used to think didn't have function?
So if I tell you that
that's a pretty direct question. Are there ALUs that we used to think had absolutely no
way?
No, it's a very direct clarification question.
Look, if I tell you
30 years ago, were there any ALUs, or they were considered functional, or were they considered junk?
Any at all in the entire.
Were 99.999% of ALUs 30 years ago considered to have no function?
I think that 99.999% are considered to have no function now.
Okay.
CRISPR, there's a guy in chat who wants your contact information. This
I'm visible on YouTube. Like, you can just send me a message on YouTube. I tell you what, leave a comment on under this video. I'll see it sometime tomorrow.
You guys want to ask questions? I gotta go. I gotta step away for a second.
Well, CRISPR, I gotta say, you were expert at evading. You got a very smooth. But let me just say, hold on. Let me finish my statement.
When did you stop beating your wife?
This ain't gonna listen, partner. Let me finish answering the question, because all these questions ain't like that. You can't say that. These questions are direct. There's no roundabout ways that we saying it different ways.
I gotta tell you, when did you stop beating your wife is a pretty direct question. It's just also a loaded one.
Okay, but see, all these questions are not loaded. We asking you basic questions, and the whole thing is the 99%. Are you saying 99% of these ALUs, these repeats, are functionalists? Because the one thing about that they've discovered is some of these repeats, the way the DNA ravels, how it ravels on the chromosomes. Don't you think that cells communicate with other cells, and some function has something to do with the location of the cell to the other cell? Would you agree with that?
Some of them can.
Okay, so, well, I mean, they're finding out that, the location of the cells, how it's wrapped, that the way that it's wrapped, cells could be closer to each other. That's why you have all this extra ALUs. Part of that is just for wrapping around the histones.
Right. What part?
A lot of the ALUs, a lot of the repeats are based. I'm not exactly sure about what percent.
Is it possible it's a small percent?
I doubt it, because of the fact is that just the way they can position, ourselves around, being close to other cells, it's not a small amount. It's not a small amount.
Okay,
because you have to wrap a lot of letters around the histones, so it's not a small amount.
Well, actually, you can figure out exactly how much is required.
Let me
just do a quick Google search here.
What period of time in life?
I mean, if you basically say only 2% is protein coding, you got 2% right there. What's the rest of it doing?
146 base pair.
What's that?
It's 146 base pair to get around a histone.
Okay, but you got other. It ain't just one histone. It's in position to the other one. It's all about being in position to speak to other chromosomes, like communication back and forth.
So how much of that sequence matters?
I mean, listen, I don't know exactly. All I'm saying to you is this here. this stuff that you was calling 30 years ago. I mean, and you can play semantics with the word junk and garbage and not useful at the time or whatever, but the narrative was it was garbage. Okay.
No,
Now
the
we're
narrative was never that it was garbage.
It really was. It really.
No.
Okay. So
So if you actually look at the original paper, the original paper makes a very specific point, a very pointed reason.
It's not no original. It was many papers. See, the thing about it is,
there was actually a single.
You tried. Okay, right, but you tried to minimize so you can put all these eggs in one basket. So all the scientists, all the evolutionists was basing everything based on one paper. Nobody thought outside of that one paper. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
What I'm trying to tell you is, at the time the concept of junk DNA became established, right? It was known to include tRNAs, right? They knew that tRNAs, because they already knew about tRNAs at the time that was published, and tRNAs are non-coding genes.
Okay, but you're minimizing everything because the whole narrative. Yes, they did. Oh my goodness.
Let me finish my sentence, please. Nobody ever thought that tRNAs were useless. Okay. Ever. Nobody.
Okay, we ain't talking about tRNA. We ain't not talking about that.
Yes, we are.
talking the majority.
tRNAs
listen,
are in the
stop
category
it.
of junk.
Listen, I got to give it to you.
Game, but...
I think you missed your mark, CRISPR. You really should have been a lawyer. Okay, but
I've
the
been
problem
told
is
that before, but also you're
hold on
wrong.
for a second. Hold on for a second. You should have been a lawyer. But the bottom line is, there's not one person in this room
that might not be a great example.
Hold on. We'll agree with you that the narrative was not that you can basically throw away 90 something percent of the genome because that was evolutionary relics of past species that does not work anymore. And it was just junk.
So the point. So if you're saying
that wasn't the narrative.
So if you're saying that nobody else in this room would agree with me about how I'm describing the narrative of junk DNA, you're probably right. But also, nobody else in this room has actually, I don't know, let's say, taken a class on this stuff.
It does. Listen, it doesn't matter. You know what? I'm gonna tell you something. You know how you learn. You know how you learn. But you know how you learn, though, CRISPR. You learn based. Look, first of all, you gotta have a desire to learn. You gotta have a strong. You got a strong desire to learn. You're gonna learn something. We're living in 2020. Okay. Basically, you got the internet. You got reasonable intelligence.
Yes, because you can look stuff up on the original paper.
Exactly. You can look stuff up. You can read the papers. I mean, honestly, let's
have
be
you read the paper?
For real.
You have internet, right?
This is not. Hold on. This is not based on one paper. See, you're acting like Dan. You're acting like Dan.
Read the paper? Have you read the paper?
Hold on. You're acting like Dan. You're acting like Dan. We're not. I'm talking about. I'm not talking about one paper. I'm talking about
one paper.
30 years ago.
Okay.
Have you read it? Everything. No, I have not read it. But everything.
How many of the papers have you read?
Hold on for a second. Hold on.
How you're saying this based on all these papers? How many of them have you read?
Okay, I tell you what we're gonna do.
You've read none of them, I'm guessing.
Yes, I have read papers. Hold on for a second.
You're basing your understanding on what you've been told by other people.
CRISPR, you triggered, okay? Because you can't stop.
You're clearly wrong.
You can't, CRISPR, you can't stop talking. You're triggered right now.
Because you keep saying things that are wrong.
You're not.
I'll stop interrupting.
Everything you're saying in your mouth is wrong. But see, guess what? I listen to you because
I was right about you not having read the paper.
I'm trying to get you to hang yourself, okay? Because you're trying to tell me
It's funny. You're messing around with that noose and you're getting it around yourself. Because I'm sorry, if you're trying to get me to hang myself, you're doing a real bad job.
Because of course, you know why? Because you don't want to listen. You don't want to stop for a second. Stop for a second. You're telling me that the narrative was not.
You're trying to wiggle out of it.
See, yeah, he don't want me to say anything. I can see he won't even give me 2 minutes to finish your thought. You're trying to tell me. Okay, so you're trying to tell me the narrative has not been that 2% of the genome, the rest of the genome, you can almost basically throw away. Dawkins said that. That's been a narrative. Now since we're finding all this function, the ENCODE project is finding 80% of the genome is being transcribed. They don't know what's being transcribed in yet. That's because
true.
That's because they spent so much time looking at the protein genes because that fit the narrative. Now they're seeing that 80% of the genome is being transcribed. And a matter of fact,
have you read ENCODE?
Yes, I have.
You've actually read the whole paper.
I read the whole paper. It's been some years ago. The paper came out 2012.
Yeah. Okay. So I would love to, can we do a reading group on ENCODE? I think that would be a great idea.
No, I tell you what. How about we do this right here? How about if we talk about what you evaded way back when you were trying to explain? Hold on. When you were trying to explain how did prokaryotes evolve into eukaryotes, and then you gave this whole side answer. How about we go back to that? Because I know what you like to do. You like to minimize stuff because you think you got enough knowledge to speak to.
Do you want to admit first that there's clear evidence of common ancestry all the way back to eukaryotes first?
Absolutely not.
Okay,
Evidence of common ancestry. That's what we're looking for. We're asking for the proof of that.
I mean, are you serious? You think You think that's something that you have proof on? You don't even know who the last common ancestor was. You didn't even know what he looked like.
Common ancestor of what?
The Luca, the last.
That is true.
Last universal common ancestor.
If you want to talk about that, that's fine. But first, I'm going to need to hear you say that you accept common ancestry from everything past eukaryotes.
Okay.
Absolutely not, dude.
Okay, then let's talk about common ancestry past eukaryotes first. Let's do the easy thing before we do the hard thing.
No. See that's the problem. See, the problem is your whole argument is going to be based on speculation. Look. Here's the problem.
You want to go easy on your worldview. I get it.
No, I'm gonna tell you the problem. Here's the problem.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what Nick said.
I said you want to go easy on your worldview. I get it.
You think that everything past eukaryotes is easy on the worldview?
No, I mean, I think if I'm understanding the context right, we're saying that it's all impossible because the information can't form to begin with. Chemicals can't do that to begin with.
Information, yeah.
And isn't that what you're saying is the hard thing?
No, that's definitely much harder than everything past eukaryotes. Everything past eukaryotes is much easier.
Okay, so let me ask
you. Still need information that's not there.
One second.
Okay,
one person at a time, please.
Yeah, please, guys. I've been waiting a very long time to. But if you have, if you want to test your worldview, you need to find its weakest point and see if it's even plausible there. And it's not.
Sure, I agree. My worldview is that there is common ancestry of everything past eukaryotes. So let's test that.
Well, I don't know of any scientific evidence for that. Are you referring to philosophical evidence?
No, I'm talking about science. I think the science is pretty strong.
Okay, well,
but you would agree though. Before we get into that though,
you would discussion on it.
Just really quick, I gotta ask. You would agree though that if my worldview that we're going to explore is the common ancestry of everything past eukaryotes, then talking about abiogenesis is not testing the hard part of my worldview. You'd give me that, right?
If you don't have a complete model, if you're claiming common ancestry, but your model doesn't include the common moment, then you're just being pretend science.
No, I'm just talking about eukaryotes on.
Give them a chance. Start from eukaryotes. Start from eukaryotes.
Okay, so great. Let's do that. That's fun. Okay.
Start from eukaryotes and explain to us how the systems of the different species, how defense mechanisms, how camouflage, how clotting factors, how machinery came into existence in the cell, and how the system that actually fold proteins came into existence. Start from eukaryotes and break it down for us.
Protein comes before eukaryotes, so that's actually not covered in the critical bit of my worldview.
Okay, wait a minute. You said the systems of the organisms came before.
You actually said. You said the system that causes the proteins to fold. You asked me to explain that. I was just saying that is actually before the common ancestry of all eukaryotes, so that's not actually covered in the critical bit of my work.
Oh, that's before.
So
Oh,
it's
so
not
you
actually relevant.
So are you saying that prokaryotes had the same systems that fold proteins, that fold that not just fold proteins, but to read the proteins and all the machinery that produces the proteins, all that, and they had epigenetic responses and all that type of stuff. You know, they had all that. All those systems were in place, so you don't have to explain how they
Mostly,
came
yeah.
into place.
Mostly,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we'll go ahead and start.
So we're just doing eukaryotes. Now I got to tell you, this has been a lot of fun. But you remember like 35 minutes ago when I said that I had to put a hard cap at 3?
Right. Yeah.
Like, so
But you know,
I'm just pointing it out that I'm not like ducking out
no,
at the critical moment here. But it is like 2:59 in the
right.
morning.
I was about to say the same thing.
So,
But I wanted to thank you,
been
Crispin.
fun.
Guys,
I tell you what.
Guys, hang on for a second.
I want to
Okay,
thank you for your participation, Crispin. Okay.
Before Crispin wraps up, before he bounces, I want to give you a minute to please enlighten us on your evidence for everything past eukaryotes having common ancestry.
You want me to do that in a minute?
The top level. I mean, I assume you have a top level argument.
Well, mitochondria would be a great place to start, but that's only a start. And I'm sorry, but if you want me to give you the whole thing, beginning to end, in a minute,
just bullet points, bro. You see mitochondria. What else? Go.
I couldn't download the entire argument in a minute.
Bullet points. The top level arguments. Bullet points. You don't have to give not detail.
Okay.
Not detail. Just top level bullet points.
That thing I said earlier about sampling all life at a number of different genes, doing a multi-locus gene tree, doing that phylogeny, also all of the fossil evidence, also all of the morphological evidence, also all of the biogeographical evidence, also just basically, did I mention the multi-leveled membranes as evidence of endosymbiosis that are different in different lineages and maintained when they don't actually do much of anything? There's other stuff too, but I think that was about a minute. So, like, those are the bullet points.
Okay, awesome. Well, you have a great night, man. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, sure. And if you guys want to do this again sometime, you want me to like give a more detailed case, I got to get all the papers out. But like, just let me know in advance so that I know that's the topic. That's all.
Okay.
I ask.
And as you leave, is it your professional assertion that genomic repeats do not have significant gene regulatory functions?
It is my professional assertion that a significant portion of genetic repeats do not have significant function.
But there are portions that do have significant function.
Yes, but it is not much.
Oh.
And that you will agree that is a very important distinction, right?
I mean, I understand your distinction. I'm just surprised.
You agree it's important.
I'm just surprised that you actually would take that the function it does have is not significant.
I'm sorry, that the function it does have is not what?
Not very significant.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so the small.
That's why it was a dodge.
So the small portion that you're stating of the genomic repeats that do have function, is the function been discovered to be very important, not very important, or not important at all? In terms
there is
of
range. Some of it is very important. Most of it is not very important. But again, that depends on what you mean by very important. My final question is the level of importance. My final question is has the level of importance that as we discover new functions, has it been going up or down?
I
would say
it's gone up asymptotically.
Like L1, like L1 repeats.
Good guess.
Like our L1 repeats, are we deriving significant importance from them?
I mean, we're finding. So, I have said before that as we get a more complete view of the genome, we will find interesting and novel bits of functionality in a variety of places. However, the more we learn, what we will find is we will find less and less functionality as a percent of the total in less and less in fewer and fewer regions as a percent of the total. In other words, we will start expanding our scope of what sequences we're looking at, right? And we will start looking at more and more of the genome. And as we look at more and more of the genome, we will find function, right? But how much the percent of that region that we find function in will get smaller the bigger the region is that we look at. That is my point. So if you look at only protein coding genes,
so you don't think like the
mostly
piRNAs
really
and stuff
important.
are like debunking that entire position?
All right. If that's what you want to spend your time doing.
No. I know. I'm asking you. You don't think that like things like they're discovering with like the Argonauts and the piRNAs are like dramatically shattering that position you just took?
What percent of the genome are the piRNAs?
Well, I mean, so far they've discovered like 50,000 of them.
How long are they?
I think they usually range like 29 to 36 base pairs somewhere in there.
Okay, so if I were to go ahead and multiply 36,
Well, no, I've done the math. I understand where we're going on this, but I'm talking about in context of what they are regulating.
Okay, so we're talking about 2 million base pair out of 3 billion base pair. So that's you would agree that is not much.
Yeah, and did you listen to a word that I just said in the context of what they are regulating? Is that a shitload more than 2 million base pairs?
Let's do the first bit first.
Is that way? No. Answer my question. Is that way more than the 2 million?
Can you
that
answer
you're trying
my
to do the math
question first?
to try and down. No, I understand that 2 million is small.
It's a small. Great.
Yeah.
Now
keep holding on with all you got. Crispin.
What percent of the 50,000 have a function that is vitally important to the viability of the organism?
Well, I would say we're just now starting to figure that out, aren't we? Because it wasn't up in it was up until a couple of years ago. We thought they only had relevance in the testes and such, right?
Honestly, most of the stuff that happens in the testes is because the testes are very poorly regulated.
Up until relatively recently, were piRNAs even recognized to have function outside of those environments?
No, you missed my point. They weren't really recognized to have function in those environments. They were just transcribed a bunch because there's a lot of really a lot of spurious transcription.
Right, and then what have we discovered relatively recently about them?
Yeah, so
that they have massive function, right?
Right. So do you know what function they have?
Well, I mean, they're heavily involved in the Argonauts, but with the Argonauts. But my point is that I believe the exact phrasing was used.
Where are they found?
Well, actually, a lot of them are in the brain.
No. I mean, where are they?
Hang on. My point is that I believe the words used to describe them last December by Han Lee, whatever his name is, the head of the Stanford. I'm drawing a blank on the name. It's too late on the name of the department he's head of. But he literally described it as a paradigm shift in gene regulation. I would wager that's a rather important or rather relevant to the whole point that's being made at large, right?
These things are predominantly, the sequences are predominantly found within the broader scope of the sequences that they regulate. Now, the interesting thing about that is that means that they bind. So if you transcribe a big region, okay, and you also transcribe in the opposite direction a small region, a small bit of that same region, then the small bit will bind to the big bit. You get that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means you get automatic regulation of one by the other. Nothing else needs to be explained.
Nothing else?
Yeah, it's just
absolutely nothing else. Absolutely nothing else needs to be explained.
Yeah, it's like I said, you're putting so much emphasis on this when it's such a simple system.
Well, what point I'm making is that it wasn't this supposedly stupidly simple system, and I'm talking about this in the context of the end outcomes that are derived from it, that we didn't even know were even to look for until relatively recently. And now we're also being shown to have dramatic regulatory impact on all sorts of portions of the genome that were considered to be non-functional.
Mostly doing what?
Well, that's what they're figuring out now. They've
got most of the functionality mapped out.
Really?
Yeah. Some of it they don't know.
In the last year?
Yeah, so the major role of these things is in breaking down transcripts of the things they're inside of. Shocking, eh?
That's their only function.
It's basically it is effectively what it is a negative regulation. And it's a very simple system. So, yeah.
So what are they regulating?
A lot of it's transposon activity.
Okay. And they're not affecting gene expression in stem cells?
Yeah. So again, how does that work?
I mean, the process that you're obviously trying to stay focused on is not the point that I'm making. I'm talking about in the context of the much bigger influence that they have on them from the macro level, which is the entire point, which is something as simple, supposedly simple as what you're trying to describe, actually has a much more massive influence, not only into already known functions, but into things we didn't recognize were under its influence, is my entire point, which is that we've been operating like we understood what the hell was going on, and now we're discovering that we didn't.
Yeah, so again, all of this is effectively connected to the Dicer system.
Okay,
I'm just trying to make sure that I'm remembering all of this correctly. And so the Dicer system, if you recall, basically uses short guide microRNAs to break up longer transcripts. Okay?
Yeah, I know how Dicer works.
I'm sorry?
I said I know how Dicer works.
Okay, so you understand that if you transcribe a short bit inside the longer sequence, it can bind to and act as a guide RNA for Dicer, right?
Okay.
Okay. So that's how Argonaut works. That's how piRNAs work. That is predominantly what they're doing.
Okay. And you've been reading the papers from the last year on this?
Honestly, a lot of this was figured out before that even. Now, I'm not saying that there are no other functions of this system that you can find somewhere, right? I am saying that if you look at the majority of them, right, the majority of them fit within the small category that the majority of them fit within the broader category of less functional stuff, and mostly the function is, man, it would be nice if this chunk of DNA wasn't there in the first place, but it is, so let's get rid of it using the system we've already got. And, the better function would be to just not have it in the first place, but there it is. So, deal with what you can.
Okay. And I honestly wonder if you operate from a very interesting blinders perspective.
I don't know. I kind of feel like you expected to blindside me with this thing.
No, I'm not trying to blindside you. I mean, I figured you understood what they are. I'm surprised at your response in relation to the new functions beyond what kind of stuff you're just describing, in terms of like in terms of the end outcome. I mean, all the stuff in cancer research that's been coming out about them. I mean, it's
well. So if
it's a little bit more significant than
causing cancer, that's not great. You probably wish they weren't there at all, right?
It's like, yeah, dude. Okay, so there's all this other functional capacity going on.
Yeah. So what's the selective benefit of not getting cancer?
What's the selective benefit?
Yeah. So if most people don't get cancer until they're like 40, 45 or something, or later even, and most people have kids when they're like 25 on average, what's the selective benefit to not get cancer?
Okay.
The answer is there's none.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's no selective benefit to not get cancer. So if you look at something and look at it, it's cancer related.
Okay.
There's no benefit there.
All right. At this point, we're getting into literal stupidity in this conversation. It's too late.
All right. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm already.
It's 3:15. I'm
15 minutes overdue for my bed,
man.
I gotta cut this short. But,
all right, else, if y'all want to keep talking for a little bit, I might got a few things I got to do before going to bed.
It's been real, CRISPR. Glad to talk to you.
Yep.
And,
thanks. Take your time, bud.
Sure, it's no problem. We'll do this
we
again sometime.
We all want to learn. We all want to learn.
You guys know what I talk about. Have a topic in mind. We'll talk about it some other time. But I gotta go to sleep. So
yeah, man.
I'm gonna drop now. So,
all right, see you.
All right. Okay. See you.
Oh, no, he's right. Jungle's right. I mean, we do need to all learn, and but oh yeah, he was being kind of vague there and long-winded on some of that stuff and evasive. But John did well trying to peg him down for a few times.
Well, they're finding out that all this stuff is interregulated. It's like everything's regulated and everything else, and it's all connected, and it's all And they're just discovering this right now, but he's saying that he already knows about it and everything.
Yeah, well, two things, man. Nature doesn't, I mean, typically use energy for things it doesn't need. You know what I mean? So if it's doing other things, it's there for a reason.
Well, and if it's not doing something now, it doesn't mean it never did and never will.
Exactly, because that's our whole position is that we're degrading. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
they don't like genetic. That was in the chat. They were talking about that. They don't like when we talk about genetic entropy. That's like
besides the genetic entropy, right?
Yeah.
Hey, you guys. You guys have a good night. It's 3:16 where I'm at.
Yeah, bud.
I gotta get up early.
Good talking, man. You was pretty. I like the way you put it down, brother.
Well, I appreciate that. Definitely. Everybody have a good night.
Good night.
All right.
Good night. So when he finally came around at the end to
oh man. Go ahead, Nicholas. Go ahead.
Yeah, when he came around at the end to his claim that we see all these things are like they're quote functioning, but then the assumption is that it would be better off if they didn't exist, as if they've tested and proven the negative that they're not doing anything, which of course is not the case. And it would just, he took all that time just to come to such an absurd place.
Well,
he did that a few times.
He's trying to put doubt in your mind. He's trying to put as much doubt as you can into people's minds. But I've been trying to get him into a discussion like this for ages. I mean, ages. And he says he's always available, but this is the first time I've seen him come into a discussion like this.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to give him some time, because you know what? I wasn't a one-bit challenged by anything he said. So it's great to let him, somebody come in there and just pitch their whole worldview, and just it didn't affect me one bit because,
Well, yeah, it doesn't affect us because we know what the history is.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny because I asked multiple times in the chat. I'm like, how does he know
I've been trying to get him into discussion. I would invite him, tell him to come, come into discussion. This first time I've seen him come in.
Shadow Dancer. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't see her. Somebody joined us here.
No, that's okay.
Who's this? Oh, Shadow Dancer.
Yeah, hey, Jargon. Yeah, no, I just asked multiple times in the chat
That's
about,
a long time no see.
Yeah, about how does he know where the information comes from? He speaks
We
all
can't
this
hear
stuff
you, I don't
about
think.
like, oh no, I'm sorry.
It's Tony G too.
I can
Is
hear
it-
her pretty good.
Is it
Oh,
better?
that's probably just me. I gotta refresh.
I moved my mic
go ahead.
closer. No, I just mentioned multiple times in the chat about how he doesn't even know where the information comes from. He mentions all this stuff about the genome, all this kind of activity, but this information has to be there, has to be front loaded. Where does it come from?
Well,
never
that's
once mentioned it.
that's why he wanted us to grant him everything up until, you know what I mean, and go backwards, which that's how they work.
Exactly.
And we're going. We're coming. Go ahead, Tony.
His idea that it was obvious that we've evolved from eukaryotes or whatever, like, I have no idea where he was getting that from.
And then when we went with the phylological tree, but like there could be which is actually more like a bush, which they're coming to, which they did talk about that in fairness, but you could have several trees. You know what I mean? We're okay with species being related and speciation happening, so we're not against that. That's totally in our paradigm. So
Exactly. Like, I mean, they can speciate. Just look at foxes, look at dogs, look at cats. They can speciate. That's totally different than a chicken turning into a dinosaur and a dinosaur turning into a bird. Totally
well,
different.
and if you look, we're like the cats we're not going from like little cats to big cats. We're going from like big cats down to small cats. Everything's
We should mute Tony. This is right.
Hey, Tony G. Are you there?
He's on 45, man.
Yeah, then I don't know if
Fast forward.
LPP's here because apparently not, because he's not muted. Can you mute yourself, Tony? It's making really weird noises.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come back if you get it fixed.
What the heck was going on? I stepped away for a
All
second.
right, I can hear everybody. Maybe.
What was that noise?
It was a 45.
That was Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Once we asked him to mute, he muted. So
No, I muted him.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
So,
you came back right after.
So I have a comment on that. So I find it kind of interesting with evolution that we went from something very small, something very big, like dinosaurs and the whole, their whole era that they say, and yet we got small. How does that work? It's not evolution. That's like evolution and then de-evolution and then re-evolution. It doesn't make any sense. But they won't even look at that.
Yeah, if you look at the fossils, I mean, for sure, that's why the flood is so, I mean, to me, obvious is that you had like a hyperbolic chamber. I mean, everything was bigger back then. You know what I mean? If you look at dragonflies, they have fossils at 3.5 foot wingspan, and gophers 6 feet. I mean, these are actual fossils. You can,
and people too.
Yeah, and people, which they've been sweeping that on the rug for a long time, but that's another story.
And I have a question. Was when CRISPR was talking about, like, it sounded like he was saying that natural selection would not prevent people from getting cancer when they're like 45. But then I just have to ask, like, is he saying that natural selection would not cause people to live older than 45?
Well, his point.
Well, why do people live to be like 85? It seems like that.
Well, his point was if somebody's reproducing at 25, you know what I mean, and it doesn't matter what that portion of the genome's doing, because like it wouldn't matter because you're already reproducing. So if you lost that, no big deal. You know what I mean? But in the Bible, people live to be very old. You know what I mean? Up to 900 years.
Right.
So he wasn't talking about death or
no, he was just talking about like that where him and John were talking about that portion of the genome we're finding functional.
He's talking about reproductive potential. That's the only I think it's important for evolution is reproduction.
But
yeah,
did,
but
but didn't he
it
try
sounded
to?
like he was
his-
really it sounded like it really implied that there's no reason natural selection would have us live as old as we can live.
Well,
And
no,
didn't
you're just
also,
saying.
didn't also
Yeah.
Nicholas, he was kind of implying that because we reproduce at a certain age, we're going to get cancer or something like that. Like I kind of felt like he was implying something like that because he said
No, he's just saying
25.
like if those portions were there to stop cancer, and most people reproduce by the time they're 25, that
They wouldn't get cancer.
Well, I mean,
No, he's saying from an evolutionary perspective, they would have
Yeah.
reproduced before it would have been
Before.
relevant.
So it would be
Yeah.
relevant.
Why was he
Yeah.
using the age of 25? Because the age of
Because
25 is
that's that-
actually a modern age, not an older age.
Well,
like
yeah, that's what I would argue from the Bible. I mean, people they were lived to be 800-900 years old, and I truly believe that. I mean, with all my heart,
yeah,
because
but they were having babies much younger. In fact, women were having babies at like 16, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It was actually, I'll actually tell you guys something interesting about a study. Many women in the modern age now get more cancer and more diseases because they don't have babies. And it's actually a true study. We're actually meant to have babies. So I'm kind of curious. When I was listening to him saying that, I was like, what is he talking about? Like, by
Well-
25, no, most women have babies much earlier, past 100 years ago. So it's kind of a curious thing. I don't know if you guys are kind of connecting that, but
Also, a lot of sexually transmitted diseases are also being shown to cause cancer too. So and they're more prevalent now than they used to be.
that would make sense. Yes, because the people that they
Like the
would sleep with
HPV
back with,
virus.
yeah, because like only the ones that would sleep with like multiple partners would be like the lords, ladies, queens, kings, stuff like that. The commoners did not. So you had a very small percentage of the society. Now today it's much bigger.
Yeah, because disease is definitely in our model, because like we would expect mutations to be happening in diseases to be more prevalent today.
Exactly, because our genome is degraded so much that we're
Right.
getting more and more. In
And
fact,
we're
we
not
have-
eating the right diet that we should be eating to,
Yep.
like the Bible says, to eat the bitter herbs, and I think there's a population that eat the apricot seeds. Have you seen that?
I
Have you
have.
read about that? Yeah.
I have.
So I mean,
yeah.
that's just one example. I mean, I've not really studied it, but definitely there's something there as far as like our diet has changed tremendously.
Exactly.
Ridiculous.
Well, also just all the mutations that we've had, and this is not evolution
Oh, yeah.
mutation. This is just mutations from the fall of the flood, or the fall and the flood, and everything after that has caused us to, we're not okay. So there's actually a huge epidemic right now of women with reproductive issues, and men too, actually, even men. And it has nothing to do with diet, drugs, anything like that. It literally has to do with our DNA mutations and bad mutations in our DNA.
Well, everybody's got more. You've got more mutations than your parents had, and your children will have a few more mutations than you had, and that's a problem. It's gonna add up. That's what
Mhm.
we've always been saying. So that
So
we would
guys,
expect that.
quick interjection here. So
Go away.
you know how CRISPR was trying to argue that we just pretty much already knew everything about the piRNAs.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. So if I can find where I thought I just was. So this is from a paper from November of 2019. Let's see, where was that statement? Crap, I just lost it. It's too late for this. Well, son of a bee. I lost where I was. Basically, what I was about to read, it states that basically, holy crap, we just discovered all this new functions, and this is an amazing new area of study. And we just keep finding all this new stuff that works. This is published, 9 months ago? And yet CRISPR was making the very strong assertion that we just understand everything that it does. Did I misinterpret him? Please correct me if I was.
He's got to go.
They discovered most of it before a year ago.
What'd you say?
He's got to go read up on it real quick so I can invent something to say.
Most of us that were around.
You're right, John.
The question I'm asking
right.
is, I've been up since 5 a.m. like yesterday, so I'm like, my brain is not at high level. So I just want to make sure I was not misinterpreting.
No, you were not.
He was taking.
He was saying that exactly.
Yeah, he agreed with you. It was in the last. Well, he actually there at the end said that maybe a little before that, but it was like in the last 2019 or something. I'm pretty sure. But most of us around like 10 years ago, like I think Chris Brown touched on it. Remember, he didn't know, he wouldn't come clean on that. You know, they did argue very strongly about the junk DNA would, you know, was pretty much junk, you know. And I think John, you talked about before about there's some medical papers that show that if they would have investigated it a little bit more, that we would be further along right now.
But because
so I found the okay. I just found what I was going to read. The discovery of piRNA opens up a new field for the study of NC, that's non-coding RNA. Further study of its biological functions will deepen our understanding of specific disease pathophysiological processes. Previous studies have shown that piRNA is widely expressed in the central and periphery nervous system and participates in regulating various neurophysiological and neuropathological processes. And then it just keeps going. But yeah, I would say that's a rather big overarching level of importance. And that's just like one of many different facets that it's, or two different ones that there's a whole boatload of other things that they've just discovered, like in the last decade. Of like, oh, wow. And then last year, there was a massive unveiling where the head of genomic research at Stanford, I believe, literally described it as a new paradigm in gene regulation. I don't think that describing something as a new paradigm means you understand how it all works. Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
No.
Yeah, and when you asked CRISPR if he's read any papers in the last year, he said, actually, we discovered most of it before then.
Yeah. It's specifically what John was talking about.
Yeah, he did say that.
It's like, what do you mean discovered most of it? We're proposing it does more than you think it does, and you're just assuming you've discovered it. And that assumptive attitude is so the opposite of science. It's garbage.
That's why he's got to go back. He's got to go back and refresh or read up on it, so he can make
I like how
maybe.
his bullet points had fossils was one of his bullet points. We got fossils, he said. The fossil evidence overwhelmingly shows stasis and extinction. So I don't know where he's getting fossils. Record is like one of his big bullet points that proves everything past eukaryotes. Go back to the Cambrian explosion. You know,
Really?
where's the links between the major phyla? Where's it at? You know what I mean? Between fish and amphibian.
I just want to say real quick, it was a joke in slow motion, and I was just being really patient. Yeah, go on.
I've seen you in chat. Yeah, I noticed that. You're wanting Smokey to come trigger him, wasn't you?
Yeah, I told Smokey that I needed him to come in here and get triggered, and run him out of here.
No,
I could hang out with my brother.
it was such a long time that I've been trying to get him to come into a discussion, and he never came in before. And so I wanted to treat him well, so maybe he'll come back.
Yeah, that's the thing to do too, man. Because we listen to him. Maybe next time he'll come back and listen to us for a while. We painfully listen to him.
He's got to come out of his echo chamber. And
at least he apologized to John for calling him a Nazi, man. That was kind of like that was the dude, man.
No, not Christopher.
No, that was
no. Immutable Destiny was that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize to CRISPR then. Yeah, never mind. That dude, that was crazy. I didn't.
No, that was Immutable Destiny.
Yeah, one of the claims that I read, sorry to cut you off, but one of the claims that I read about dinosaur feathers is that first of all, they've found some pretty strong evidence where what they say is strong evidence. I can't wait till AIG and ICR and CMI get back to me on what they think of it. But they've found anchor points for feathers on dinosaur skin. Also, one of their claims is that they find the dinosaurs with like hair, but it's like the, you know how like if you remove the feathery parts off the top of it and just leave the center of the feather, the hollow part.
Yeah,
well, that's what they say. They say that hollow, the hollow parts coming off the dinosaur, that are actually the remains of feathers. But polar bears have hollow hair. So what? Are polar bears evolving into birds? I mean, it's just, it's. I don't believe that dinosaurs had feathers, but if they did, I don't believe it. But if they did, then it was just another created kind. It's as simple as that. It never evolved into a bird. So I'm never going to believe it. I know it's not true.
Polar bears are going to be flying around pretty soon.
I reckon.
Polar bear.
They were supposed to be extinct by now, including the climate scientists.
When Al Gore was born, there was only 5,000 polar bears on Earth, and today there's 25,000 polar bears, 25,000 plus polar bears. So they're going extinct. No, they're dying from starvation. There is no problems with ice out there or ice melts. They show pictures of starving, old, sick, or injured, starving polar bears struggling to survive, and say, "Oh, look, it's because of the ice melting." And they're such con artists. In Tasmania, what they did was, I live in Tasmania. What they did is the Greens, they're environmentalists. This is why I hate them. Before I moved here, I used to love the Greenies. I thought they were all honest and true and all that. But as I moved to Tasmania, I learned, because what they did is that they're not allowed in Tasmania, in the forestry areas. You've got to leave a 200 metre, which is about, anyway, a 200 metre gap on either side of every creek or river in areas that you log, right? So the animals have corridors to go through. You're not allowed to log right down to the water's edge. And they only log 15% of 85% of the public land is locked up, and most of that's in old growth forest, and they only log 15%. So what they say is, what they did is they took a photo of where they logged down to the riverbank, and they only took a narrow shot, and they say, look, this is proof that they're going against the rules and they're logging to the riverbank. What they did is they cut the tree line right down to the riverbank so they could put a bridge across, so they could get the logs out. And so the dirty greenies, the dirty environmentalists come along and take a photo of just that one little section without showing the rest of it, either side, and say that they're breaking the just liars, man. And they put that up on television, and the ABC, the Aboriginal bum cleaner station, we call it, the Australian broadcasting pile of garbage, they post these lies. When I came here, I thought that I heard about how the leatherwood trees were going to be wiped out and all this, and it won't be long, another 10 years, and you won't see another leatherwood tree. I came here and I said to someone, I said, "Oh, could you show me what a leatherwood tree is?" I was out in the forest. I want to see one before they're all wiped out. And he looked at me with a real weird look on his face, and I thought, what? And then after I'd lived here for a couple of years and travelled around all these forests and everything, they're everywhere. There's billions of them everywhere. It's like they are just they tried to get 125 different species of lichen on the endangered species list. Can you imagine if you get lichen that grows on rocks, putting that on an endangered species list? You wouldn't be able to go anywhere. You wouldn't ever be able to mine another area ever again. You wouldn't ever be able to.
That's what they want.
Yeah.
It's what they want. Yes, you're absolutely right.
We have it here too, man. The Green New Deal. We're going to be dead by 2030 if we don't just stop everything.
Chris, where are you from?
I know about the Green New Deal, man. I know more about American politics than I know about Australian politics. I follow American politics.
You probably do, because they like to shove it down everybody's throat in movies, and you can name it. It's commercials.
No, I love Donald Trump, man. I wish we had a Donald Trump here in Australia. I wish we could import him here and make him our Prime Minister.
Hey,
Chris, I love him, mate.
Chris Keith, where are you from?
I'm from Tennessee. I'm from the same state as John. Yeah, I learned from my doctor today. I didn't know this. I got a really cool doctor. I went without insurance for a little while, so I found the best one like in the whole region. But he's really smart and cool. But I didn't know we live in a not where you live, John, not the whole state, but I live in Eastern Tennessee, and it's there's a lot of mountains, Smoky Mountains, but it's a temporal rainforest. So it's not, because I was saying like, man, it has rained every day here, like with the sun out. I've never seen an August like this. And he said, yeah, it's because we're in a temporal rainforest. And I didn't know that. I looked it up, and it's kind of like it's real similar to rainforest, but we don't get all the rain. So it's pretty cool. That's why we got such a diversity as far as animals and climate. It's really good. It's a really, really good place to live or visit if you've never have. You would enjoy
It's
it.
very beautiful. So do you know where Dolly Parton was born?
Yeah, in Sevierville.
Yeah,
I've been to.
Sevierville.
Yeah, I've been to Dollywood several times. Yeah.
Okay, so Dollywood. So I was actually part of the construction project that was building an indoor water park to rival Dollywood.
Where's this at?
Okay, so in the 4 towns around Sevierville.
Oh, you were in Sevierville. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Well, we weren't in Sevierville. We were in one of the 4 towns that was around there.
Like Pigeon Forge or somewhere like that.
Yeah, something like that. It literally has been like 15 years. It's been.
There's like Pigeon Forge and Galtenberg, and then you go up into the Smoky Mountains Park, the national park, and
because I know we were only like half an hour from the South Carolina border. Like we were very, very, very close.
Yeah, you can go right up that way to North Carolina too. I used to go gamble up there.
Or South Carolina. I'm sorry, South Carolina. My bad, South Carolina. Because we had there was like a big barbecue thing or whatever. But anyway, so we were building an indoor water park to rival Dollywood. I don't know if they ever finished it, but I was there in 2006.
Oh, it's people get blown away here, man. When you go up there to Galtenberg and Pigeon Forge, they've got so many just like cool places, chalets, like multi-million-dollar ones. I mean, there's a lot of money up there, man. But the pollution is pretty bad, man, because it's like you go up there now and
your guys' wages too. Like I couldn't believe like when
I
was.
You can make money up there for sure.
No, you can't make money in Tennessee. Are you kidding? Go to Colorado.
No, I mean you can make money in Pigeon. You can make money up there. I mean, like they'll pay double than they do like just 30 minutes south in Knoxville. You'll make double the money up there.
Yeah,
sure.
But if you go to Colorado, it's like 4 times the money, 5 times the money.
Yeah. Yeah, because I had a boss that worked from there, from Colorado, man, and he moved. He's from here, and he went out there and made he made like 4 times the money that he made here. And when he came back, and he running a business here, and he was like, that's where he made his money. I was like, yeah, I heard his wages are very good there.
Well, it's more like, so when I was talking to some people in Tennessee had the lowest wages in the United States.
Its cost of living's low though, so I mean it balances out.
But so you're like, if you go to Tennessee, you kind of get stuck.
Well, we get a lot of people that retire here from up north, like they'll work in the factories, like let's say Michigan for sure, and Ohio, and then they'll. I've got a lot of family from Ohio, and they'll work up there and save, and and they'll sell their house or something. They'll come down here and build like a little small mansion. You know what I mean? And then
it doesn't help with wages though, like with like retirement and stuff like that. That's why like Arizona, Colorado has actually been.
Well, most of them have some kind of retirement package.
Yeah, but for all the little arrogant people in Colorado and California, New York,
I would take Tennessee,
Boston, Illinois. So yeah, I used to do a lot of business with assholes from those locations, and they would come to Tennessee, come to Nashville specifically, and be like, "Oh my Lord, this place is like amazing." And you're like, you can go to the beach and there's lakes everywhere. And then they find out, wow, you don't have a state income tax. Oh,
no death tax.
Oh man, there's no capital gain. Oh wait, well, you guys are doing away with your capital gains tax. Oh my goodness. And what's your property taxes? Oh my goodness. And then they suddenly realize, like, wait a minute, what the hell am I doing in New York, Boston, LA, et cetera, and
Denver.
And Denver, and they've been moving to Tennessee in
droves.
Do.
They have,
because they suddenly realize, oh my goodness, I'm in California, and that supposedly bigger salary that I'm making, and these supposedly low wages in Tennessee. Wait a minute, I'd actually be making more money if I made less in terms of actual net. Oh my Lord, God Almighty! Yeah, let's move our business here and go buy a mansion for $1 million and be set. And then let all the idiots in Denver run around and talk about how inferior our state is.
It's a right. We're a right to work. We're a right to work state too. So,
we have a right to work state too as well. But the thing is that I was in Tennessee like 15 years ago. This is a long time ago. It was much different. Tennessee actually even filed like a federal lawsuit based on their wages because their wages were so crappy. This is a long time ago. I don't know.
Was this for like unions or something?
No, this is the entire state of Tennessee. Like it was that.
Well, there's
bad.
federal wages. I mean, federal sets the minimum wage, but your average salary here is probably like right now probably around what $11-12. Would you say, John, for averages?
Okay, so let me give you the labor.
Well, I mean, in Nashville it's way higher, but
no, where you live it's way higher. Yeah, probably like 16. Yeah.
Okay, so here, let me give you guys some numbers. All right, so in 2007, when I was working construction, if you're a laborer, just a basic laborer, you made $13 an hour. In Tennessee, you only made $8 an hour. That's huge.
Yeah, they're getting paid way.
Yeah, but
I don't know any labor. I did construction work my whole life. I don't know any laborers that get less than like 10 an hour here. But I was trade labor. I got closer. I was in a union. I was like $20 an hour.
But how long ago was that, Chris?
This was just like from 2010 on. I was $20 an hour.
Yeah, I was there in 2007. So things have changed. Like I said, the state of Tennessee actually filed some kind of economic lawsuit or something like that to try to raise their wages because it was that bad. I worked with laborers.
Well, if you want to make money, you do. Like if you're in a trade, you want to get into a union for sure. You'll make good money. But if you're just like private working for somebody, you're going to get shafted. That's why a lot of
I tell you what, in Nashville, construction workers are making bank. They're literally
now they are. But
I'm talking right now. Like they're literally importing labor from other states, putting them up in hotels, giving them per diems, and paying them like $30 an hour for like that's like the start point.
I'm glad. Because when I was there in 2007, it was not that way. The state was hurting, the people were hurting, and I'm glad it's gotten better because it was not good at that time.
Well, I tell you what I'm interested to see is like Nashville is guaranteed to implode, like guaranteed.
It's primed. Yeah, it is for sure. Knoxville's primed too. It is exploding.
Not on the level of Nashville. Nashville is toast. Okay, so up until
you said implode. I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh, dude, we're doomed, man. We are doomed. Okay, so last year, so they a couple years ago, when this construction just started going insane, somebody built a website. It was like the crane watch of Nashville, and we for like a year and a half, we were in the United States. We were the #1 city of the number of active like construction cranes. And we were like #2. We bounced back and forth between #2 and #3 with some like different cities in China. Okay. And I remember at one point there was the most I ever saw, I counted personally, there were 17 cranes operating at one time in downtown Nashville. Okay. It's freaking nuts. Well, anyway, fast forward to now. We've built hotels and skyscrapers, and there's a ridiculous number of mixed use condo buildings and all this stuff everywhere, right? Now, of course, with the city shut down, I mean, there's still all this construction sites, but only a few of them are being active.
Oh no!
And I can only imagine what has got to be going through the minds of the developers of these gigantic skyscrapers right now. Of like, oh crap, we're 4 or 5 months into this construction project, and I mean, for real, y'all gotta think about that. I mean, what is the demand going to be for Class A office space?
So, John, let me ask you a question. You're my age, right?
36. I'm 36.
Okay. So in 2008, do you remember when that whole housing thing crashed?
Oh yeah.
Crashed, right? Okay. So in Colorado, there were major construction sites, and I'm talking about like miles and miles of construction sites that were just stopped for like a year. They didn't do anything.
Yep.
All the heavy equipment was just stopped on the sites. I mean, it was an awe-inspiring sight to see half-built houses and machinery just in the fields for like a year, almost 2 years. Do you think something like that will happen to Tennessee?
Well, Tennessee at large, probably not. Nashville, absolutely. I mean, there are
That's what I meant. Sorry,
there's
Nashville.
gigantic subdivisions under construction, basically in every county surrounding Nashville.
But is there money for it? Are there people actually buying this shit?
Well,
Excuse me, I didn't mean to say that.
they were, people were, but I mean, I'm saying, and then the point I'm making is, even if there's people buying right this second, that's guaranteed to. I'll put it in context. So the report came out yesterday of the COVID impact on Nashville. Yeah. So to date, 128,000 lost jobs.
Oh, I believe it.
So yeah, that's a gigantic chunk. I mean, so you have to think about this. Like, yeah, there may still be growing demand for houses, but think of the number of people who are going to be either losing their houses or having to sell their houses.
Mm-hmm.
So,
jobs.
But you got to think. What I think about is all these people are going to be leaving these Democratic-run cities. Man, they're going to be coming to places like Tennessee.
And here's the other part for Nashville is our dumbass council, in the middle of all this madness, they raised property taxes in Nashville by 34%.
What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What?
That's why I say
Why?
Nashville is guaranteed to implode.
Why did they raise it that much?
Never let a good crisis go to waste.
Are they defunding the police and they need more money for
No,
their other political motivated?
No, they didn't defund the police. What's happening is so the city council and the mayor, the last 3 mayors of Nashville, have just been complete and utter idiots and corrupt beyond all get out. I mean, okay, so to put it in context,
They're liberals. Just say they're liberals.
Oh well, Nashville has never has since its inception, since its founding, Nashville has never not had a Democrat mayor. Put it in context.
Really?
Yep. But
That's
bad. So to put it in context, so Megan Barry, I was actually part of the whole recall Megan Barry effort that ended up getting her to resign, but she got busted having an affair with her head of security. I mean, when I say an affair, they were literally meeting up in a freaking cemetery in the mornings, getting down and dirty in their SUV, and then driving to work. Okay. They flew on the taxpayer dime. They flew all over the world, went on freaking vacations. He was getting paid retarded overtime to bang the mayor. Okay. He was also married, by the way. But yeah, that turned a whole kerfuffle. But anyway, so then we have David Briley, who Nashville politics. I get heavily involved in this whole deal. Our current mayor, John Cooper, and our mayor before him, the special election mayor who took over for Megan Barry, are both the literal, not the figurative, the literal epitome of Napoleons.
Oh no.
David Briley is probably 5'5", and I'm talking a complete and utter goober. I mean, just utter goober. He's the grandson of the first. Let's just say there's streets in Nashville that are named after his grandfather. Okay. So now we have John Cooper, whose brother is Jim Cooper, who is the 18-year federal representative for District 5, which is Nashville, basically. So now the District 5 council or representative and his little brother, John Cooper, are now both the representative and the mayor. I mean, it's ridiculous. But John Cooper is also literally, I think he's 5'4". And it's we have literal little men on power trips, doing just absolutely stupid stuff. I mean, to put it in context, in terms of like the shutdown of our economy, restaurants, bars, all this kind of stuff are ordered closed by the totalitarian little man, but the strip clubs have been authorized.
That's crazy. I heard that too. I read that.
So let's just put this in context. Like, so sit down restaurant, no. Strip club, yes. In the context of COVID and maintaining social distancing, how do you rationally authorize strip clubs but not restaurants?
Did you hear what actually Trump was talking about recently? I think it was about a month ago about how one of the representatives in one state or something like that couldn't deny churchgoers to praise in church.
Oh, they've done that, yeah.
Yeah, but they've tried to prevent them. And Trump was like, no, they can praise if they want to. If you're going to allow people to go to a restaurant, you can allow people to praise in church. But they were trying to specifically restrict praise in church. And yet you can go to a restaurant, you can walk in the door, sit down, take off your mask, eat. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's lost all. This whole deal's lost any and all rationality to it. But yeah, where I was going with this in terms of Nashville is so our economy has just absolutely exploded. Okay, and to put it in context, in the last 6 years, the tax revenue for the city of Nashville, for Davidson County, has increased 40% in the last 6 years.
Grief.
Okay, so somehow, our city council and the last two mayors, or three mayors, have managed to, in spite of all that, they have somehow managed to make Nashville have the highest unfunded liabilities of any city in the United States.
Bastards, and they say they're for the little people.
Not the total amount, right? But the percentage. And it's like, what the how? Okay, so now they managed to blow through all of the rainy day funds, not save any money. Like so fast forward to this emergency, right? The whole shutdown and such. They
and all the money that they gave out, right?
They literally didn't have the city bank account got down to I think I have $2 million left. Okay. We literally had to get access some other stuff and basically go and bow and scrape to the Music City Convention Center Fund, which was another stupid deal that was set up by our previous mayor, where basically the downtown district of Nashville, which generates stupid amounts of money, basically none of that tax revenue actually goes to the city. It goes to this private entity. Like, what the? I mean, when I came across all this stuff and started diving into this stuff when I was running the political action committee, I started looking through all this crap, and I'm like, how in the hell does it make any sense that a taxpayer-funded convention center is getting the tax revenue from all of the private businesses that are operating around it, and it's not going into the city? Like, what the? How does that make any sense? And then on top of that, out of that cash, we were literally there was an Omni Hotel in downtown Nashville, for example. We literally write the Omni Hotel a $15 million check in real cash, not credits, real cash every year. Like, what?
What's their basis for that?
It was supposedly incentive. I'm like, wait a minute. So you incentivized the Omni Hotel to come build a hotel in downtown Nashville, one of the top tourist locations in the freaking world, and we're giving them $15 million a year. Oh, by the way, guys, that is from 2016 to 2033.
Oh, can I just quickly say something? Did you guys see the Georgia black politician who'd been a politician, I think, for 30 years, and he's a Democrat politician and black Democrat Georgian politician who gave a speech at the Republican National Conference, right, endorsing Donald Trump? A black Democrat politician endorsing. Unreal. But I wanted the atheists and the leftist progressives in the chat to hear that.
Yeah, I saw that. He pretty much denounced the party in Georgia, like the state party, a couple weeks ago, and then caused a bunch of controversy. And they like turned on him, and he was basically like, you know what? I've been a Democrat my entire life. My family's been Democrats, and you little bastards are going to be like this to me. Like, screw you. I see what you are. And
yeah, a lot of people don't know. Like even Tennessee, we don't vote just primary Republican. A lot of people would think that, but it's mostly Democrat. But like a lot of the presidential elections, we'll go both ways. We tend to go Republican, but just each individual place is more Democrat. Wouldn't you say, John?
You're talking about the state at large?
Yeah.
No, I mean the state at large is bright red. Knoxville, well,
Yeah.
Nashville and Memphis are gigantic blue bubbles, and then Knoxville is more blue, but not completely.
Yeah, it kind of bounces back and forth.
Yeah. But then the rest of it is
But
red.
it's less than what you would think, I guess. I mean, most people think it's just like Trump. Well, it is Trump country, but like there was a lot of people that voted for Obama, even where I'm at.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, well, and the thing is with huge portions of the population are either in Memphis. I mean,
that's all Democrat.
Like the Nashville metro area is just over 2 million now. Memphis is like 1.8, and then Knoxville, I think it's what 400,000, and Chattanooga's almost caught up with Knoxville now.
Yeah, I did a lot of. I used to travel to like an hour to work to Chattanooga because I could make like triple the money. So I'd spend 2 hours a day driving per diem.
Chris, I just want to let you know. I just want to let you know that I'll be on the move maybe in a week or two.
Oh yeah, definitely catch me in a chat, man, and I'm definitely gonna meet up with you. So anytime.
Because I'm finally.
Did you get your garage? Did you get your garage fit? Cool.
I'm doing the closing tomorrow for the garage. Yeah.
Awesome. I'm good.
So
I hear you when you chime in. Are you camping in the woods?
Yeah.
I bet you enjoy that though.
Yeah, it's fun. I got my treehouse cabin.
I can hear the crickets.
I can hear the crickets. Yeah, the crickets and things in the background.
Yeah, and you know what? I think I have evidence for evolution because I got the mice. They go up on top of the roof, and I hear them fly away. They're gonna squeak, squeak, squeak. They fly away. I can't figure that out. They must be growing wings or something. What do you think?
You may have bats, man.
No, I heard it twice. I heard it twice on the other cabin, and this one here. I got mice up on the roof and squeaking, and I hear them flying away.
You've been out in the woods too long, man.
No, it's an owl comes and gets them.
I love the isolation. When I first moved out into the in Tasmania, I went out into this area where it got like 10 below and 12 below at night. And that's 53 below Fahrenheit, by the way. It's 12 below Celsius, 53 below Fahrenheit. It was so quiet when I was living out there. The closest highway was about 10 or 15 kilometers away, and you could just barely hear like the odd truck way off in the distance at night on the quietest nights. It was so quiet there that when I moved from the city out to there, because I lived for years out in the bush traveling around before I got my land, living out of my car and trailer and that, and it was so quiet that you don't even realize when you live in a noisy city how much noise is inside your head with thinking. It took me 6 months to get used to the quiet. Now I can't stand anything else but quiet. It took me because it sounded like it sounded like inside my head was screaming. I couldn't stand it. It took me 6 months to adjust to the quiet. And I used to hear these noises off in the bush, and animals would be walking and cracking, and I think, what's that? And the dogs would bark and carry on because they were with me. And after a while, I got to know because I was living literally out in the weather constantly for years. I got to know every single crack of every single twig. I could tell you exactly what sort of animal it was. I could look up at the sky and smell the air and say it's going to rain in 30 seconds. And I'd time it and it would rain in 30 seconds. I could say, okay, it's going to rain in exactly 10 minutes. I can see those clouds. I can smell the rain on the air. I can tell. And I'd go for a walk and exactly 10 minutes it would rain. I was so I can't do it now because I've been living inside now for years. But I was so in tune with the environment. I can understand when like you get the black trackers and the Indian trackers and they can see things and you think to yourself, wow, how do they know that? How can they sense that? It's just amazing how your senses get in tune with nature when you're out there, you know, just living in it. And I didn't, and at that time there was no smartphones. I had just a crappy little phone that I had to walk right up the top of this side of this mountain to get reception. And I literally just had nothing, no radio, no nothing. It was just book. It was either books or walking or sitting there with my own thoughts in my head. And that was for years. And yeah, now I love it. I just love it. So I understand, you know, you're living out where you live, jungle. You probably wouldn't trade it in for anything else.
Yeah.
No, you moved from New Jersey too, right?
Yeah, but I'm from Kansas originally. From Kansas.
Okay, so you're kind of in the same. You're kind of you're used to the country.
5 hours from my home in Kansas.
Jungle, I thought you were from Africa.
The Amazon.
Oh, the Amazon. Okay.
Yeah, then what's that all about?
It's just I'm from Florida, I'm from Kansas, I'm from New Jersey, I'm from the Amazon rainforest, and I was born in Illinois.
Well, how are you from the Amazon rainforest? Did you live out there with like missionary parents, or
when I was a kid?
I'm hoping you were raised by leopards.
Yeah, my
right because of this picture.
My parents.
Oh well, you'd only be raised by one leopard. Actually, that's how they do it.
My
But
parents
Nicholas,
took me
he wouldn't
there.
be able to speak though if he was raised
Yeah,
by leopards.
they took me to Brazil when I was 3 years old, and they bought me a dog, a puppy, and he got lost, went out into the city. He came back after about 2 weeks, and he got rabies and bit me.
Wow.
Oh, that's horrible.
And I was
That's
3
so
years old,
sad.
and I remember it, and I remember everything.
That's so sad. I bet you love the dog too. Would have been heartbreaking.
Yeah, but I always liked dogs, and I never had a problem with
I
dogs.
love
always
dogs,
liked,
man.
yeah, I always liked dogs.
See,
I've got
what's
3
kind of
dogs
funny,
that lying
guys,
on the bed
actually,
with me now.
is
I
I was watching a trailer on a movies, just looking at movies or whatever, you know, and Tarzan came up, and I was thinking he couldn't actually speak. If he was actually raised by animals, he couldn't actually speak. Because you guys have seen
No,
that.
he couldn't.
No,
Yeah,
he
13.
couldn't?
Once you're 13 years old, after the age of 13, you can never learn a language after that. If you haven't learned a
Exactly.
language before 13, so yeah, that Tarzan's a load of garbage.
Yeah, it kind of dawned on me like a day or two ago, and I was like, Tarzan actually can't be true. Like, he couldn't have been raised by animals and be able to like speak.
Wait a
anything.
minute. Are you saying Tarzan couldn't be true? Come on. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know if I believe that.
No, there's actual scientific
No, I
studies
know
over
what
the
you're saying.
past
I was joking. Yeah.
Oh, okay. 200 years that Jeannie Wilder was really interesting. Just I'm not going to go on for a long time. Just Jeannie Wilder, they said that they poured millions of dollars into trying to teach her language, and she was literally dumber than Coco the ape, they said. And she's got this great big brain, but she couldn't use it because it wasn't opened up with the language, you know, with language before 5, so she could develop abstracts and thoughts and concepts and things like that. So she was just basically dumber than an ape.
Yeah, Matt
You know
talks about it. It's called the L1 and the L2 for communication.
Isn't it amazing how Helen Keller, you know, was able to learn to read and just to be able to communicate like she did with no sight and no hearing?
Yeah, my uncle used to teach deaf, dumb, and blind. Deaf, blind. I shouldn't call them dumb. Deaf, blind, deaf, and blind. He'd teach them to live. How can you teach someone who's completely deaf and completely blind? How do you teach them to read? My uncle was amazing, Uncle Trev. He taught at the North Rocks Deaf and Blind School. Then it moved to the Seven Hills in New South Wales, Australia. Seven Hills Deaf and Blind School. He was the principal there for a long, long time, and then he retired. One of the most amazing people I've ever known in my life. Incredible man. He can speak fluent sign language, read Braille fluently, read Braille faster than you can read a book. He's taught deaf and blind and literally mentally retarded deaf and blind, and he teaches them. And that just proves that if you learn something before you're 13, you learn this stuff before you're 13, it starts to open up your mind. But without it, you can never learn. So primitive man could never have grunted language into existence.
Well, and I'll tell you this, Jason. The word dumb, I know it sounds like it's a controversial term, but it actually does mean you can't speak.
Yeah, it means you can't
It's actually
speak.
it's actually a proper term, but people have turned it into.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because what is the other word? Jungle jargon, like not stupid, not
Mute.
what's the other word?
Mute.
Like mute.
What?
Yeah, okay.
Mute. Yeah, mute.
There's a difference between mute and dumb. Like, or actually, I guess there's some differences in the terms, but dumb actually does not mean that you're stupid. That's what I'm trying to talk about. Sorry, Jungle.
Oh, okay.
That's what I meant.
Oh.
So stupid means that you're just.
Because I don't like calling them dumb, but that's what the
dumb
proper
is
term
actually
is.
a dictionary
But now that I
term.
know that, I got
Yeah.
no problem calling them dumb. So
Exactly. Dumb doesn't necessarily mean you're unintelligent. It means you cannot speak. That's what dumb means. It means you're mute. And then unintelligent or stupid means, because you've got ignorant, which means that you're just unaware of something. And then you've got stupid, which means you know it, but you're ignoring it.
And then you got atheists that are willfully stupid.
Yes, absolutely. And
That's
they
the worst
are
kind.
and they are stupid. They're not dumb, and they're not ignorant. They're stupid because they know the information and they ignore it. Now, I have actually spoken to atheists who are ignorant. That's totally different, right?
Yeah.
You see,
Because
I
you
would
can-
think.
yeah, 'cause you can
I
actually-
usually think of ignorant as being the word to use if someone's ignoring stuff.
Well, that's
Yeah,
actually,
the Bible
that's
says
actually
willfully
stupid.
ignorant. Yeah.
Well, that's
It's
actually
actually stupid.
Yeah, it's actually
Okay.
stupid in the modern English terminology.
Well, ignorant would just be kind of like unaware, then, right? Like you're unaware of something, you're ignorant to something.
Exactly. Like if I went to an ATM machine and I didn't know it could accept
that's
my
the way
check.
I look at it.
Yeah, I didn't know if it could accept my check or whatever, Like people would say, "Oh, well, you're stupid because you didn't know that." No, I'm ignorant because I wasn't aware of it. Stupid means that you're actually, But when it comes to the people of the Old Testament, they use different words. Ignorant meant that you were stupid, actually, in the Old Testament.
What's an ignoramus?
That's what I was thinking. The same thing. I was thinking the same thing. You took the words out of my mouth.
I used to be an ignoramus / evolutionist.
Right? Boys are so silly.
Yeah, you see, I guess I'm using the Old Testament definition, but yeah, I looked it up and they have like 4 definitions here, and none of them are stupid. None of the definitions of ignorant I see here are stupid.
And I think
I disagree. I disagree with all the dictionaries. I agree with the Bible.
Yeah.
I agree with the Bible.
When in
too.
doubt.
And I
Well,
think think what happened, Nicholas, with not necessarily the Bible, but with people who have mental disabilities, they were called stupid, but they're not stupid. They're ignorant. Do you know what I mean? So I think there's just a little bit of play on words that necessarily it doesn't discredit the Bible at all. 100%, it does not discredit the Bible.
Ignoramus have something to do with IQ. Then I'm afraid I'll drop the StreamYard if I look. Sometimes I do on my phone. So
No, I'm talking about somebody that has a literal mental disability, like they were born.
Oh yeah, mentally retarded.
Yes, I'm talking about like Down syndrome. I'm talking about like major mental disabilities. They would call them stupid. So therefore, there came in the term of dumb and stupid, or ignorant and stupid. Excuse me. So with the Bible, what they were talking about was the literal meaning, which actually means you know this, but you're ignoring it. Therefore, you're being, what's the word, Nicholas? You're being
Well, I mean,
because the
I
Bible
don't.
literal
I,
happened,
I,
but it's not. But it's not.
I was reading what Shiz Chick was saying. I'm sorry, so I'm not with you at the moment.
That's okay. The fact is, the Bible is talking to people who have the 100% mental capacity to understand it, even 80%. I mean, I went to church with a family of people that had Down syndrome. It was really the grandmother, mother, children. They all had Down syndrome. They're most
I saw a family like that once. They were walking out of a supermarket. You had the father, and he was the tallest. Then you had the mother behind her. Then you had the daughter. Then you had the son, and they were all walking out with like you could tell that they had like Down syndrome and mongy. Their tongues were sort of hanging out of their mouth. They go as they were walking along. All like the father, the mother, all four of them. And just walking out in a line from tallest to smallest, all walking out with their tongues sort of hanging. They go, no, as they're walking out. And this was in a place called Lithgow in Sydney, which is highly inbred. It's renowned for inbreeding, that town. So when I saw that, I went, oh, yeah, they're right about this town. 100%.
I don't know if this family was that way. All I know is that they were.
These ones were. I'm not saying
that's generally what happens, though.
These ones were really inbred. Oh.
You either get inbred or get two people that have Down syndrome mate, and then they'll have their offspring's obviously going to probably have Down syndrome.
Well, that's what it might have been too.
And I think that's with this family. They were not necessarily like unintelligent or whatever, you know. Like I went to school with one of the daughters, and she just, I mean, unfortunately she had the smashed face, you know, but she wasn't angry or violent or anything like that. And she went to my church, and yeah, I can't remember what I was saying about that. Sorry.
The Mongoloid, the Down syndrome people that went to your church, and you just forgot your point. I understand. I do that all the time. I hate it when that happens.
It happens to me.
That's why I can't
the
debate.
older you get, the later it gets in your life, it'll happen to you more. You'll be
I've been getting better.
Next 2 seconds
Well,
later,
I can't say that I'm the old. I can't say that I'm the oldest here because I think two of you might be older than me. Jason, I think you're older than me.
I'm
or my
50.
age.
Yeah, I'm 50. And
I didn't know you were 50.
I'm
62.
Jungle, you are?
And Jungle does not look 62 at all.
I'm 62.
Yeah, that's the craziest.
I was
thing
very
I've
young
heard, Jungle.
when
Come
I
on.
was when I didn't get hair under my arms until I was about 25, like full hair under my arms. When I was 18 and 19, I was bald under my arms and I had no pubic hair at 18. I matured that slowly. I was very, very slow to mature, and I have literally been drunk thousands of times. I've taken blind drunk. I've taken drugs. I've just hammered myself so hard. I've still got all of my teeth. I'm a bit overweight at the moment, but when I lose weight, I'm still got reasonably, I've still held on to my looks reasonably well. I see people here that do pretty much the same thing to themselves that I do to myself, and by the time they're 27, they look like they're 50. They've got teeth hanging out of their head. Their skin's all blotched and looks old, and it's like either I'm blessed or I'm lucky or something, but I don't know how I'm not dead.
It might be genetics. Nicholas, I'm curious. Would you tell me how old you are generally?
Yeah, I'm also 36.
You are?
Yeah, there's a bunch of us who are like 36 to 37.
I think it's me, you, John.
Smokey is 37, I'm pretty sure.
And I think SFT is 34.
Yeah, I don't know how old he is. He's a mystery, but I know there's some people that I'm not thinking of off the top of my head too. At least like one or two other people in our crew.
Yeah, because I'm 36 and conflict. I don't know if you guys know conflict.
You're a whippersnapper.
I'm a whippersnapper. Thanks, Jason. And Chris, how old are you?
You're too young for me. You'd kill me. I'm an old man. You'd kill me. You need someone more your own age.
I'd hand you a cane. Here you go, Chris.
Yeah,
Chris, how old are you? Chris Keith, how old are you?
I
He
think
must
he
have
might have
gone to the dunny or something.
for a minute. Yeah.
We call it the dunny. We call it the dunny in Australia, the toilet, where the lavatory. We call it the dunny, the dungeon, because you know the dungeon. So we shortened it from dungeon to dunny. So when we go to the toilet, we say, "I'm going to the dunny."
How is it a dungeon though?
Why can't you just say
Was
bathroom?
I on mute? Did I talk to you,
Dunny's
Shadow?
easier. Aussies
No,
are
you
lazy, man.
you
We
did not
shorten
say
everything.
I was
Chris.
talking about you.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
did
you
you
were.
ask how?
Okay.
Did you ask how old I was?
Yes, I did.
I'm 42. So
Oh, okay. So you're older than me and Nicholas.
yeah,
Okay.
I was gonna say something about all y'all being about the same age. You'll when I was about that same age, I can remember like I was it seemed like I got with a clique that was online that was all about the same age too. It's kind of crazy, but it just when you closer you get to 40, you'll really start like I don't know, just things start clicking a lot better as far in your life. So I just think that you start seeing the bigger picture of probably above about 35. So it's
You know
kind of
what? I'm gonna disagree with you, and I'm gonna say it depends on your experiences. It
yeah. I
depends
mean,
on what, because I have met 20-year-olds who are more wise and have more experience than me, and yet when I was 24, I had more experience than people who are 50 years old.
well, yeah, there are a lot of idiots that are 50.
No, it's not. It's not
A lot of
idiots.
wise 20-year-olds, but in
No, it's not.
general,
It's not idiots. It's more like people, and it's not
well,
people's
they're set
fault.
in their
They
ways
can't.
usually. If
Well,
you're usually set in your ways by the time you're 40, I'd
well,
say you're pretty
if
much.
I may, Shadow, I want to participate because I think I might be wrong, but I think I know what you're getting at. It's just like people who live smart lives where they settle in and take good care of themselves, so they don't have a bunch of crazy experiences like some of us who did a bunch of stupid stuff.
Maybe, but I think it's also
That's
just
true too, though.
I think it's just experience. And it doesn't mean that it's good experience or bad experience. I have met people who are younger than me that have had more experience. When I was 24 and I got out of the Marine Corps, I had more experience than people who are 50 years old. And I was 24. I was almost 30 years younger than them. So I think it just depends. And it doesn't necessarily mean that my experience was good experience.
Well, you're smarter
Or
than me.
well, I mean, maybe to some people I may have been smarter, but some people maybe not. You know, I really think it just depends. I'm not a very big person on saying age gains you experience, because I think actually making mistakes.
Yeah, I've met some pretty evil and stupid 70-year-olds.
But you've
Yeah,
also, but you know what? I've also met people who are like 16 to 20 years old who had more wisdom than me just because of their experiences.
I made mistakes only until I was 60 years old. Then I stopped making mistakes.
Jungle, are you saying this what I have to look forward to? Shit. Excuse my language. But that means I have 30 years.
Yeah.
I don't know. One thing magically, when you get around 40, all of a sudden you'll go to read a menu like at a restaurant, and then your eyes will just, or you'll need glasses.
You
I
know
always had
what?
great
I needed glasses
eyesight
since
up
I was
till
4, so.
Okay, well, right up till about I remember my optometrist tell me that, and then I
Well,
was like,
we'll see, Chris Keith, because I'm optimistic that I'm not going to.
well, it'll
I
happen.
hope not, Nicholas.
It's a thing, and then also that's like when you're close to 40, and then when you get between like 40 and 47, you'll get to where like you'll have to hold things away from you for a fact. My optometrist tell me about it the last time I seen him, because I've still got really good eyesight right now, but you definitely your eyes will start going at 40.
What I want to tell you is quickly about your eyesight. This might help a lot of people out there. I started to get really bad eyesight where I couldn't read fine writing, and then I started to get blurry vision and tunnel vision, and sometimes, and I couldn't work out what it was. Do you know what it was? All I had to do was brush my teeth with antibacterial at first, I was brushing my teeth about 5 times a day with Colgate Total, the antibacterial toothpaste, and now I'm down to twice a day. But it took a long time of keeping my face clean, washing my eyes, brushing my teeth with antibacterial. It was a bacterial infection that was getting from my mouth up my tear ducts into my eyes, and that's what was causing my eyesight problems. And since I started doing that simple thing, you know, keeping the bacteria in my mouth under control with antibacterial toothpaste. I can't use normal toothpaste. I have to use, and I'm fine. I haven't got rotten teeth. I've got one tooth in my head that's got a bit of a cavity in it, and the dentist looked at it. I thought it was really bad, and the dentist looked at it and said, "No, it's just on the surface." He said, "Deep down, your roots are all really strong and everything." And I couldn't believe it. I was shocked, but yeah. Anyway, see, now I just forgot the point that I was making.
Amazing. I don't have good teeth, but we're talking about our age and stuff. And look, I have like no gray hairs at all in my beard.
I was almost fully grey by the time I was 26.
Oh man, Jason, are you serious? I was almost.
Yes.
I had started gray hair when I was 24.
Yeah, I was 20. I was 19 when I first started getting grey hair, or 18, 19. Got my first grey hairs, and by the time I was 26, I was almost completely grey. And now I'm like this white-haired old man from the back, but then I turn around and you look at my face, and it's like people get a shock. You know what I mean? They expect to see this hobbling old man, and then he turns around and it's funny.
And I'll confess, I do get an occasional like single white or silver hair, and I just cut it out as long as I only have a couple. I'm just.
Well, let me tell you something, Nicholas. So my aunt used to tell me that you pull out a gray hair, 2 more are going to come in. That's not true. It's a myth.
No, it's
no,
not true.
it's because your body's literally producing too much hydrogen peroxide, and your hair is literally bleaching from the inside out. So you can talk to Matt about that. He'll give you a diet where you can actually reverse grey hair.
Are you serious?
So
because
I'm serious.
Oh man,
I believe you, Jason, because if I may say real quick, there have been times when I actually like get a few gray hairs and they become kind of regular when I'm stressed out and stuff. And then when I like calm down and I'm not stressing out or whatever, then I stop getting gray hairs again.
Because I'll tell you one thing, Nicholas.
Your cells
when I started
use
getting gray
hydrogen
hairs.
peroxide.
Do you know when I started getting gray hairs? Was when I was in the Marine Corps, and I was sergeant. Seriously,
That's the kind of stress, because it can be physical or mental stress. Like I don't really have mental stress anymore, but if I'm like working myself a little too ragged for too many weeks, I'll start to get some more gray hairs again.
Well, and the thing is that they used to say that it was family related, right? Hereditary. My mom didn't start getting gray hair until she was like in her mid-40s. I was 24 when I started getting gray hair. So I'm like, what is going on?
Oh, sorry. I better mute it. I was just about to talk to my dog.
So, I was like, this has got to be something about the Marine Corps, something about, the stress and all that kind of stuff. So I used to tell my Marines, like, you're giving me my gray hair. And it probably was true, because my dad didn't get gray hair until he was in his 40s. My great grandmother, who is 97, she didn't start getting gray hair until she was 80. Like, gray hair does not run in my family.
Oh yeah, I shave my head a lot because my hair is just white grey. So I don't care. I don't even care if I go bald. I'm not bald, but I couldn't care less. I don't care about looks that much. I couldn't care what I look like. It's
I don't care about gray hair. I was just more curious, like, where it came from. Like, 'cause it doesn't come from my family. I mean, it sort of does come from my family, sort of. Because some of them have gotten gray hair in their 40s, but I got gray hair almost 15 years before them, so it didn't make any sense.
Well, I think people in the army.
Huh?
People in the army get gray hair fast, I think. Because I was in the army. A lot of them have, yeah.
I don't know. I haven't actually looked up a statistic on it, because I got teased by my peers for having gray hair. And I was a sergeant, and they didn't have gray hair, and I did. So, I mean, I'm just going by my own experience. I don't have any like like massive statistics or anything, but
It could beat all the vaccinations and crap they give you. Something they give you too.
well, but
Don't
then
they give you a
everybody
ton
else
in there?
is getting it too. I don't think so. I think
That would make sense.
yeah, we all get the
Correlation
same.
isn't causation.
Exactly, and we all have the same. Because I was in the Marine Corps, and no offense to the other branches, but our branch is far more
Intense.
intense. Thank you, Nicholas. Far more intense than the other branches. We have the most amount of regulations and the most amount of Marine Corps orders, stuff like that. It's far more restrictive than the other branches.
The best thing I liked about the Army was singing cadence.
You know what I best loved about the Marine Corps? Was the
What was that?
brotherhood.
Brotherhood, yeah.
Yeah, we understood each other. Like when I got out, I was so lost.
Yeah, that's what I say.
A
lot of
people
people.
didn't understand me. They didn't understand my language because, like, when you go to boot camp, they brainwash you. Like we talk about brainwashing with evolution,
Yeah.
and it cracks me up because people are like, religion's like brainwashing. I'm like, yeah, sorta. But you have to understand how the military works and how brainwashing actually works. Like, does it have a goal? Does it have an outcome? Well, the military does have a goal and does have an outcome.
Yeah.
They need you to be brainwashed in order for you to follow orders.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they need you to destroy things and kill people. That's basically.
Well, but I have to be able to give that order, though. That's the other thing. I have to be able to give the order to other Marines to tell them to go and do something that may kill them. You have to be brainwashed in order to do that.
And I do think propaganda is it's more hit and miss and more generalized, but I do think propaganda is the exact same process. Like when they got all these people rioting and stuff, they were following orders, they were puppets on strings.
So do you know what the propaganda was that Hitler used in Germany before he started to house the Jews and put them in the not concentration camps?
I know some things, but only a few things. There's so much.
So what they would do is they would put a donkey inside of a barbed wire fence, and it was propaganda to show that this was a degenerate, somebody who was a less than the other people, inside a camp, right? Inside of like a wire box. And it was just a donkey. This is like in 1936, 1937, before they actually started to put the Jews into the ghettos. And that's propaganda. That was the propaganda that they used to try to desensitize the people. So that way when they started to do what their plan was, there was no emotion to it. And that literally, and people have that argument against the military that we do the same thing. Yes and no. We do the same thing, but we try to desensitize our people or our soldiers, Marines, sailors, soldiers, so that way when they get to war, they can actually do what they need to do.
And I had something to piggyback on that, but it slipped my mind for now.
That's okay. I think I was going along the same line, but it just, because I've had people when I've mentioned that, I don't believe in evolution and all that kind of stuff, and they're like, well, that's brainwashing. I'm like, no, you don't know what brainwashing is. Go into the military and you'll understand what brainwashing is. Like,
and what you said about the donkey is really interesting too, because that reminds me of Freud's nephew is the father of modern advertising, and that's like all the stuff they do. All advertising since then has basically been based on that, and it's all that subconscious stuff and get women to be like insecure, so they'll spend money and have cigarettes seem cool, and then when they do like hip hop to get like to propagate people putting themselves in prison through what they think is cool and stuff through hip hop, that's the same type of advertising.
It's the very same. So I was in this class one time and this lady was talking about how, oh, my kids are seeing these advertisements and I have to buy them this tablet. I'm like, why don't you just tell them no? Because I can't. because the advertisements, and I'm like, are you kidding? Are you literally being that much like influenced and brainwashed by these advertisements that you have to buy them a $500 tablet or a $20,000 or $30,000 car? And they were literally targeting people using kids for cars, electronics, you name it. And they were doing the same thing. May not be, you know, a donkey inside of like a wire gate or a wire like, you know, compound or whatever, but it's the same thing, just a little bit different.
Yeah, the whole unspoken influence thing. You know, I'll go like one a little bit deeper here. It's like when you're watching Family Guy, the jokes only make sense if there are certain like cultural norms. Well, a lot of times those cultural norms don't actually exist, but because you see the joke and you assume the joke makes sense, you assume the cultural norm exists, and then the cultural norm exists after that because millions of people watch the show and were influenced to think that a cultural norm exists that never existed.
They've been doing that for years. They've been doing that for so long. I mean, look at the zoos that they had with, you know, black people, people from Africa, anybody. If they had black skin, they put them in a zoo. Those few, like we've seen on SFT's channel, all because of you need to view this in order to see that it's evolution, right? They came from monkeys. They're the closest to monkeys because they have the darkest skin. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and just the way this is all birthed from.
But monkeys don't have any pigment. Apes don't have pigment in their skin. I was reading that in something. Humans do, apes don't. I don't know why their skin's black. You're going to have to ask Matt about that. He'd know. But yeah, apes, something weird like that. Pretty weird.
So
Yeah.
I know that the color black in the color theory class that I took is literally the absence of color, meaning no skin pigment can have black. It's impossible.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, that's what it is then. Yeah, so apes don't have pigment in their skin. Humans do. That's why we have freckles and things like that. You'll never find an ape with a freckle.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I read.
So. That's a good point because I've seen black people with very dark skin that have had freckles. That
makes
a lot.
Yeah,
of
I have too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have too. I remember
And
now.
Black Panthers, you know, like a black leopard has spots, but they're like black spots against a black background.
Yeah.
That's because they're jaguars.
Well, it's interesting because when I was in the military, there was these three guys. Two were black, one was white. I'm just gonna use those relative terms. One guy was Irish, the other two are from Africa. Whatever. Anyways, we called them the Oreo clan because there were two black guys and a white guy. Anyways, I went up to them.
Well, now I'm offended. I'm out.
No, Nicholas.
I'm just joking.
But anyways, I went up to them because I was a corporal and they were being lazy POSs, and I told them they need to come work. And
Hold on, do you mind muting, Jason?
Jason, would you mute?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, I was just looking down there, saw some cars down there, and was thinking some thoughts. I hope it didn't come through over the slightly talking. Anyway, doesn't matter. Oh, we had a container ripped off. We had a Triumph motorcycle stolen out of a shipping container here. So, yeah. Anyway, all right. Muted.
So, anyways, these three guys, they were being lazy, and I went up to him because I was a corporal and told him I was like, need to go and work. And the other two of the guys, two of the black guys, were like, you're doing it because I'm black, right? And I'm like, you know what? Black is the absence of color. You do not have the absence of color. They looked at me and they were just like, what? Corporal? And I was like, go to work now. Go work with everybody else who's working too.
Yeah, besides, I'll totally flip that script on its head because, like, black and white is relative. And if you put, like, even blacker next to black, it can become white. And then if you put even whiter next to white, it can become black. And
But
I
do
know that.
you know how white is actually created, like, color-wise? You can't actually create it by pigments. It's impossible to create white by
Oh,
pigment.
yeah. Well, it
I
has to.
mean, you
I
can
mean,
if you
well,
find a white
pigments
flower
are
or whatever, you know.
reflective, right?
So it's not a combination of colors. So,
Oh,
but if
because
you
if you
take
combine the
all
colors, you'd
colors
get
in light,
gray. Yeah, if you combine the colors, you'd have to get
no,
gray.
you would get black in pigment, based on the what's it called,
Well,
the medium. So if you use light cannot create, or no, I'm sorry, I think it's pigment cannot create white. You actually have to, like, mix a bunch of stuff or whatever. But if you put all light together or something like that, it creates white, like if you
White
put it
light.
through a prism. Yeah,
White light
exactly.
is the entire spectrum. Yeah.
Exactly. But you can't do that through another medium. It's very hard to create white through another medium besides light. I'm
and
trying to
yeah,
remember my class from like 10 years ago. But white is very hard to make in pigments or any other medium besides light. So if you put it through, like what Jargon said about, through a prism, if you put all light through a prism, you can create white.
except that, like, we do have lots of white available to us.
Exactly. Isn't that kind of funny? I've always wanted to ask an evolutionist, like, how do they explain white? How do they explain that? Because the only way you can create white is through a prism, scientifically, in their minds.
But white's not really white, like, because you can go infinitely bright with white, and if you put, like, an infinitely bright white next to another white, it'll turn the other white black. By relative,
Well, but if you think about, like, the relative colors, white is a very difficult color to make. Okay, so let's just look at people in the past. They didn't have white. White was a very hard color to come by. And it's kind of funny. I always thought it would be kind of a prestigious color because it was so hard to make, but it was gold, velvet, or not velvet, I'm sorry. I was reading my classes tonight. Violet, red. Those are the colors that were reserved for, like, the nobility, but not white. Because white is the hardest to make.
but it does seem that in I mean, I don't know if it's just a stereotype, but it seems like in the Roman era, sort of at the turn of the ages, like Christ's time, that the emperors often wore white, and that might have been why, because white was rare.
Well, but sheep are white. It's not necessarily, so when you're painting with something, you can't use sheep's wool. Where do you get the white from? Honestly, I don't know. Where do you get it from? You can't get it from wool.
You just reminded me about something.
Okay,
Just
fine. I'll look up white pigment.
you,
Okay.
White
you just
pigment.
reminded me of something really interesting that I think you might find interesting. I haven't been drinking it. Interesting. I did you know that if you get white sheep and you put them in front of, if you let them live and breed in an area where they can see black stripes, that they'll get black stripes on their young. And if you put them in other sort of areas and different situations that they're young, you know how in the Bible it says that Jacob, I think it was Jacob, Laban and Jacob, wasn't it? That Jacob basically bred the sheep by putting them in front of something, and it made them come out with stripes on them and stuff. Well, they actually scientifically proved that. I've got a doc with the links and everything in that about that. You just reminded me about that. That's another thing that confirms the Bible. That everybody says, well, that's just a fairy tale. How does that happen? Well, they've actually proven that it's true. So Jacob and the Bible was right again.
Well,
excellent. Well, I have pigments here. Pigments are insoluble particulate materials that provide color, opacity, gloss control, rheological control. I don't know what that is. And certain functions such as corrosion inhibition or magnetic moment. I don't know what magnetic moment is either. They also reduce the cost of coatings by acting as a volume filler. Pigments are used as fine particles ranging in size from 0.01 to 100 micrometers. Composition ranges from carbon black to sand, white pigments. Pigments that contribute to light scattering properties to coatings are generally known as white or hiding pigments. They act by scattering all wavelengths of light, owing to their relatively high refractive index, so that they are perceived as white by the human eye. They are known as hiding pigments because the scattering of light reduces the probability that light will penetrate through the pigment film to the substrate. A paint film of sufficient thickness and concentration of light scattering pigment is truly opaque, hiding the substrate. The whiteness and opacity contributed by this class of pigments make them among the most extensively used pigments for coating. Okay, well now it's getting into like chemicals and stuff.
so
The most widely
is that
used
all
white
about
pigment. Oh yeah,
is
you're
that
gonna
all
want to
about
know this.
pigments?
Yeah, apparently, and the first one they go into is white, so that was convenient. And then pigments. The most widely used white pigment is the crystal form of titanium oxide known as rutile. It has the highest index of refraction, 2.76, as if that means anything to us. If any material that can be manufactured in a pigment form, it has the highest index refraction of any material that can be manufactured in pigment form at a reasonable cost, making it the most efficient white pigment available. Another crystal form of titanium dioxide, anatase, is sometimes used in coatings, but it's a lower index. Well, they're just going on and on about titanium oxide. Is there anything else? Okay, we got zinc oxide. We got barium sulfate. They're just
So wait, Nicholas,
powders
hold
with
on.
chemical names.
Hold on. So here's the thing. There's a difference between pigment and light when it comes to color.
I'll tell you one thing
these are the
fascinating
pigments
on that.
Well, these are the pigments that they use to reflect all the spectrum so that it appears white to the human eye.
This
Yeah,
is
and
pigments, but there's also light too. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, one thing ties into both of what you're saying is the color blue. There's only two. I think one's not an animal. One is of an animal. And I think it's a. I want to say a butterfly, but I don't think it's a butterfly. But like if you see like a blue jay or anything, the color blue anywhere you see in nature is actually never used with pigment. It's always a reflective color of the spectrum because it's really rare and hard to make. And so I think there's only like one animal that produces it and the actual pigment, and it's like very hard to do. So to waste the energy on that is kind of against evolution in a way, because why would it waste energy when it could just reflect it like all other animals do?
Are you sure you're not talking about green?
No, it's blue.
Because you know that nobody can have green eyes, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about the eye color, or I mean, that would be, I guess,
So
just a trait
okay,
now.
so I'll tell you this. So I have what's called hazel eyes, which is green, brown eyes. My eyes are actually not green. They never are. There are no green eyes in our society. None whatsoever. They're only blue and they're only brown. So blue can't be a pigment like what you're talking about.
Here,
Green
hold on.
is actually
I
a
hope it
reflection.
doesn't drop. Hopefully this doesn't drop me out of the chat. Let me see here. You there still?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll change
The
it.
impression I get is that green eyes are from when someone has like some genetics for very blue eyes and some for brown eyes, and when you look at it as being mixed, people think of it as looking green. It's like
No, because there are people with blue-green eyes. There are people with brown-green
Yeah,
eyes.
but I'm not sure if that's pigment. Hang on a second.
Yeah,
That
it's not pigment. It's actually a reflection. I don't 100% understand how it works, but genetically speaking, there are no green eyes. It has something to do with some kind of reflection. I don't totally understand it. It was something I read.
Okay, yeah, it says blue. Okay, here we go. It's blue on any animal, including the human's blue eyes, is due to some kind of light reflection of this type. The only exception is the Orbrina olive wing butterfly, which is the only known animal in nature that produces blue pigment. And then it goes on. Here's why it's the rarest. Why blue is
Well, but blue eyes are a reflection, though. It's green eyes that are a reflection.
everything's a reflection unless it's emitting light.
No. We're talking about our irises in our eye that shows that we have blue eyes, green eyes, brown eyes. It's not a reflection in our eyes necessarily, but the green is green. Green is unique in our eyes, and I wish I had the website. But green in our eyes is not like green in nature. It's actually a reflection. I wish I had the website. Actually, I think you can just Google it about green eyes. That nobody has literal green eyes. They only have brown or blue.
Well, what's literal green? Because isn't literal color what we see? I mean, who's deciding
Are you still?
what we see?
Are you still there?
The
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you now. You must have been muted again.
Yeah, it said. Can you hear me now? I'm gonna read this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, it says, why is blue so uncommon? Most pigments that animals exhibit on their fur, skin, or feathers is due to the food they consume. Salmon is pink because of the pink shellfish they eat. Goldfinches get the color yellow from the yellow flowers they consume. But while pigments like red, brown, orange, and yellow come from food animals eat, that's not the case with blue. In fact, that blue you see is really not pigment at all. And it says, are you still there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I was just making sure I didn't drop out. I'll make this quick. It says when blue does not appear in nature, it's related to other reasons than pigment, or when it does. In many related animals, the blue is due to the structure of the molecules and the way they reflect light. Which there's another butterfly that does reflect light like that, but not the one that they were talking about. But it's rare.
Oops.
Oh, I think we missed you.
In the Amazon, they got what's that butterfly in the Amazon? I forget.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It went in to say that what I was wanting to say, and I'll say that before I got to go here. It says blue on any animal, including humans' blue eyes, is due to some type of light reflection. The only exception is the Orbrina olive wing butterfly, which is the only known animal in nature that produces blue pigment. Did you catch that?
Yeah, I did. So
Okay.
I have a huge question here. So that I'm not trying to be rude. Just trust me. I'm very blunt. But all that you read was very evolutionary, meaning
No. This isn't.
hold
I watched it. I watched a thing on TV about this. This isn't like this had nothing to do with like evolving or anything like that. This is just like
well, but it does, because if it says that their eye colors are based on what they eat, that's not true. Because I had a dog.
Well, that's where they get the pigment from.
But that's not where they get their pigment from.
Well, people, have you ever seen anybody that has turned like orange from eating like too much kerosene?
No, their skin turns orange, but not their eyes.
No, but I'm just saying your
that's
eyes.
different.
Your eyes aren't getting it. Your eyes don't get your color from pigment. It's reflection.
No, but the thing is that what you eat does not change your eye color. That's your eye.
No, I don't. I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying that.
But that's what the articles that you were reading did. And I had a dog that had one eye color and one other eye color. And it was very typical.
It just said most animals. You know what I mean? But like the pigment blue only comes. There's only one animal found with that pigment because they can actually extract the pigment from it. That's where I watched just on TV. I didn't get us off reading that, but I just pulled it up real quick.
All I'm saying is that it has nothing to do with what you eat, is what your eye color is, because the Calahoot dog has what's called a cracked eye, and they can have 3 different eye colors. Now, technically,
they can refract. Yeah, they probably can refract the color.
No, it's not refracting. No, it's not refracting. It's actually, they can actually go blind. These dogs are highly mutated dogs.
Nephilim Freeze here, but we can't let him in. Sorry to interrupt, but we got to say hi before he's
Hey,
gone.
Neff.
Backyard?
I was up with Neff. Was it last night? Maybe not before last. Yeah, I was up with him for a few hours.
Who's up?
No,
Neff.
Nephilim Freeze in the chat, but we can't let him in because we don't have control of the room to let people in.
Yeah. I have to
We're,
say hi.
we're not
But
allowed to.
all
Hello,
I'm saying,
Neff.
Chris, is that it's not what the animals eat what makes their eye color. It isn't.
Well, I mean, not all, but some animals it is. I mean, that's just science. I mean, that's true.
Well, they might mean
I think it has
could
everything
mean
to do
more
with
on a
genetics.
molecular level, like carbon kind of a thing. It might not be specific diets because it's across all animals. So it might have to do with carbon or something, like more on a chemical level.
Because every single animal that we know has a certain eye color set, meaning they can have gold, brown, blue eyes, brown eyes. They can all have these sets of eyes, groups of eye colors. They never change. It has nothing to do with their diet. Diet does not change. It does not. It does not change
that has
their
more
eye
to
color.
do with the totality of, not that different animals have different diets, so they have different conditions of eye color, but they're saying that because of what animals are made of, I don't know. That's not how they worded it. So I guess I'm just too used to trying to steel man the opposition because that's not how they worded it. But I found out about green eyes.
Yeah. Did you look up green eyes? It's very interesting. We'd actually
Yeah, because what it is
green eyes.
I see again. What it is eyes without pigment are either blue or gray because that's what reflects, and then anything else is from pigment. And so green eyes,
actually, it's from melanin in your body, but just like would get any color in your skin or hair. It's
well,
melanin.
I think they're calling it pigment. Like now we're getting into semantics.
Something like that. All I know is that I looked up.
Wait! But I'm telling you guys, I have it right here. I just want to say it.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you got it pulled up. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what it is eyes are going to be either gray or blue when they have no pigment, and that's what babies have because they don't have pigment yet. And then if you have pigments, some of those pigments can be yellow, and if you have like yellow plus the blue that's already there, that's what's going to make green, that kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Because I have hazel eyes, and my eyes change from brown to green, but I don't actually have green. It's like a mix.
Yeah, that's the exact eye color I have, and then I have a half brother with blue eyes, and my mom has just like the greenest green eyes.
I got blue green, so that's crazy.
My brother has blue eyes, and my mom has blue eyes, and my dad has brown. So where did my green eyes come from?
Did you know that the blue eyes and the blonde hair are from 2 different genes?
Yes, I did actually, because I have brown hair, and none of all that.
Hey, Nick, we were both right. Melanin is pigment chemical. So it's a chemical that they call melanin, which is a pigment.
Pigment is
we're both right on that.
Yeah, pigment is like what you talk about when you're talking about color, and then melanin is what it is biologically that does that.
Right, the chemicals. So yeah.
So that's
but you're right about the color.
So that's what I meant earlier about pigment and color, or I'm sorry, light, because I took a color theory class. So meaning we were talking about pigment, meaning mixing like
you're like compounds is what you're thinking. Yeah.
And then the other one was actually light going through a crystal. Like I took a color theory class. Like it's totally separate, like physical pigments to light. That's what I was talking about. When it comes to it's hard to create white.
So you guys were talking about white light, where you put like the sunlight through there and it breaks it into all the colors of the spectrum.
Like you can actually make black through light. It's almost
And then the
impossible.
light off your light bulb is incandescent light, so it's
Well,
No,
lower
no,
frequency.
it's the fact that black is the absence of color. It is the absence of reflected light, meaning light doesn't reflect from black; it gets absorbed by it, right?
Yeah, black's all
White,
colors absorbed, right?
exactly. So white
yeah. It's
reflects
like
all color. So when it comes to pigment, pigment doesn't do either necessarily. I mean, like, do you guys understand what I mean?
Yeah,
When it
I
comes
think in the example with the animals
well,
that
it can
from what
do
the diet they
either
ate.
'cause
yes,
Go
exactly.
ahead. I didn't want to talk over it, so I
Yes,
apologize.
Chris.
yeah,
No,
it
I
can
was
do
going to let
either.
Nick finish.
It can do either because when I read about the white pigments, it said that they're white because they do reflect the light, and so the light doesn't get through. Because that has a lot to do with the painting, right? Like if you want to be fancy with your paint, you like mix it so it'll like the light will absorb in the right amount, and it'll look like it's glowing when the light like absorbs into the paint and then reflects instead of reflecting off the surface and stuff. Like artists with their paints, are like
It's
that's
not
real stuff.
absorbing. It's the absence. It's not absorbing or reflecting. It's the absence of light or the absence of color. I'm not light. I'm sorry. The absence of color. Black is the absence of color, meaning in a theoretical sense, it does not reflect any color. But when you're
Yeah, but
talking
in
about
order for it
something
to not
that's
reflect it, it has to
yes,
absorb it. That's why black things get hot.
well, not necessarily, because you're talking about something that's a theoretical compound, meaning it. So when you look at black on a canvas, you have to see black, meaning it has to reflect color. But if you see something
Well,
like
you
a
can
black
demonstrate
hole,
that though. I used to paint, man, on a roof, and you get on a roof and you paint it white, and it's going to reflect all colors. And then you get on it, and you paint it black, and you're going to
it's going to
inside the
absorb
house is going to be
everything,
like so
and
hot.
it's yeah, it's going to absorb, yeah, exactly, so to speak. But it's when you're talking about the theory of color, that's totally different. All
Well, I
right,
was
when
talking
you're
about the lumen. I was talking more about how it's interesting that paints have luminescent qualities, like translucence and things that the artists will use to play with the light.
sure,
So
yeah,
that's
we're
that's
talking
what I
about
was
artistry.
specifically referring to. I wasn't on black specifically or anything.
No,
You know, a
What
fun
I'm
fact on luminescence is, bioluminescence supposedly evolved 51 independently times in nature. So like different species, non-related, develop bioluminescence. You know what I'm talking about? So that's so the
Yeah.
eyeball eight times the eye, or how many times with the eye? No, eyes more than that actually, but 51 times convergent evolution. Yeah, that's a good fairy tale right there now.
I said luminescent, but obviously that's not what I meant. I meant like translucent and things like that.
I was never into art. I can't even draw a stick, man. So I always give props to anybody that can draw or has any that side of the brain. My brother could draw really good, and I couldn't. I swear I can't even draw a square to look even like a square.
Yeah, I mean, I can do some things, but I'm no pro aficionado or anything.
And my handwriting is terrible too. I'm just not that side of a brain. My brother was. I guess it's just a different. I took after my mom's side. We had the gift of gab, and my dad was an engineer, and he took after him. So he was taking things apart like 3 years old and pulling the motors out and doing stuff to them. And I was over in the corner playing with a Coke can.
Neff's talking.
Is Nephilim still here? Hey, Nephilim.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to say good night to you, buddy. I appreciate the chat the other day. I had a wonderful chat with him the other night. Sometimes it's great to get these small chats just with all the debating going on and talk. It was wonderful. Had a very good chat the other night. So I want to say hey to him, and I want to say good night to you guys. I had to get up early this morning for a doctor's appointment, and I've got to be up early in the morning. So I want to say night to you all. God bless, and hopefully I'll see you guys in another chat here in a night or two.
Okay.
Good night, brother. Shalom.
All right. See you guys. Good night, Neff.
I got fireflies
running
around. They like the red light. They're always flying to my red light.
And what is that? You wear that on your head?
Yeah.
And is it? Oh, it's red because it like disturbs
Yeah.
others less. Is that right?
What? It's easier on the eyes, so you don't have to go blind, and so you can keep your night vision.
Okay.
Because if you use the white light, then you can't see anything. But if you use the red, it's easier on the night vision.
And then like the bugs fly right at your head because that's where the light's at.
Well, yeah, the fireflies they like to fly around the light. Sometimes not too many around right now, but sometimes they're flying all over the place. Oh, I saw a frog today, an actual frog. It was like a leopard frog. It looked like camouflage leopard.
Oh yeah, and speaking of leopards, so wait, is that a jaguar in your picture or a leopard?
It's a jaguar which got separated from the leopards in Africa when the continent split apart.
Okay, yeah, because I always figured it was a leopard. It's so close up, it's pretty hard to tell. But then you mentioned jaguar, and I'm like, oh, it does look like a jaguar.
Yeah, it's a jaguar.
I'm
It's
always
a
making
new
leopard
new
references,
world.
thinking you like my leopard references, and I've been messing it up.
The new world jaguar. Yeah, but it's the same thing as a leopard. It just got separated from the leopards.
Yeah, and aren't jaguars a little bit more like less
They're
slender and more stocky a little bit?
they're stronger. They have the strongest bite of all cats, I think.
Yeah, jaguars and leopards are cool.
Yeah,
I
the
used to
jaguar.
watch Cat Diaries, and there was a leopard named Shadow, and I wrote a song about Shadow.
But it's really the same animal. It's almost the exact same thing. I mean, the pattern's almost exactly the same, but it's distinguished. It's different. You know, you can tell the difference if you know the difference. You can tell the difference.
Yeah, I can tell the difference normally, but your picture is like so
Yeah,
close up.
right, right. With a face, it's hard to tell. Yeah,
But I mean, even so, you can still tell the difference. Like once you said it was a
probably.
jaguar, I was like, oh, that does look a little bit more like a jaguar.
Yeah,
They're
probably
really
you can tell.
similar.
If you pay attention too much, you'll probably be able to tell the difference. Yeah.
Unless you got a particularly leopardy looking jaguar or a particularly jaguar-y looking leopard, you know? That would be confusing.
Yeah.
Are you still with us, Jesse?
Maybe.
Hmm.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't hear.
yeah, I feel
I
bad
can.
because I like. Oh, do you not know you're on mute? Is that a possibility, Jesse?
I can't hear.
I feel bad because I like interjected pretty hard when we both wanted to talk at the same time earlier, and I feel like that's the last I've heard from her. And there you are, Jesse. Hey.
Hey,
Is it?
sorry guys. I went to the bathroom.
Isn't that funny when somebody wants to talk, everybody's talking over each other?
Right.
It's really
Well,
funny. Like Chris Keith and I sometimes seem to do it where like we'll start at the same time and we'll stop at the same time to let the other one go. Then we'll each start again at the same time, and we'll do it 3 or 4 times on occasionally. You know.
Yeah.
so he's kind of new to me. I haven't seen him before. Is he?
Oh yeah, you've been gone a while. Yeah,
I
Chris
have
Keith
been
is a
gone a
total
while.
regular. He's
Yeah.
yeah, he's a good one. You know, it's like a chill guy.
Oh, that's very cool. So, Jungle, I heard you talking about red lights because when I go to the bathroom, I bring my phone with me. I listen so I can hear what you guys are saying because I can't bring my computer with me. And you were talking about red lights. And when we were training, when I was in the Marine Corps, we had red lights to help us with our night vision.
Yeah.
And I never totally understood why, but white lights were blinding, but red lights were,
Yeah.
they didn't actually ruin our night vision. I didn't totally understand why. I just knew it worked.
Yeah,
Because blue light has such a faster speed. Like it'll affect your pineal gland and stuff more, and it'll affect your skin more when you're trying to sleep if you have blue lights on in the room than if you have red ones.
But doesn't it
And of
affect
course,
something with your rods and your cones too? Like with the
Yeah, because your eyes get used to the dark. If you're in the dark, you'll be able to see in the dark. But if you're using the white light, you can't get used to seeing in the dark. You can't.
but
Yeah,
with
'cause-
blue and red, like what Nicholas was saying, doesn't blue is
blue is harsher too, because
it's
blue
a
is
higher
fat.
frequency, right?
Yeah,
Or
exactly. So it's faster. It has more
Yeah.
energy in it, and then white has like all the different frequencies. So that's going to be just like totaling it all up, and it's going to include blue, of course.
Well, they have green lights too, but I don't know what that's about.
well,
Some people like.
we use green and red on our tracer rounds, but that's all I know, and that's just so you can see them because they're bright and they're fast, and
Yeah.
On our rounds on the bullets. But yeah, it was kind of funny how well red worked. Like you really don't lose your night vision when you use red lights.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah, and
really
we would
nice.
think it wouldn't. But we would think it wouldn't make much difference because we're like the visual spectrum is probably just a small difference. But for us, it's our entire spectrum. So the difference between
But
red and blue light to us is a huge difference because that's the entire spectrum.
but
It's
of
kind of
course,
interesting because animals have a different spectrum.
but if
They
if
Go
yeah, they
ahead.
do sometimes. Yeah.
Sorry,
But
Joe.
if I turn off the red light, then I can actually see even better. My night vision gets better than with it on.
That's if you have good vision. But I was just thinking of my dog. Like, oh man, they have such good vision at night.
Yeah.
Nowhere
Yeah.
near humans.
Well, the animals with big eyes have good vision.
So
I
like
mean,
eagles and owls and
owls, yeah,
Or our
yeah.
cat.
cats.
Like one time I was walking through the hallway in the dark and our cat is almost all black. And I think, he can see fine in the dark and he had no idea I couldn't see him. And I just like totally kicked into him because he had no idea to worry about me. So he just let me like kick into him. I had no idea he was there. And now anytime, it's been months and still anytime at night, he's like really careful if it's dark in the hallway or whatever, like maneuvering
Just
around the
because of
hallway.
you, not because of him. Because they learn from us as much as they're like 2-year-olds their entire life because they never learn anything about that.
Well, I
That's why
mean,
it kind of
he's careful if I'm there because he's worried I'll kick him again or something.
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like they can learn
Oh, yeah.
that, but that's what kind of cracks me up about evolution. Like you really think that we come from animals that never learn? Like my dog, granted I only had her for 2 years because she died of cancer, but she was the same for the entire 2 years. She never changed. Like if you have a dog that overeats, they're going to overeat their entire life. You have a dog that does this, they're going to do that their entire life. Like they don't change. They're like 2-year-olds. But
Yeah,
if
no.
you stumble into them in the dark, it's more of a fear thing than it is a genetic thing. They will remember that and they won't do it again.
Yeah. And to me, it was just funny because I was just like, he had no idea I couldn't see him. It was just kind of funny for some reason.
No, actually, I do find it funny because I've had animals almost my entire life.
Yep. I got lots of animals here.
Do you?
They're making all kinds of noise.
Oh, I thought you meant like animals that you owned.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh no, I hear them. Are you sitting outside?
Well, it's inside my cabin, but it's outside.
Oh, your crickets. That's what someone thinks. Someone in chat was complaining about someone's beeps and they thought it was some kind of like smoke alarm or something. It's your crickets.
No,
there
it wasn't,
was
it
no,
wasn't
there was a
Jungle. That was
smoke alarm.
somebody else.
There was a smoke alarm, I think.
Oh, there was.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was somebody else.
Because I'm like, now that you pointed out the crickets, I'm like, they're squealing. That's like a really high frequency. It's almost like
Yeah,
No,
they make
that was
now that
somebody
I
else's
know it's there.
chat, and they were yeah.
they make a lot of noise sometimes. That's a cricket. The high
Now he's
the high
laughing at
pitch is a
me.
cricket, I think.
It is a cricket, yeah. Because
And then
I remember
then
hearing it
the
at
other
my
one,
house.
the other one I think was tree frogs or something.
I don't know what frogs make, because we have frogs here, but they dig themselves into the ground. They are so weird. They
Yeah,
literally they eat the roots or something. I don't know what they do, but they dig themselves into the ground. And so my roommate, when we were doing the backyard and putting down sod, he was tilling the backyard, and I was just picking up the roots of the old dead like weeds and stuff like that, which there wasn't a ton, but I was picking them up, and I looked at this thing and I was like, "Oh, that looks like an artifact of a frog." It was a real frog. I nudged him with my shoe, and it was a real frog, and I was like, "What? That's a frog?"
Well, but that's a good sign if you have amphibians. It means you don't have much pollution.
I lied. He's not a frog. He's what's the other one?
Salamander.
The other amphibian?
No.
Salamander.
Frog, toad. He's a toad.
Toad.
He's a
Yeah.
toad.
Oh, toads.
Yeah, he's a toad.
Yeah, I have toads too. I got
Yeah.
turtles, toads, gray foxes, armadillos,
But they don't eat.
possums.
But they don't eat water. I guess the thing is that when I think of frogs, I think of water. I think of like wetlands and stuff like that. And
Yeah,
these guys dig themselves into the ground, and
that's a
we're at
toad. Yeah, yeah. The
and
toads they're
we're at
dry.
like 5,500 feet. There's not a lot of moisture up here. Very, very, very little moisture. We're actually a high desert.
But yeah, toads are like that. Yeah, toads are.
I didn't know that actually. My
Yeah.
neighbor just told me like 3 days ago that they were toads, and I was like, "What? I thought they were frogs."
And there's something I just noticed recently is that there's only really two kinds of amphibians, I think, unless I'm not remembering right, because toads and frogs are almost the same thing, and salamanders and newts are almost the same thing, and I think that's all the amphibians.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
I'll just look up real quick list of
And
amphibians.
I have salamanders and frogs and toads. And maybe
Yeah, I don't think
newts.
we have salamanders here. We're too high, I think.
Maybe newts. I don't know.
Where do you live again, Jungle?
Missouri, right here.
Yeah, what's your elevation? What, like
I
3,000?
don't.
2,000?
I think it's about 1,000. I don't know.
About
Maybe.
1,000? Yeah, we're 5,800 here, so we're a little much higher actually, but
Oh, wait,
Denver's
there's one more
not as high as where I used to
amphibian.
live. Go ahead, Nicholas.
Oh, sorry, I'm just like totally interrupting. There's one more type of amphibian. It looks like an earthworm, but it's actually an amphibian. Basically,
Okay.
all I can say about it, it's called a caecilian, Caecilian.
It's probably one of their other mechanisms to try to
But
classify other things into other things. Same thing they do with cockroaches.
yeah, so they have.
Look up cockroaches sometime. You'll find something very interesting about them. They have no idea what their ancestors are. They have no idea what classes they should be in, and they're 300 million years old.
Yeah, they have funny
there's a
stories.
lot.
Right?
There's a big variety. There's a big variety of cockroaches too. In Brazil, they all fly.
Yeah, they don't even count that. I looked at the Harvard site for evolution, and I looked up cockroaches, and they tried to like classify them, reclassify them, classify them. They kept moving them, and I read this paper, and I'm going, "What are they talking about?" They kept moving them from one place to one place, whatever. And it's because the original cockroach that they have found has not changed in 300 million years, from what they say.
Yeah,
So
they had a thing a while back. They were saying that if ever the Earth is destroyed by radiation, the only survivors will be cockroaches.
Well, cockroaches, this literally shows our model. It starts with one type of cockroach thing, and then all the other ones come from one type. I mean, that's it. It's just the creation model with cockroaches.
Right?
I'm looking at it right here.
Doesn't that make sense? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
all the species, all of it. The only thing that I thought was kind of interesting is I did watch a video on why did animals get defensive mechanisms if they were all created not to kill each other in the beginning.
Had to become opportunistic.
Well, some think that when God flooded the earth, and after that, they gained defensive mechanisms. That's what they think. There's a lot of theories. I've heard a lot of theories. Like, why do mosquitoes,
I think
bite?
I think it was before that. I think it was at the fall of man. They had to become opportunistic because of resources, or there was still.
Mosquitoes are also pollinators.
But it was a lot worse after the flood, I guess, too.
That would make
Mosquitoes
a
are
lot of
pollinators.
sense because I read something else that talked about, okay, so
Wait, mosquitoes can drink animals' blood without killing them. That wouldn't cause death. There's nothing wrong with mosquitoes in the garden.
no, it's not necessarily death, but blood is talked about in the Bible as bad. You shouldn't drink blood.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you look at it like theoretically, at least that, but why do turtles have shells? There are a lot of defensive mechanisms that animals have that they shouldn't have based on predators, right? Why are there predators? Why are there sharks? Why are there this? Why are there this? So anyways, Jungle, I was reading, and actually, Nicholas, you'll find this very interesting too. I was reading this article about, okay, so when Adam and Eve were first created, they were created to eat fruit.
Yeah.
And then when they fell, something happened in their DNA that changed that they needed more minerals. They were going to need some kind of supplement, so to speak. So they were able to eat herbs from the ground, meaning like roots and a few other like vegetables. But besides that, they were not supposed to eat anything else. Technically speaking, he didn't necessarily God didn't necessarily say you couldn't do this because our DNA would allow us to do it, but it would be detrimental to us. But I thought it was kind of interesting, the article that I was reading about how the ones that grow inside the ground, which would be like roots and stuff like that, were for humans, and the ones that were grown above the ground were for animals.
Oh. Okay.
Well, one thing that makes a lot of sense with that is dangers of disease from like animals doing something to an above ground crop. So you always got to be cleaning stuff and all that,
But it
and
was.
we weren't supposed to be able to. We weren't supposed to be eating those in the first place. So.
But it was only after the flood that God said that you can eat animals now. I think pretty much.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm inclined to think that before the flood, like God gave them rules and stuff, and He had a relationship with them, and like we're just given almost no detail before the, after the fall, before the flood, we're given very little detail.
I think they did
It
whatever
was
they wanted to before
detail,
the flood. I think they did whatever they wanted to before the flood, and that's the reason why God flooded the earth. I think
Well,
they had such.
When Enoch is born, men start to turn towards Yehovah or something, right?
Whatever it
For a
was.
short time.
Well,
For a short
Yeah.
time they did, yeah.
That's what I mean. I'm not saying I'm not making some kind of golden age story. I'm just saying there was like relationship between God and man, and there was rules given
Yeah.
and stuff, I presume, but we don't. It's
Yeah,
not
they
written
said,
for us,
With a line of men, but not with all men.
and they said that they were going to, do everything right and serve God and everything, and then they just didn't keep their word.
Yep,
or something.
exactly. And that's why Methuselah in one line because there's a bunch of similar names between Seth's line and let's see, Abel and Cain.
Yeah, Cain. Yeah.
Yeah, Cain's line.
Yeah.
There's a lot of similar names. And they all said that they would do things and they didn't. And one line did do that, but there were actually many of that line that didn't.
And here it is. And to Seth, to him also, there was born a son, and he called his name Enos. Then began men to call upon the name of Jehovah.
Exactly.
So,
And
yeah,
if
so I
you,
mean,
if
there's
you look at the name of
something going on.
Seth, when Seth was first born, Seth was also one of the first to call on the name of God. It was the same thing. And that's where the line of Seth comes from.
Yeah, because well, Seth is Adam and Eve's third son, right?
Yes, exactly. So he's the first, but there was one, I think, with was it Methuselah in his line that didn't call on the name of God, and he was one of the basically the defactors or whatever.
Methuselah.
Was it Methuselah? Was it Methuselah? I can't remember.
He lived up almost to the time of the flood, I think, didn't he?
I know he lived like 900 and some odd, like 995 years. He lived a long time, but I think Methuselah, I can't remember if it was on Cain's line or Seth's line. I can't remember.
Is he
Because
the one?
there's so many similar names like Enoch and Enos and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's confusing because there's two different genealogies and they have some of the same names.
Yes, very similar names and some same names. Yep. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there are two different Enochs.
I think so too, because there was an Enoch on Cain's line and there was an Enoch on Seth's line.
Yeah,
And they are
Garret
distinctly
lived.
different.
Well, Jared lived in 100, and so this is Canaan. So these are okay. So this is Seth's line, which goes to Enos, then to Canaan, then to Mahalalel, and then to Jared, then to Enoch. 16.
Then to Lamech.
Then Methuselah.
Methuselah, Lamech, yeah.
And that's the Enoch that God took. But I'm pretty sure there's going to be another Enoch. So I'll punch in the name Enoch and see where I find the other one.
Yeah, because there's another one on the other side too.
Yeah, so this one earlier, Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch. So Cain, it looks like Cain's first son was Enoch. And then Seth, it was a bunch of generations down, there was an Enoch later on. Yep.
Yes. Actually, let me look at my...
Yeah, because I got to hear that in chapters 4, and chapter 4 is the first Enoch, and chapter 5 is the second Enoch.
Yeah, so I'm building a historical timeline right now of those that lived after the flood. Because I'm not trying to like make a huge discussion here, but when they say they found the Mount Sinai in Saudi Arabia, that's not where Mount Sinai is.
Yeah, Mount Sinai is in Arabia.
No, it isn't.
Not in Arabia. It's not in.
It's not in Saudi Arabia. So, if you're looking where Egypt is, and then the Sinai Peninsula, and then Saudi Arabia. So I'm literally going from west to east. So you got Egypt, little triangle that's Sinai, the Sinai Peninsula.
The Sinai Peninsula is not where the Mount Sinai is supposed to be.
Yes, it is actually, and I'll explain why. Because the thing is where they say it is in Saudi Arabia, which is far to the east of the. So
Well, it's in New
I'm not
Testament.
trying to
You
be
know,
rude,
it's no,
but do
but
you
you
know?
know, the New Testament says it's in Arabia, right?
No, it doesn't say that.
Yeah, the New Testament says that Mount Sinai is in Arabia.
Well,
Where
let
does
me
it?
ask you this, Shadowed Answer. Is this going to be about how long it takes to travel? Because this was addressed in the movie Red Sea Miracle, and they like addressed it both different ways and stuff. You got to see that. It's a really cool movie.
I haven't actually seen the movie. I've seen the one by that did the Exodus.
Yeah, the theory exists outside the movie too, though.
Yeah,
mean,
but
you're
I
talking.
didn't base my theory off of him. I based my theory
I
off
know,
of.
I know. I'm just saying that I've seen I've seen the discussions of the hypotheticals regarding how long it takes to travel. So the argument about what's more likely based on it.
Yeah,
I'm just asking if it's going to have to do with that because.
it
So
does have to do with that. It has 100% to do with that. There's no way they could have made it to Saudi Arabia. No way.
Yeah, and then after seeing both cases presented, I disagree. But the Bible describes that they went with like flight, so it says that they went especially fast. And in those circumstances, and considering what type of rugged people they were and all that, um, it's a whole big thing to consider the different models and stuff.
Yeah, I
I'm not,
haven't.
and I'm not saying I'm
let me
right. I'm
explain
just
a few
saying
things.
I just want to say real quick. I'm not saying I'm right, but from what I saw, I was more compelled to the other one that it is in Saudi Arabia.
So the thing is that if you, so I did it on Google Maps. All right, I actually mapped the routes on Google Maps, and I watched a video, not a video that you've probably seen. Um, and they actually walked the route. You have to remember that there were old people, young people, pregnant women, young people, all kinds of people and all their livestock. Now, if you're talking about an army, it's totally different. They're going to have the most hale servants pulling their sleds, pulling their carts, riding the horses and all that kind of stuff. And they're going to move much faster, but not 600,000 people, which is what the Israelites were. They were not going to move that fast.
Except that God says they moved fast. It's written in the scriptures. He emphasizes it a bunch of times that they went with speed.
Sure, they went with speed, but he doesn't say where. You cannot point that out anywhere in scripture. I've read it multiple times. You cannot point it out anywhere where it says where he moved them fast. They may have moved fast, but faster than typical of a group of people that had old, young, decrepit, all that kind of stuff. Right? They couldn't have moved all the way to Saudi Arabia.
And then for me, whatever the fastest pace for humans is could be their pace because they had God with them. The Red Sea parted and everything. So for me, the idea of an army could be faster, but they can't be that fast, that doesn't hold weight with me personally.
No, but if you look at the geography of the land, it does say that God took them in a direction that the Pharaoh would not know. Remember that? So
Yeah, I
take them
remember about the different directions and
Yes.
how.
Okay. So
Because they turn around at some point.
Yes, but if
And
you look
all
at where the Sinai Peninsula is, all right, and you look at where they were potentially, where this place is in Saudi Arabia, they would have to cross the sea twice in order to get there. Otherwise, they'd have to go double the time because they'd have to go around. I think you need to look where the Sinai Peninsula is. I've done the math. I've looked at the dimensions between. They had to come from the land of Ramses, which was not Ramses, by the way. Don't let them confuse you by that. It's not called the Ramses Exodus. They were before the Ramses Exodus. Whatever. Anyways, they had to go over these canals and they had to go down into the Sinai Peninsula and then the east. They couldn't do it. It would take too much time.
There's a passageway through the mountains going to Arabia and through the Red Sea, right?
You know, they found the same things that they found in Saudi Arabia on the Sinai Peninsula. Not where the original was 100 years ago of the Sinai Mount, but they have actually found where they think the 12 tribes were. And it's the
Because
same
they
compelling evidence in the Sinai Peninsula as it is in Saudi Arabia. Actually,
and
Saudi Arabia's got way less, but
I think Solomon erected a pillar on both sides of the Red Sea as a memorial, and
Well,
the pillars are still there
you'll have to
well,
show me that. You'll have to
on
link
both
that to me.
on both sides. It's on YouTube. You can look. It's yeah.
well, okay. Let's remember where the Israelites. I mean, they weren't Israelites yet, I guess, but where?
Hebrews.
Yeah, I guess they were. Yeah, they were Israelites because they were already sons of Israel by then, right?
Yeah.
And,
I would think so. Yeah.
yeah. So the Israelites, they were living in the delta, way up north, pretty close to the sea, because they were the ones growing the food for everybody in the deltas, and that was like so they were already at the north area. So all they had to do was go north over the first fork at the top of the Red Sea, and then they went down into the Sinai Peninsula, and the crossing was across the second fork, and then they were in Arabia, and that's why we have evidence in both places.
Do you know how far that is?
Yeah. I mean, I don't have numbers memorized, but
I have to look at
No,
it again.
I just open Google Maps and just look at it. Look from Cairo today. Just open Google Maps. Just look at Cairo today, because where they actually were was in Mansoura, and I'm looking at. I just opened up Google Maps. All right. God said that they took
aren't there a
them
bunch
in
of
a
places in
direction.
Mansoura?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I thought when it came to the name of the place,
I'm looking at Google
there's a
Maps.
bunch of different places with the same name, right?
I'm just looking at Google Maps. Just look at Google Maps. It'll help. I see Mansoura. I see Tanta, Cairo. All right. So you see this big, like, I don't know if you guys see Google Maps the same way I do, but
You said for me to Google Maps Cairo.
no, just open up Google Maps and go to Egypt and go look at where Cairo is. Yeah. And scroll just a little bit so you can see like Damanhour. It's like Damanhour, Mansoura, Tanta, Cairo.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's the region they would have been in, this
Okay,
Al-Mansoura region.
so hear me out really fast. So Mansoura, that's about the area that they were at.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so God said that they took them in a direction that the Egyptians wouldn't expect. So I assumed that they would go south and then go east to Suez. All right. And they would go down actually, they would probably go a little bit further south because I think they actually crossed in the Gulf of Suez and then crossed over into the Sinai Peninsula. But
I'm thinking they went right over the north there and they crossed the other side into Saudi Arabia.
But why?
I'll hear you out.
Yeah, but why would they go that far south if they were going to Israel? They hadn't been.
It's not necessarily that far south because
it is very far when you're talking about 600,000
it's far east more than it's far south.
No, it is very far south because
that depends on how far south they go.
Do you know where the Mount Sinai is? It's actually
Well,
down by Duba.
As far as I know, no one knows for certain which mountain.
They do. It's all over YouTube. Saudi Arabia has been like putting it all over YouTube. It's near Duba.
Yeah, but by what authority or by what authority or evidence or case? You know what I mean?
It's been on SFT's channel. It's been on everybody's channels. It's a singular site in Saudi Arabia, and it's a little bit south of where they think the crossing is at Sharm el. I can't pronounce that. Anyways, but they're literally going the wrong direction of Israel. Why would they do that? God hadn't even cursed them curse them.
Well,
But
you
you know
know,
what I'm talking about.
but you know that God didn't take them directly to the Israel on purpose. You know that, right?
Well, there's a bunch of
Yeah,
lore
but
going on.
if you look at where they came from, just look at the map. Are you looking at the map, Jungle Jargon?
They went. No, I'm on my phone.
Okay. So, I'm just gonna give you like a perspective here. So to the left is Egypt, and then you've got this triangle that's the Sinai Peninsula, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Where was the crossing? Where was the Red Sea crossing?
There's a gap. There's the you follow the. It's like a natural uh, road where it goes right down to the Red Sea.
No,
And then there's a delta plain.
no. You need to look at a map because there's the Gulf of Suez and there's the Gulf of whatever that's called. And then there's the Red Sea. You gotta look at the peninsula
No,
of the
yeah, I
Sinai
know.
Peninsula.
I know they have to go north first, right?
No, they have to go south.
Well, they started out north because
Yeah,
they
they start
lived
out
in
north.
the north in the delta.
But
Yes,
once
they
they're
did start out, but they did start out north. But God said that they went a
but
direction.
once they're
Hold on, but the God said that they went a direction that the Egyptians would not anticipate. Why would they not go south and then cross? And
probably into the desert, yeah.
yeah, but they went into the desert either way. Saudi Arabia is a desert.
But
The
this
peninsula of Sinai is a desert. It doesn't matter.
yeah.
They're both deserts.
Yeah, but about halfway through down the Sinai Peninsula, the triangle, there's a pass that goes through the mountains and it comes out to the Red Sea, and that's where the crossing may
But
have
you're
been.
talking about two crossings, though.
That's well, I'm talking about the final crossing.
No, there's only one crossing in the Old Testament. That's the thing that you have to work with. We only have one crossing of the sea. And if you look at the Gulf of Suez and the Gulf of Aqaba or whatever, you can only have one crossing, and these are big spaces, all right?
Yeah, it's a big space.
And
yeah.
I've looked at the map and I've done the math on the amount of time that it would take 600,000 people with livestock carts and not young men pulling the carts like a military or whatever, with old people and all that kind of stuff. They cannot travel that far.
Yeah, well, I haven't checked it out. I have to check it out again.
Part 2 of the movie is for sale now. I don't know if it was ever put in theaters. Do they do movies, or is that the thing they don't do because of COVID still?
I don't know. I watched a YouTube video on it.
Because they might have, because of all this COVID nonsense, they might have just decided not to do the second one in the theater and just put it straight to DVD.
Now, I don't know what you're talking about, but what I learned was from another video that was
These movies. This guy did 20 years of research. Tim Mahoney, is his name Tim Mahoney? Yeah, Tim Mahoney. He did 20 years of research, and yeah, you told me you saw another one of his movies. This is the
I
same
think
guy.
it was Tim Mahoney. I don't know if it was Tim.
Oh, so maybe we're getting opposite theories from the same guy because he presents the evidence and doesn't really force us to choose a certain theory.
No, hold on. Let me Tim Mahoney.
Yeah, because the movie I saw, someone could have left it disagreeing with me. It wasn't like propaganda like that,
Well, I'm thinking of the guy that did the movie on the Exodus and the Moses controversy.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure this is the same guy, but I'll look up Moses controversy real quick because I'm pretty sure it's the same guy.
Yeah, let me look at Moses controversy.
Patterns of evidence, yeah. So that's Tim Mahoney also.
Oh.
So yeah, so he came out
with Saudi Arabia?
Well, there's the two different theories, and I watched there's two parts to the movie. I haven't seen part 2 yet, but they I'm not sure what part 2 addresses exactly, but
Okay.
Yeah, so from
'Cause
what I saw so far, I was inclined more to the going all the way to Saudi Arabia, which would have meant them moving a lot faster and farther, and it might mean proposing a bit of a different timeline as far as how many days or weeks go by or something. So it's a whole detailed thing. I'm not prepared to like actually discuss it. I just know when I was watching it carefully and looking at the evidence carefully, that was the decision I came to. And I remember it some, but I'm the kind of person who has to learn something twice before I can really start having it down, you know?
Well, give me 1 second. Let me find the video that I was watching. They had.
Yeah, but we won't be able to screen share it right now, and
No, but
I would be totally interested in like screen
no.
sharing it
Hold
another
on.
time and watching it together.
But
Hold on.
you know,
Hold on.
they
We're
never
in
found.
Streamlabs. I can. No, I can't screen share, but I. Hold on.
You could show the picture, maybe.
No, I don't have to show a picture. All I have to do is just I just can link it to you guys. I just need to. I don't remember what the name was. Shoot.
But you know, they never found any artifacts in the Sinai Peninsula.
But this would be
Yes,
a
they
fun
did
video.
actually.
But Jesse, what I'm thinking too is this would be a fun video for like to watch and talk about, and we do that kind of stuff a lot nowadays. Now that we've been using StreamYard and stuff, we do a lot of screen sharing and doing all sorts of things.
Oh no, you've no idea. I'm building an entire history presentation on this about why this is this. Okay, there's lots of things. And me and Jungle are gonna disagree on a few things, but
Well, I haven't really looked at the timeline or anything.
no. We're talking about when the Earth broke apart. We disagree on that. You're talking about in the days of Peleg, and that's I've got an entire history presentation that's built on this. Is built on just before the Tower of Babel and after the Tower of Babel. All of it. I've got an entire history presentation. I'm trying to think of.
But that's way before. That's before Abraham, though, right?
Yeah, but Peleg is before Abraham.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you say in the days of Peleg is when the earth was broke apart. You
Yeah.
believe that? Yeah, I don't. We
Well,
disagree on that.
because
I know
India,
we disagree on that, but we disagree on
because
that.
India has glacial markings going from south to north in it.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with that. It's the fact that we disagree on that. I don't agree
Oh,
with
but
that.
if you got glaciers going from south to north, that means it was in the south before it broke apart.
No, because that could have happened after. The thing
Well,
is that you can't have that kind of movement, continental movement, while people are alive. They would die.
No.
Yes,
Sure
they
can.
would. They
Sure
would
can.
die because earthquakes are far less than continental shifting. We've never had continental shifting in our human memory before the flood. None whatsoever.
So when do you think it was, Shadow Dancer? Do you think it was the flood itself?
During the flood, I think all the continents shifted underneath the water during the flood. It's the only thing that makes sense. And it's the only thing that would allow humans and animals to live.
What if the
Because if it
continents never?
happened.
I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, the only thing that would allow humans and animals to live would be if it happened during the flood.
No, you could ride the continents if you were on a continent, but the people were in the Middle East. The people that were in the land of Shinar or Mesopotamia at the time. Anyway,
But the thing is that you're talking about pre-flood names that don't actually have relevance to modern terms. Like they name them, but they're not necessarily in the same area. They may have been to the east.
pre-flood
They
names.
may.
What
Are you
pre-flood
talking?
names?
Are you
Okay,
okay?
my
Where's
friends.
Eden?
No, I'm not talking. Well,
my brother and sister. I want to stay and talk, but I'm getting really tired, so I'm going to go. And
But
I don't know anything about the continent splitting, so
I don't know about Eden, but I know about Mesopotamia was after the flood.
How do you know that? You don't
Well,
know about
because
Eden, but you know about Mesopotamia, like for sure.
yeah, Mesopotamia was where, well, the land of Shinar was where um, Nimrod had a kingdom.
You don't actually know that.
Yeah, that's what the Bible says, that Nimrod had a kingdom in the land of Shinar, which is the Mesopotamian area region.
But what does that have to do with pre-flood?
It doesn't,
Okay, then how do you know that the continents were broken up during
because that's post flood.
the time that man got off the ark?
No, it's post. It's
You
100
don't know
years after
that.
the yeah, the days of Peleg is 100 years after they got
No,
off the
you
ark.
don't know that.
I
Why
don't
would
know
the
what,
continents break up 100 years after the ark?
because they did. I mean,
Why?
why
And
would
how did
they?
everybody
It's
live?
probably the same catastrophic event. It was another catastrophic event like the global flood, except that it just broke the continents, broke apart. That's all.
But
But it
how did
did seem
people
to
live?
affect the.
The thing is that
It
if continents broke apart, people would die. That's like earthquakes. Earthquakes on a massive level.
Yeah, well, it was such a terrifying thing that everybody
It's
isolated
not
into
terrifying. Have you ever seen an
family groups.
earthquake? I've asked you this before. Have you ever seen the devastating,
I've
consequences of a
seen,
minor earthquake?
yeah, I've seen it. But
Okay,
if the whole continent is moving, then it's not going to
everybody
be survived.
dies.
No, no.
Yes, it does. Did you see the earthquake in Haiti in 2007? Did you
Um,
see the rift in the land? The wreck that it made? How many people died?
well,
And
I
that
saw a lot
wasn't
of people
even
died.
yes, but that wasn't even a continent separating. That was just a continent breaking apart. And it didn't even separate. It just broke. That's it.
Right, but it was
Okay.
the
So let
basic
me
same thing.
but no, think about this. Please be logical about this. If a continent separated, broke apart, all right? Broke apart, how do people survive when they couldn't even survive in Haiti and it didn't even break apart, it just broke?
Well, we don't know who survives and who didn't survive, but we know that it was
No,
a traumatic thing.
no one was survived. Listen, if people couldn't have survived in 2012, 2011, whenever it happened,
I
they're not
mean,
going to survive. They're not going to survive for 1,000 years ago.
but it's the only thing breaking apart are the continents. It's not
No,
like,
we're talking about people. We're not talking about the land.
but the continent is a big area and which didn't break apart.
Yes, it did.
No, well, the Mesopotamia didn't break apart.
No,
That's where the people
but
were. The
America
people,
did. And how did people come
the
to America then? You
the
think
tower. No, hold on. The Tower of Babel, where the people were, is in Mesopotamia.
so? You think the continents broke apart while they were in Mesopotamia?
Yeah, that's when they broke apart because they were still building the Tower of Babel. They didn't stop building the Tower of Babel until after the continents broke apart.
No, that's actually not what the Bible says. But it's kind of interesting because I remember you telling me that the continents broke apart, and that's how everybody got to the different parts of the world.
No, after the continents broke apart, then they started to spread out, and they didn't reach South America from Africa
Interesting. Very interesting.
because
Because
they
even
they
because
didn't
even
start
go
they
ahead.
didn't start moving until the continents broke apart
Why?
because they were building the Tower of Babel.
No.
Yeah.
No, because the thing is that Peleg was a baby when the
Yeah.
Tower of Babel was dispersed. What does Peleg have to do with any of it?
No, the
That's your
Peleg
whole,
was
but
Peleg was
that's hold on,
named.
Jungle. That's your whole basis. Is the fact
No,
that Peleg
no,
says that they were divided, and
that's not the whole
that
basis. That's
is
not
your
the
whole
whole.
basis. What is your
No,
basis?
that is when he was named Peleg because the earth was divided.
Yes, and
But
you
that's not
say,
the whole basis. That's not the
but
whole
that
basis.
is your basis.
No, it isn't.
Okay, so
You
how is
never
the earth?
you never listen to what I have as a
Yes,
basis.
I have. I've listened to it many times.
No, no, you didn't.
And you've never
No,
listened to mine. I can say that.
no. Your only argument is that it would have been the earthquake would have been too severe. It would have killed everybody. That's your only argument that I heard
No, it isn't my only argument.
as to why it couldn't happen. Okay, but one point is that Africa, South America, Antarctica, and Australia were all joined together. And there's sediment layers going through all through. There's fossils going through all through. And there was living animals at the time on in each of the places. You know, one of them being marsupial, the possum, the other one being an aardvark, the other one being the jaguar, the other one being the greater grison. They got separated when the continents broke apart. Not to mention all the other New World animals.
So wait, you're basing your continent shifting on animals?
No, I said sediment layers, glacial markings,
That
the
we have the
animals,
same sediment layers throughout the
fossil
entire
animals, fossil plants, and living animals and living plants.
The thing is that we have the same sediment layers throughout the entire world, meaning all the entire world was one
No,
supercontinent
hold
and it
on, hold
broke
on.
apart.
If you look at the sediment layers, you can see how they match up from South America to Africa.
Yes, and North America to Greenland to England to
So
Europe. Yes, they
if
do.
they broke
Because
apart, if it
I have looked at it. I have looked
hold on,
at it.
hold
The
on.
thing
If it
is that
broke apart, follow me. If it broke apart during the global flood, the sediment layers would not be matching from between South America and Africa
why not?
because the sediment layers were deposited by the global flood.
Yes, that means they would have been deposited everywhere because it was Eurasia, meaning it was one big continent, meaning they were be all deposited at the same time. So I'm confused about your argument
So then how would they match up? How would the sediment layers
because
match
they
up?
would all be the same
Going,
because it was from the same continent from before.
no,
Yes,
because
because if
everything
they came
above
from because if they came from the
well,
same continent, they would have
everything
the same layers.
everything above the great unconformity is flood sediment layers.
What is the great unconformity?
The great unconformity is the level to which the sediment layers were scraped up and redeposited.
According to whom?
According to the geology, the 6 mega sequences are from the great unconformity on up.
I've never heard the name of great unconformity when I've looked up creation models on the flood, but I have heard about sequences.
The mega
Sequences,
sequence.
yeah, and the sequences are the same on all the continents. Maybe a little bit less in some areas, but they're all the same. Meaning, if we had one supercontinent before, all the sediment layers would be similarly deposited. Maybe a little bit less in some areas, a little bit more in some areas, but they would be the same. Meaning they all broke
Well,
up they mean they all broke up at the same time.
well, all the sediment layers were shifted. I mean, all the sediment layers are from shifting sediments
during the flood.
During the flood, and then it was deposited, and then you have the sediment layers going between the continents that were then broke apart after they were deposited.
But they were not broke apart after the flood.
That's the first reason or first evidence I saw was the sediment layers.
The thing is that
that's the first evidence
I'm gonna have to find you some papers on this because you cannot live through continent shifting like that. All right?
Well,
we laugh at evolutionists when they talk about continental shifting when it comes to the Polynesians coming to Peru. All right? Because they had to shift the continents in their evolutionary time periods in order for them to get there because they didn't have that type of technology. But we laugh at them.
No, but the Peruvians they went from Asia to Peru.
No, they didn't. They went from the Polynesian islands.
Yeah, or across the Pacific Ocean, right?
Yes,
right.
from the Polynesian islands.
But there is a difference.
But there is not continental shifting.
Actually, the empty DNA does cross. Yeah.
No. Oh,
the
hold on.
empty DNA chromosome does cross the Pacific.
I'm talking about continental shifting. You're
but
totally
it cross.
But
it crosses the Pacific, though. They cross the Pacific.
That's Jungle.
Not the Atlantic.
Jungle. You're missing what I'm saying. Continental shifting. Do you know what that means?
What do you?
It means a continent like South America shifting left and right. That is what evolutionists say because they couldn't have had the technology to come across the Polynesian islands to Peru. All right. So I'm talking about with continental shifting.
So
they're talking about the continents were shifting, meaning the entire continent shifted thousands of miles.
For what? For the Peruvians to get to Peru?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying for like 5 minutes. All right? This cannot happen during the Tower of Babel. It would kill everybody. All right? It can't happen in evolution. It cannot happen in the Tower of Babel. And it cannot happen.
I don't say. They say where did it shift from where to where? Did they say? The evolutionists.
I think you really need to Google this. Okay, so the Peru is a very interesting continent or a very interesting country. The southern Peruvian sites are 2,000, 3,000 years older than the northern sites. And they have no idea why. So what they do is they invoke continental shifting.
From where to where? Is what I'm trying to understand.
Well, I mean, can you not imagine South America? Where would they come from? They would come from the west, from the Polynesian islands. So they're going to continentally shift.
That would be the east, no, the west. That's the west. Yeah.
West. They would go west.
No, they go east from the west.
The Polynesian islands are to the west.
They're to the west, yeah.
Yeah, meaning the continent would shift to the west. Why would it shift to
across the Pacific Ocean?
Yes, that's what the evolutionists say.
But it's not connected to Asia, though.
I know. Doesn't matter. That's what they say. And so I'm not trying to be mean, but when you talk about the continent breaking apart during the time of Peleg, that's literally like the evolutionists saying that the continents were shifting to the left.
But it is connected to Africa. South America is connected to Africa, though.
No, it isn't. Not at all.
By way of the sediment layers, by way of the fossils in the sediment layers, by the way of the living animals after the global flood.
I'm talking about physical shifting of continents.
Shifting continents?
Do you really believe that South America shifted?
Yeah. From Africa. because
Yeah,
it was connected.
during
It was
the
connected.
flood, sure, during the flood, but I'm talking about after that.
No, after the sediments were deposited, it broke apart
But when
because
did the sediments get deposited?
because the sediment layers connect
But when did the sediment layers get deposited?
in the global flood.
Yes, that means that they did not break apart in the time of Peleg, which is after the flood.
No, they have to be deposited first and then break apart
No,
because they match.
you don't know that.
Because the sediment layers match. That was the first evidence that I saw.
The thing is that that's a ridiculous narrative. People
Well,
would have died. No, the thing is that I think you're taking for granted what an earthquake does. These continents would have been shifting apart with people on them, and they would have all died. They would have all
well,
died.
obviously they didn't all die.
No,
but
all of them would have died.
but
That's the reason why.
obviously the continents did
But the
break
thing is,
apart.
Jungle, I don't believe what you believe. That means that they didn't all die because it didn't happen during that time. It happened when the continents were underneath the water, which makes
But
far more sense, more logical.
then how could the sediments match up? How could the fossils match up? How could the living animals match
Easily,
up?
very easily.
How did the
Have you ever looked at a Google Earth?
how did the jaguar get to South America after the flood?
Because the thing is that when the flood broke everything apart, things sunk, and they sunk on. Okay, so if we're looking at a Pangea, and there are animals all. Hold on, listen.
Did you understand my question
Hold
though?
on,
The animals got off the ark.
Jungle. Listen to me.
The
Listen to
animals
me.
got off the ark.
Listen to
They
me.
went to Africa. How
Jungle.
did they get from Africa
Hey, I will
to
answer.
South America?
Hey, I will answer. Let me answer. All right. So you're looking at a Pangea and you've got animals all across this Pangea, one big continent, right? And then during the flood, it gets broke up, right? What are those animals going to do? They're not going to float. They're going to sink. They're going to sink onto the continents. They're going to get spread apart. That's why we have T-Rexes. That's why we have Brontosaurus.
Well, fossils,
Hey,
but I'm
hold
not
on.
talking about
Jungle.
fossils. I'm talking about living animals.
Hey, I know, but this is totally different. We're going to talk about fossils first, all right? So fossils are all across all of the different continents.
Yeah, and they
And guess
match.
what? And then guess what? Humans.
And the fossils match from Africa to South America to Australia to Antarctica.
Yeah, but not all
to
the animals
India.
match. But not all the animals match.
The fossils do match.
No, not the animals. Not the living animals. They don't.
Yeah, they do. The possums from
No, they do
Australia, the possums in
No, they
South
do
America and
Nope.
America.
Nope, because they have fossils of kangaroos in Europe, and yet they have no kangaroos in Europe.
Well,
Did you know that?
so
Oh, so? But that's like an exception, right?
exception to what? That was before. The fossils are from where they were before the global flood, or
No,
where they ended up.
we're talking about living animals now, right?
Yeah.
Are we not?
Well, you're talking about the fossils, and then you're talking about living animals, but you're
Yeah, I'm
mixing them.
talking about
You're
the spreading out
confusing.
stuff.
You're confusing the living kangaroos with the European kangaroos that were from before the global flood.
No, I didn't say that there were fossils of kangaroos in Europe. I say there's. You totally missed what I was saying.
You said there was fossil kangaroos in Europe.
Nope, I did not say that.
That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said. I was talking about fossils of other things, yes, throughout the entire world, yes, not kangaroos.
You said kangaroos.
I did say that there were not kangaroos in Europe.
You said they're not in Europe, or they
Not.
are?
Not. N-O-T, not. Not.
Oh, so the kangaroos are not in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
So why are you saying what's not there?
So that means where do they come from? Why did they only originate in Australia?
Well, they went back to the general area where they were from.
But how would they know where they're from if all the continents spread apart?
Because they had 100 years to get there. Boom.
No. bullshit, because that is not how they work. They have instincts. See, you know what?
They have instinct, but they went back to the
No, 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 they
general
don't have.
area
They don't have
where
those
they
kind of
were
instincts.
from,
Listen, when they have to
and
actually.
they were able to get there because the continents hadn't broken apart
No,
yet.
bullshit jargon. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something how animals actually work. When I lived in my mountain town, if a bear came into our town, do you know what they would do with that bear?
Trap them, take them, and throw them away, or take them somewhere else.
Yes, but how far would they take them?
Have to take them a long ways,
Yes, but what's a long ways? That's subjective.
hundreds of miles, or I don't know,
Yeah, about 100 miles. Do you know why?
because they'll come back.
But why?
Because they know where they're at.
No, that's not why. Tell me why. If you really know about kangaroos, if you really know about these animals, tell me why bears need to be taken 100 miles away from their habitat.
So they won't come back.
But why?
Because they'll find their way back.
No.
Even,
The
even
reason
100
is because they have a habitat range, and their range is like 25 miles. But they can potentially come back within 50 to 70 miles. So they take them 100 miles. No, you didn't know that. So kangaroos would not be able to go back to some habitat that got sunk in the water and resurfaced after a
Why
global
not?
earthquake, because
If
they
God
couldn't.
brought them to the ark, what couldn't He take them back?
God brought them to the ark, but he didn't tell them where to go.
He couldn't take them back to Australia.
The thing is that Australia wasn't there before. What do you
Well,
believe? What do you believe was
but the
before?
sediment layers have the
Wait,
kangaroos in
let
there.
me ask you something. What was before the flood? What do you believe was before the flood?
It was one continent pretty much.
Okay, so then how would they know to go back to Australia if Australia was never there?
Well, it was something was there because that's where the fossils are.
No, Australia wasn't there before. It was one continent. How would they know where to go?
Well, there's fossils there, aren't there? Kangaroo fossils.
That's irrelevant. How would they
What?
know to go to Australia when prior to the flood it was one continent?
Well, because that's where they came from.
But how would they know that? It was one continent. It was one land. It was not separated by water or anything like that.
It
How
doesn't
would they know
matter.
it? Yes, it does, because you're making it a big deal
It's
about when the continents were split apart, but yet you can't answer how the kangaroos made it back to Australia. Well, because they know, but
well.
before they
Can
couldn't
you
know.
explain how they got to the ark from Australia?
Yeah, humans.
Okay, the same way they got back.
No, humans. You forget humans. You forget what humans can do and what
The
humans have
humans.
done.
No, it was God that brought the animals, not humans.
After the ark? We're talking
God
about
brought the
after the ark.
animals to the ark.
We're
God
talking
brought the
about
animals to
after
the
the
ark.
ark. We're talking about after the ark.
After the ark
After the
landed,
ark.
the animals went all back to where they came from in many
Yeah,
cases.
but you're saying that the continents broke up after the ark.
100 years, yeah.
Yes. How did they make it to Australia?
Because they had 100 years to get there.
No, they didn't. How could they cross across water?
No, it didn't break up yet.
But it broke up in like a day?
No,
And
it
they
broke
lived?
100 years after the global flood. It broke
It took
apart.
100 years for all of it to break apart.
It took 100 years for the continents to break apart, so they had 100 years to get to where they were going.
But why would they go to Australia?
Because that's where they came from.
But how would they know that they came from there?
It was the same way that God brought them and God took them back.
No, that's a
No.
bullshit answer.
Why not?
Because
Why
it
not?
is. You're trying to justify the breaking part of the continents after the flood based on flimsy evidence of finding
No, we
kangaroo
know they were
bones.
there.
No,
We
you
know they
don't
were
know
there
that. There are a
before
lot of
the
people that
flood. We know
we
they were there
know.
before the flood, and we know they went there after the flood.
I'm not saying that they weren't
So
there
what's the
before the
problem?
flood.
I don't see what the problem is. They had
The
100
pro-
years to get there.
the problem is that you think that the continents broke up after the flood.
That's not a problem. That's what
It
the
is a
Bible
problem.
says.
It is
That's
not
what the
what the
Bible
Bible
says.
says.
Yes,
It
it
is
is.
what you say and what you interpret.
No, it's what it actually says. But that's beside the point. We're
Well, where
trying.
where
We're
does it say
looking at
that?
the evidence.
Where does it say that
It
the
says the
Bible
earth was divided in the days of Peleg. The earth was divided.
Yes, the earth is divided, but you're making an assumption that it means the continents when it actually means the people.
Actually, no, it doesn't say the people were divided. It says the earth was divided.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it says the earth was divided, not the people.
The earth was divided. I'll have to look that up because I don't think it says the earth is divided. I think I've looked that up before. But the thing is that you interpret that differently and I interpret it
Take my
differently.
word for it. It says the earth was divided.
Listen, Jungle, I'm not going to take your word for it because you want me to take your word thinking you're right.
I'm playing with it. I'm messing with it.
Well, you shouldn't do that because I'm very blunt and very straightforward. So don't do that. But the
No,
thing is that I
no,
take
you
it.
can look it up for yourself. You don't have to
I
take my word
have.
for it.
I have. I've read it many times because we've
Well, you
discussed
should
this
know.
before.
You should know then that it
No,
says the
you
earth
should
was
you should know that it means something different than that. It
Okay,
does not mean
how
that.
about the glaciers in India? Because there's
The
glacier.
glacier. Okay, listen. There was an ice age after the flood.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that the continents
Yeah.
were splitting apart.
And which way did the ice flow?
South.
No, from south to north in almost every case. Both in Africa, South America,
No, it went south.
India,
No,
Australia.
it went south. You'll have to show me papers on that
No.
because
Yeah, I've already shown all the pictures. That shows the glacial markings going from Antarctica to Australia to India to Africa and to South America.
no, I have not seen those actually. I've
Oh,
never
so you
seen
haven't
anything
seen
like that.
you haven't
No.
seen the evidence of the breakup of the continents 100 years after the global flood. Okay.
Nope, I have not. I've not seen any of it.
Okay, I can show it to you someday. I'll show it to you. It shows the glacial markings going from Antarctica north and India going north. And of course, the glacial markings can only be after the sediments were deposited by the global flood, and after the ark landed after the global flood.
Well, here's the thing. We've discussed this before, and you were unmovable on the subject. So
But you didn't even listen to what I had to say, and
you
I
don't.
didn't
But
even have the evidence of the glacial
but the thing is that
markings.
you don't listen to what I have. I have an entire presentation on this. All right, I know what I'm talking about. I'm not ignorant on the subject.
I
And
didn't hear any evidence yet that you showed.
well, I'm not going to show it because I can't share my screen. John's asleep.
Oh no, well that's okay. But
Okay,
yeah,
so then
I'd be
how?
interested to see what your.
Okay,
Did you make a video yet?
No, I haven't made a video. I'm working on a PowerPoint presentation.
All right, just
Yeah, all of it with
let
the
me know.
Exodus as well. All of
Exodus,
it.
but the Exodus has nothing to do with the 100 years after the global flood.
Yes, it does because the Exodus happens very shortly after the flood. All of it is connected. All of it is very much connected.
No.
Okay, so
Exodus.
how long did the Exodus happen after the flood? Just curious.
Exodus is after Abraham, after Jacob. I mean,
Great. Give me
and
a time frame because I know
Moses.
all those names.
It's Moses.
Give me a time frame.
The Exodus.
1200, 1300, 1100 BC. Come on, give me a time
I
frame.
don't know. 1200 BC. I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I just know the time of Moses because the dates are all over the place. Anyway.
No, they're not all over the place, but that's what
Yeah,
evolutionists want you to believe. All right. So when do you think the Exodus happened? Just
In the
curious.
days of Moses, which was way, way after the breakup of the continents.
Okay, so when did the breakup of the continents happen?
100 years after the global flood.
Okay, when did the flood happen?
100 years before the breakup.
Give me a date of the global flood.
It's 4,400 years ago.
Okay, so 100 years after was Peleg, so you
Yeah.
say. And
So
then
that was
how long after that? Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get some timelines from you here. So 100 years later is 4,300. It's about Peleg's time.
Well, 13, that'd be 13. I mean, yeah, 4,300 years, right?
Yeah, 4,300 years. And then, all right, so when do you think that the Exodus happened?
That was well after that. It was a couple 100 years after that. After the breakup. I mean, how many 100 years was the Exodus after the global flood? How many 100 years? 400 years?
No.
How many 100 years?
Okay,
1,500 years?
okay, so let's go to the
1,000
Tower of
years?
Babel. How long do you think? How long do you think the Tower of Babel was after the flood?
100 years. They were building the Tower of Babel up to until 100 years after the global flood when the breakup happened. That's when they stopped building the Tower of Babel, was when the breakup happened 100 years after the global flood.
No, that's not the reason why they stopped building the Tower of Babel. Are you kidding? Have you not read the Bible? That's when God dispersed them because of their language. That's the reason why they stopped
Right,
building the Tower
right.
of Babel.
They
Has
started
nothing
speaking languages because of the breakup of the continents.
No, it wasn't. All
Why
right.
not?
I think this conversation is done because you were
Why not?
literally misinterpreting the Bible when it
Why
comes
not?
to because that's what the Bible says.
Yeah, God divided the languages by breaking up the continents.
No, he divided the languages because they were trying to build a tower to heaven.
Right, right.
Not because of the
So he
continents.
broke up the continents, which
No.
separated people into
Where does it
family
say?
groups,
Where
and they
does it? Where does it say that
started
he broke
speaking
up the?
their own languages.
Where did it say that he broke up the continents? All you have, the only evidence that you have, is the name of Peleg. That's it.
No,
That's your
it says
entire
the earth.
foundation.
Says the earth was divided in the days of Peleg,
That's
which
it.
means divided. And then, do you
That's
know
it.
what? Do you know what Peleg means in the Aramaic?
Yes, you've told me.
What does it mean?
It means divided.
No, not in the Aramaic. It means as the waters flow.
That actually makes no sense.
It makes no sense unless the continents were divided and then the water started flowing between the continents. Then it does make a lot of sense.
Listen, why did God divide everybody on languages?
Well, because they separated it. Whenever you separate people, then they start speaking another language, their own language.
No, he didn't separate them.
Whenever.
No. He didn't separate them.
Whenever you separate people,
Hold
they
on.
start speaking their
Hold
own
on.
language.
Jungle.
Whenever.
Jungle, you have to read the Bible. It doesn't say he separated them and then divided their language. It said
Whenever you separate people into
Jungle,
family groups.
you're not listening to me.
You're not listening.
What did God do? He didn't separate them.
He broke up the continents.
No, he divided their language.
Yeah, he did that too.
No, he did that
by
first.
breaking up the continents. He broke up the continents.
Where does it say that? Give me a Bible scripture.
Of where he broke up the continents is in the days of Peleg, the earth was divided.
No. Tell me that he broke up the continents because they were building the Tower of Babel. Why would he break up the continents? You are making no sense. And people that are going to hear this, if actually John, because we're at like 7 hours right now, they're going to think that this is so foolish. All right. God separated the languages. That way they couldn't speak to each other. So that way they couldn't build
Well,
the Tower of
what's
Babel.
so foolish about people in family groups speaking their own language? It always happens.
I'm sorry, what now? You said, what is so foolish
Every
about people
time,
speaking the same language?
every time that people separate into family groups or different groups, they start speaking their own language.
No, they
Every
don't.
time.
No,
Every
no,
time.
no language has ever been created except for when God created them.
Every time people are
Jungle,
isolated,
what do
they
you
speak
believe is the original language?
they speak their own family group. What original? There's no such thing as an original language.
Yeah,
What are
sure
you
there
talking about?
is. What were Adam and
There's
Eve speaking?
there's what they were speaking on the ark, and
What
they
were
were all
Adam and Eve
speaking the same
speaking?
language.
What was Adam and Eve speaking?
It was probably another language.
It was probably Hebrew. Okay, so when were they speaking at the Tower of Babel? Before
Hebrew
God.
comes from Eber.
Jungle,
Ebers. The
jungle,
descendants of Eber started speaking
jungle.
Hebrew.
Hold on. Hey. What did they speak at the Tower of Babel
They were speaking the same
before
language.
God separated the languages? What language?
They were speaking the same language because
Same
they
language
were
as
all
Adam and
together.
Eve, right?
They hadn't separated. That's why they spoke the same language.
So
They
you
only
actually
started
believe
speaking
in an
different
evolutionary
languages.
sense that so you actually believe in an evolutionary sense that when we split apart, we actually create our own languages, which is not true.
No, it happens every time.
No, it
Isolate
doesn't.
people, and they'll start
No.
speaking their own language.
No, they don't speak their own language. They speak
They'll
a
start
dialect
speaking
that
their own
no.
accent, and then they'll start speaking their own language. If they're completely isolated, they'll speak their own
No.
language.
No, they won't.
Yeah, every
No.
time.
I've studied languages. They don't.
Every
They
time.
speak a dialect of another language. That's just been isolated.
Well, yeah, but they
Oh
can't.
yeah.
But
Oh,
they
okay.
can't
So you
understand each
agree?
other. The problem
Yes, they can
is that
understand
they
each
can't
other.
understand each other.
You're
Unless you learn the difference between Portuguese and Spanish, you're not going to be able to understand the other language
That's
until you
bullshit
learn.
because I've worked
Until
with
you
people who lived in Cuba and who lived in El
until you
Salvador. Hold on, Jungle. Who lived in El
until you learn the
Salvador and
differences.
Jungle, and
Unless you
they actually understood each other.
between where and where?
Cuba and El Salvador, Spain and
That's both.
Mexico.
That's both Spanish. That's Spanish and
No,
Spanish.
it's well, how is Spanish different?
Spanish is Spanish.
Okay, so are you talking about somebody who comes from like Russia
I'm
to
saying.
Ecuador?
Well, let me repeat myself. I'm saying if you don't know the difference between Portuguese and Spanish, you're not going to be able to understand the other language.
Portuguese and
Because,
Spanish are the same language. They just are dialects of each other.
but if you
You're
don't know
making
the
you're making
differences,
no, you're
look,
making a horrible argument right now.
I speak Portuguese fluently, and I could not understand Spanish until I learned the differences. And if I tried to speak Portuguese to somebody who speaks Spanish who doesn't know Portuguese, they can't understand me either.
The thing is that I had an ex-boyfriend from Spain. It was right next to Portugal, and they speak very similar dialects. And he can
Yeah,
understand people from Honduras,
because they
Cuba.
know the Honduras is Spanish.
Yeah, so is Portuguese, and so is Spanish, and so
No,
is Spain.
Portuguese is Portuguese,
No,
and
Portuguese is Spanish.
and there's enough difference
It's a dialect just like
where
it's
if you
just like
don't know the difference, you can't understand the other person.
No, I can't understand because I've met Ukrainians who have a hard time talking to Russians. All right, they do understand. There are things that they understand.
Because they know the differences. If they know the
No,
difference, they
there's a
can understand.
dialect. It's a dialect, meaning it does not just come up by its own. We did not create our own languages in the
But
past.
if you don't know the differences, you can't understand what the person is saying. That's all I'm
Yes,
saying.
actually you can because there's enough of the common language, the common part of the language that you can understand. And you're talking about some kind of
You're
evolutionary
speaking to
thing.
somebody who is fluent in Portuguese, and I tried to speak to people in Chicago who spoke Spanish. They couldn't understand me, and I couldn't understand them. and they spoke Spanish and I spoke Portuguese.
Well, I've met different people than you because I've met people from all across the world who have
And
dialects of the same language who can understand each other. Not every
and
single word.
then again, I've seen people in the Newark area, one person speaking Spanish, the other one Portuguese, and them understanding each other and having no problem communicating with each other.
So why are you arguing with me then?
Because you missed the first part of what I said.
No, I'm not missing the
Unless you
first
know
part.
the differences,
What
unless you're
what you're
familiar,
what you're saying is the fact that people
unless you're a Spanish
hold
speaker.
on, Jungle. What you're
No,
saying,
you have to hold on and
no,
listen to
I
me.
do understand, but the thing is, you're saying that people change their language, made new languages, and that is not true. All the languages come from God.
Languages always change all the time.
No, it hasn't.
Yes, it is.
It has
English is not the ancient
it has
or
adapted from an original root. Yes. But we did
yeah,
not
but
create it. We
there's
did not
enough
create it.
changes that
We did
happen.
not create it. Agree with me or
What do
disagree
you
with
mean
me?
we did not create what? We're the ones
Language.
making the changes. What are you talking about?
We're making
The people
adaptations, but we
the
are not
people
making a
that
new language.
isolate into groups when they're isolated, they're the ones making the changes because
You
languages
said that
do
they make
not
a new language.
did Hebrew remain Hebrew?
Yes.
No, it changed to Aramaic.
No, it didn't. You
Yes,
need
it did.
to, you need to watch the patterns of evidence of the Exodus and
And
the Moses controversy.
is
It
ancient
is
Hebrew the same thing as modern Hebrew?
yes,
No.
they actually showed proto-Sinaitic to a
That's
modern
not what I'm
hey,
saying.
Jungle, just listen to me.
What I'm asking
Jungle,
is if one
Jungle.
person would understand the
Hey,
other. Can
Jungle.
you understand
Can you
Old
listen for a
English?
second? Can you
Can you
listen for a second?
understand Old English?
Can you listen for a second?
No, you can't understand Old English
Yes, actually,
because
I can. I read it
it's
because I'm a
changed.
historian. I know I
It's
have read
changed enough where you wouldn't
Jungle,
even understand it
Jungle,
unless you know the differences.
Jungle. Can you just listen for a second?
Unless you know the differences, you're not going to
Jungle,
understand it.
Jungle. Can you listen for a second?
Unless you learn the differences, you're not going to
Jungle.
understand it.
Are you going to listen for a second?
Uh,
Listen for a
I'm
second.
listening. I'm listening. I don't know if you're listening.
No, I am actually listening and I'm actually responding, and you're not responding to me. All right. I have actually read Old English. I take history classes. I'm
Okay,
actually in
because
an
you
English.
studied.
Well, hey, Jungle,
Because
shut,
you studied
shut
it.
up,
You
shut up.
learned the
Listen,
differences.
listen,
Because you
listen,
learned the differences.
listen. Man, you're so annoying. Well, you don't shut up. You don't let me finish my sentences, and then I forget what I'm going to say. I am actually in a class right now that's talking about Old English. Right? I
So
do
you're
understand.
studying Old English. You're learning Old English. Okay. You proved my point.
No, I didn't prove a point at all.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
So the breakup of the continents was a traumatic event. People isolated into family groups
No.
began speaking their own languages, and they couldn't understand each other anymore, and they separated and went their own ways. Everybody went in different directions. And Nimrod was already in the east, and his descendants kept going east, and they never even went to Africa. So his CY chromosome is not found in Africa. It's found all the way through the Pacific Islands, the East, Asia, and all the way to the Americas, even to the northern tip of South America. You can find the CY chromosome, which is the chromosome from Cush, or Nimrod, the son of Cush, who was a Cushite, and a Cushite with dark skin. I thought I was making some headway. Anyway, wonder how's everybody? Is anybody in the chat? How's everybody doing? What we got? Any comments? Comments? I gotta put my spectacles on. Only one person in the chat. Got one person in the chat. Romeo de Emilio Sanchez and Rabbi and Sunflower. Hey, Sunflower, what's up? Luca Mendugo. Mendugno. Always messed it up. Luca Medugno. Rabbi Yehoshua Schultz. No, Schultz. Got lots of people. And it's not the same language. Let's see. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. Shadow Dancer's a nice person. Anyway. You gotta tolerate me sometimes, I know. But anyway, at least I got reasons for believing what the Bible says, that the earth was divided in the days of Peleg, whose name means divided, until it turns to Aramaic. Then Peleg doesn't mean divided anymore, it means as the waters flow. You have all the evidence of all the sediment layers and fossils from before the flood connecting the continents, and living animals from after the flood that spread out across the continents that reached the continents before they broke apart, including Madagascar, South America, Australia, even Antarctica used to have some animals, I guess. But Australia, India, they have the fossil evidence and such. And then in India, they have the glacial markings of the ice going from Antarctica north through India, which the glacial markings are still there, which proves that it was connected to South America. There's Nicholas. Hey, Nicholas. What's up? Shalom. It's time I sleep, brother. Okay. All right. Sleep tight. Sleep with the angels, or, well, if you believe in that, sleep with God. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I might make some headway yet with the breakup of the continents after the global flood, 100 years after the global flood, because it's basically what all the evidence is showing, including the Bible, that says the earth was divided 100 years after the global flood in the days of Peleg. And that's when the people began speaking different languages and spread out over the world, but they never made it to South America from Africa because South America had already split off from Africa. But the jaguar made it, which is the same thing as a leopard. The greater grison made it, which is the same thing as a honey badger. The aardvark made it, which is the same thing as an African ant bear. And who knows how many other animals got separated by the breakup of the global flood, by the continents 100 years after the global flood. You know, that evidence doesn't lie. Evidence tells the truth. anyways, hope everybody has a great night's sleep. Since I'm talking by myself, maybe I'll just sign off. But I can't read a Bible verse, so let me see, what can we read? Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all ye lands. Serve the Lord with gladness. Come before his presence with singing. Know ye that the Lord, he is God. It is he that hath made us, and not we ourselves. We are his people, the sheep of his pasture. Enter into his gates with thanksgiving, into his courts with praise. Be thankful unto him, and bless his name. Because there's no one like our God, who is the only true God, of course. Because only your Maker can remake you. Only your Maker can be your Savior. Nobody else can be. He made you once, he can remake you again. And everything is just a fabrication. We are the fabrication. He is the reality. God is the reality. So with that, I hope everybody has a great day, night, week, etc.